$1,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says we can address that. Combs' attorney Alexander Shapiro says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is some legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me, goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court because the judge has said that he's viewing this as him full throttledly, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home, they're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims, hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Remember, they were asking for about 7 years, the probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years. But they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case, and that asking for basically a walkaway. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is leaning, based on what you just read, towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony and he was convicted related to that.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put forward by his defense attorneys in filings leading up to the sentencing. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. you know, that's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here, that it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person, that it was the amount of times that this was done. And now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
My prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it with using the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby. And I think the judge will give some weight to the acts of violence, but the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of, but he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavik and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years.
Hey y'all, what's going on? What's going on? Fat Boo, thank you for the $2 super chat. You said I'm blocked. I had to end the live on TikTok. They restricted the live, so I gotta wait like 5 minutes to restart it. But I'm gonna just have the audio playing on TikTok. I'm not gonna have the video playing, so it's just gonna be audio only for TikTok. That's just what we gotta do. All right. So now you are not blocked.
Month threshold, and his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense if he was to book this in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
You know, it's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you tossed to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, you know, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, you know, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, you know, his story about everything. And I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, that is, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing, and I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. That he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. He talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free, and he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull him one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
It's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution, that's an enhancer, that's an aggravator, it's part of an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone they wouldn't have filed the charges against them, they would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the
Hello, Amy. How you doing?
It's up to 10 years per count. So we're talking 20 years is the max that of what he's looking at. But I don't think he's going to get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7. We've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspects. Specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he.
I really wish they stopped using that video. I can see that video being to the accessory of, but that video didn't have nothing to do with with the federal indictment. That's a state crime. That's a state. That's not federal.
Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that, I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court, where he describes he's been reading and writing, working out, attending therapy, teaching a free game business course to inmates, sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, but sometimes you gotta do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read. Sean Combs' mind.
Did it for real, brother. Yeah, we discussed this already, YouTube. I just restarted TikTok. Denise, how you doing? Brother, you wasn't sorry. You was sorry that you got caught. When you put your hands on that woman years prior to that, you didn't apologize to Cassie. You didn't make a public apology about, what's in the dark and come to the light. Who knows what she told? She said that she was afraid. She did, allege that she told her mother. But all I'm saying is, even the fact, you shouldn't have. Cassie was being very passive. She was walking away from the event, the alleged freak off. And it was alleged that she had some items in that bag. But I don't want to get into that. However, the cameras clearly show that she was walking away. And you decide to throw this young lady around. Stomp her, kick her in the back, different things like that. So when CNN released the video footage, you came out that following day, not after you put your hands on the young lady. It was after CNN released the video. That's when you decide to make an apology, a public apology. But sir, Diddy, you didn't make the apology towards Cassie. That was for you. Not once you mentioned her name in that video. It was the fact that what you did to her because you got caught. Cassie, when she went on that witness stand, she said several times, how she had to walk on eggshells around you. Even his entourage, when they testified, they said the same thing. They wasn't allowed to say anything. Even two of the strippers, the male strippers, they saw the same thing. Now, again, Diddy is not getting charged for that. They used that video to show that Cassie was incapable of making her own decisions due to coercion. So when she was moved across state lines, that's when it got federal. That's why they had to show that video. All right.
Could reuse drugs and abuse people and do the things that he was previously doing. And with that he's clean, he's in jail. So that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have gone clean in jail and went right back out, start using again. So that, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims, that he's going to go out and he's going to be living, free and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin, but yeah, they're going to be looked at, but it's a balancing act.
By the way, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate, that there would be no reason to deviate from that. That also saying,
now, this is what's going to make this right here is what's going to make this very, very tricky. C2C, you're asking, is it true that he already arranged speaking engagements for next week? Well, according to what they're saying, this is allegedly because they're thinking that he's going to get out today. More than likely, because what it is the defense attorney, they are arguing probation, so X amount of months of probation. And you got the prosecution. They said, no, we're looking for 10 plus years, 10, maybe 12 years. Now, when you look at what he's been charged with and how they use that same charge, that federal charge towards other individuals that had that same, I guess as far as that detail charge, that's what they're looking at, and they have to negate the fact that he's a celebrity. So he can't get more years because he's a celebrity. He can't get less years because he's a celebrity. Remember, all this is back into the judge's hands. So what Diddy did, his attorney had all the inmates that was associated with Diddy. They had all the inmates to write a letter to the judge to say, hey, Diddy helped change our lives, which I think is a bunch of bullshit. So you had several inmates to write these letters out because they are trying to pull him out of jail today and put him on probation. Will it happen? We don't know. So what I want y'all to do in the comments, drop in the comments and let me know, how long do you think that Diddy how much time should he serve for this mixed trafficking ring? You said let that man out.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Sorry I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because there's proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned, was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at this sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward.
All right, everybody on TikTok, do me a favor. If y'all can, please tap the screen. And also, thank y'all so much for coming in. Just support the platform. Tap the screen. Let's get those likes up. And also on YouTube, thank y'all so much for coming in. Just tap the screen. Get them hearts out. If you have not joined our membership club, please join the membership club. Let me say this real quick before we get back over to the young lady that's speaking. Cassie, ma'am, Cassie, I covered this already. Ma'am, you're not a victim. So sorry, we've proven that already. You're not a victim at all. Now I get that these men did what they did to you, but outside of Diddy's presence, ma'am, you allowed these men to do that. You called up these men. You went looking for these men, and these men showed evidence and proof in text messages that you was doing that outside of Diddy. So come on, man. Come on, you could get her with she could go on with all that PTSD bullshit. Come on, ma'am. Let's be real here.
Do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle of justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, and it's also taking in consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do. And that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation.
All right, everybody on TikTok, the only thing I need y'all to do is tap the screen, okay? That's it. Just tap the screen. If y'all don't tap the screen, they're going to take my platform down because I'm streaming this news station. So just tap the screen. That's all I ask, all right? All right, I appreciate it. So what you're seeing here, this young lady, that's not who's speaking. This right here is outside in front of the courthouse. You can see the full video on YouTube, but TikTok, y'all seeing something different, but y'all hearing the right audio, all right?
He become famous? Well, he was very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public as a celebrity. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, there's, images, of him with his family, showing him being a dad. They're saying he is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, been a runner.
All right, TikTok, they just took us off the FYP, right? They just took us off the FYP. Just let you know. I'm going to try to force it back on there, but they just took us off the FYP. So I just need all of y'all to tap the screen. Tap the screen. That's all I ask for y'all to do. Just tap the screen. All right?
With 7 beautiful children, I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
Oh, that's a good
So let's
question.
say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely.
Yeah, I figured that. I really figured that. TikTok, everybody that's on TikTok, do me a favor. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I gotta shut it down. They took me off the FYP. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. All right. Just follow the page and I'll be right back. God damn. This what kills me. The only thing that I ask on TikTok is just for people to tap the screen. Okay? That's all I ask. If you tap the screen, I won't have this issue. Y'all hear what I'm saying, YouTube? If the screen is being tapped, I won't have this issue. I just pushed it out and we was getting right at 600 people in the room, and TikTok said and we only got 1,000 likes. It's simple. Just tap the fucking screen. If you don't know, me and Milani, no, Amy, not on YouTube. You good, Amy? You good? I'm talking about TikTok, because I was trying to push it to 1,000 people in the room, and TikTok said, "Hell, they ain't tapping fast enough," so they restricted the live. All right, because it went from 700 straight down to 400, just like that, and I know why. So that's why I ended it. So I'll be back over there in 5 minutes. So let's see what they saying. All right, well, hell, let's go.
Really something that he does. He goes big or he goes home. And in this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, but thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested. It was the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway, excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor, Slavic, says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old.
Shit.
Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to explain why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be several years in prison. Because again, I go back to something. There are people who look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution? But the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at great lengths, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some level to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we have a situation that we had this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run-of-the-mill somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts, and it was surrounded with such a violence. And we had this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, LaRob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who have prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue our live coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge is taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range. But what extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do?
YouTube, you know what I think? This is what I think before I fire back up TikTok. This is what I think. I think because the federal prosecutors caught so much backlash, they got so much shit thrown in their face because on the federal side, they lost that case. This is why they had to fight, saying somebody had to take the fall, right? And then guess who took the fall? It was the lead prosecutor. So we don't know what conversations that this judge had with other federal prosecutors behind, in the chambers, or even how the federal government is even looking at, or how they even viewing this case now. So are they going to lean so much towards what the federal prosecutors are asking for now, or are they going to still lean towards the defense attorney? Once again, they're looking for probation. They're looking for, they trying to max this shit out. So at the end of the day, the judge's back is damn near against the wall. All right, let's try this again on fucking TikTok.
Land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument.
No, it didn't get shut down. I shut it down. You saw how it was a bunch of motherfuckers in there, but they weren't tapping the screen, and TikTok said, I'm restricted. So that's why I shut TikTok down. So TikTok is back up now. The only thing I ask for people now that's coming in on TikTok is just tap the screen. Just don't sit there and look at the screen or just listen. Just tap the fucking screen. That's it.
For anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously we talked about we haven't seen Kanye yet, but there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Thank you, LaTanya, for tapping the screen.
I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who...
That's not his mother. That's not his mother. Stop saying that shit. Mama and grown-ass son don't be sitting there kissing each other and shit on the fucking mouth. Not like that.
However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense. So there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this.
All right, everybody that's coming in on TikTok, the only thing I ask y'all to do is tap the screen. YouTube is doing fine. This the third time I had to come back live on TikTok and I had to shut it down because y'all weren't tapping the screen. So just tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen, my lovely Americans. Tap the screen. And we're going to be great at this. We're going to be great at this. It's going to be so very, very good. Very good. I got a new pamper on. Thank you, Milani. Thank you for the Depends. Thank you for the Depends. Shout outs to Johnson & Johnson new Depends section. It's very sectional.
They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping if he overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution. And
you said the worst impersonation ever. I tried. I tried. I tried, little fella. Fat Boo, you said there's a lot more evidence. For everybody, again, if you're coming back in on TikTok, just tap the screen. We just fired it back up. We just went live back on TikTok. So the only thing I ask y'all to do is just tap the screen. That's it. Fat Boo on YouTube, absolutely. You're absolutely correct.
Tried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
Probably can.
So this is a great question.
Not with the same evidence.
That you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case, we do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these 2 counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis. Sierra's going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only. 29% say victim impact statements. 28% say the leaked hotel video, meaning of Cassie. And 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
Legal totality.
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victim's impact statements here because they were traumatized, they were clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration, the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's the judge. He gets paid the big bucks and wears the black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us, so stay with us here on Law and Crime. This could be a full-day sentencing hearing in Lower Manhattan. We will be right back right after this.
Nanny, how you doing? That is crazy work. All right, so it's time for me to engage. Again, what y'all think? Should the judge make his decision based off, what was brought to his desk? What was heard with facts, or should he consider the evidence that was brought forward, which most of us seen with what happened to Cassie in the hotel, getting her ass whooped, or should he, you now remember he had the escorts to come in there, and they was very colorful of what took place inside these hotel rooms in California, in Florida, overseas, different things like that. So should, the judge look at the totality of everything that was brought forward? We don't know. We'll see. Satan Pony, how you doing? So for me, if you ask me again, I think that the judge should look at the law, what laws Diddy has broken. Now remember, there are subsections to these laws. Look at the totality of all the statements and the witnesses that came forward, and look into those statements to see was there any more statutes, state statutes or federal statutes that was being broken. Now, when you cross international lines, I don't know how that works. So again, stick with the facts, but make sure it's the totality of everything that was brought forward. That's how I think the judge should make his decision. We cannot, I know a lot of people, when this first came out, a lot of people was in their feelings about this. Well, Diddy beat the hell out of Cassie, right? That circulated the internet like crazy. It was crazy work. Also, when the witnesses came forward, what people heard. Well, this is what people heard. Diddy allowed Cassie to have these different types of sexual activities done to her while he was sitting in the corner with mask and shit on, with the video camera and playing with himself. And he allowed that to happen. A lot of people totally miss where, like the Punisher, he clearly stated, hey, this woman on the way out in the hallway, this woman we exchanged numbers. She said that that's the biggest thing that she ever seen in her life. The way he whacked it, the way he punished her, she wanted more of it. Because allegedly, Diddy ain't Diddying. Diddy ain't doing what Diddy's supposed to be doing. So yes, Cassie made the choice to go out there and deal with multiple people. So the people that Diddy had hired to engage into this sexual activity was the same people that Cassie used for her own personal pleasure outside of Diddy. Now, let's talk about those rugs. I seen it in the comments. Y'all got to realize Cassie been on those rugs for a very long time. She admitted to it even before she even got with Diddy. Once you're in that music entertainment life, in that lifestyle, you can't say what people want or what they will do. But this woman admitted, say, I was doing this before I even met Diddy. Diddy just brought me more. He asked what I'm used to, and he provided it. Especially when he helped get her first hit when they was down there in Florida. The first time the first time that they did this right here. Again, this is what she admitted to. So she can't blame the rugs on Diddy. Now, woman, you was doing this already. So again, too many people allowed their feelings to get involved into this case, not looking at the actual evidence and hearing both sides. Now, am I taking up for Diddy? The fuck no. I look at both sides. That's how the judge is about to make his decision, not too long from now, whenever that may be. So whether you feel Diddy should get this amount of time or, certain people was missing out of the case, that's when that bullshit ass fucking statement came out. Y'all had let loose around the fucking internet. Right now, the judge is on break right now, okay? The judge is on break. When that shit went around the internet and y'all dumbasses fell for it, when they had a missing witness, the first thing that y'all said on social media, it was Allie Carter. Allie Carter was the missing fucking witness. I could pull up the fucking video. And I told y'all, Allie didn't have nothing to do with this fucking trial. And then that's when Misha came out. No, before Misha, it was Courtney Burgess. He came out and he said that Kim Porter personally gave him a terabyte of footage that he has been in possession of for a very long time before she passed. And then Allie Carter said that Diddy did some things to her. And then Misha, later on in November, Misha dumbass come out, her and Adrian, I forgot her last name, Adrian something. They came out stating that Diddy did some things to them. Come to find out, all that shit was lying. I mean, they was lying. Do y'all remember when Misha came up on my platform when I was talking about her lying ass? She came up and she started telling her story. And the moment I started asking her questions, she got a lot of air in her chest. She got real defensive. And that's when she started cussing. And she dropped out of the fucking box. You sit here and told everybody on social media that was you sitting on Diddy's lap. Under the age of 18. You went around social media telling everyone that was you laying on the table with all them fucking strawberries and fruits and shit on your fucking body when you was 13 or 15 years old, allegedly. And then your dumbass friend come out saying that Diddy and his entourage, allegedly, along with his staff, had you, and I'm talking about, I forgot the lady name, the girl, I think her name was, I forgot, fuck. So much line been going on, whatever the fuck her name is. Who remember what that woman, that English, thank you, fat boo, English. She came out, y'all call her Lamisha, Adrian English, thank you, Randy. My moderators on YouTube is fucking amazing. Fat boo, thank you. They came out in November. In fucking November. Misha came out first, then Adrian came out, told the public. She did a sit down with TMZ, told the fucking public. Diddy came to my apartment. Him and his entourage came to my apartment because they wanted me to do something with them. I'm not going to get too far into detail. Came to my apartment, and when they found out that I had evidence on a few things, they proceeded to take me, this is Miss English, they took me in the back room, Diddy and his entourage, along with his assistant, which was a woman, allegedly. The woman gave her a shot so she would get pregnant. Diddy took the remote control, allegedly, to the TV and started doing some stuff to her and her VV with the TV remote control. Do y'all remember that story? And while he was doing that with the remote control, he was filming it the whole time. So when he got done with that, allegedly she was doing a lot of hollering and screaming. So he had one of his entourage to tie her hands behind her back. And then John Doe went over there and started doing some things to her. Along with Diddy, allegedly. And then that's when John Doe number 2 came in and joined the party. Allegedly. Now this Adrian English. Then you had Misha dumbass come out with her fucking story, we not knowing that they ass was working together to get a quick rich scamming scheme going on. And that picture that floated the internet with her sitting in Diddy lap with that shirt on, with that tank top on, she told everybody that was me. Who leaked my picture? And y'all saw that I did a 3-hour live on there. We broke that shit all the way down. Come to find out it wasn't her dumbass. And she go try to come up on my platform to redeem herself. And y'all see that shit didn't go well. This is the same woman that said that she saved Diddy from a burning building. This is the same. Now, remember, she's supposed to be 12 years old, allegedly. 12, 13 years old. This is the same woman that picked up Diddy and saved him from a burning building. This is the same woman, after she saved Diddy from a burning building, she ran and took off into the woods, fell out. She said she died and went to heaven. God said it wasn't the time, so she came back. She got up, looked around, and when she ran a little bit more, she went through the woods and she saw an expressway, the freeway. She jumped out over the freeway, saw some trash bags on the side of on the expressway, some trash bags, laid on the trash bags. A white man pulled over, saw her, put her in his car, and took her from Florida all the way up to New York. Now let's talk about Tory. Allie Carter. She made all these accusations, same thing that Diddy did a lot of stuff to her, allegedly, along with a lot of other celebrities. And a lot of y'all dumbasses fell for it. Did nobody... Come on, the judge is on break. That's not true. RL5, that's not true. The judge is on break right now. They still arguing. You got the defense and the prosecution team still arguing how they're going to do this. That's not true. So, thank you, Kristen. So when y'all started hearing that Allie Carter was involved with Diddy, that's when she got more supporters. Y'all didn't ask for no facts. For no proof, no evidence. Y'all didn't ask for nothing. Y'all just saw a little girl. Heard a young lady along with LaMisha, along with Adrian English, all these women coming out saying that Diddy did some stuff to them. Again, I'm not defending Diddy. I want y'all, let's get that on the record. And we have spent the last 4 months consistently showing y'all that Allie Carter didn't have nothing to do with Diddy. Back in November, I told y'all, wait till the Diddy trial. Y'all said that Diddy did this and Diddy did that to her. I said, wait until the Diddy trial. When the Diddy trial came and went, everybody, all of y'all dumbasses was pressing Allie Carter. Why wasn't you at the trial? Her dumbass get on live. She dropped the video and said that our federal government don't have access to California because the trial was happening in New York, and y'all dumbasses still fell for it. Well, I knew Diddy. What about those kids that Diddy have and all this stuff? Y'all be saying shit that you don't have no proof of. I'm not saying it's not taking place, but let's not put information out over the internet if you can't show solid evidence. Everything that I brought to y'all about LaMisha, about Miss English, about Allie Carter, we brought evidence and proof. When I mentioned Diddy mess with underage girls, do y'all remember when I dropped that video and I had to take it down because I broke some TikTok guidelines of that young girl at the music, the 2000 and I think it was the 2002, 2001 something music video award show? The little girl that got up, and then after the show, Diddy asked the little girl if she was coming to his after party, and when she said yes, he got all excited. You can look at his entourage around him. They looking like they was trying to get their fucking face out of the damn camera. Y'all remember that? So, allegedly, based off what I showed y'all on that, Do he enjoy being around little people? I don't know.
And he could be released, today or in the next month or so. That seems to be a remote possibility. Now we'll see what the rest of the day holds. But remember, prosecutors were asking for 11 years. Is the judge going to go that far? Unclear. And we also don't know how long this day is going to go. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement, that others will make a statement.
So for the gentleman that put that statement up, said CNN said that Diddy's going to get out today, and he's going to get some years. Stop fake reporting. People are always so quick to try to say something. How you gonna say something, and the judge is on fucking break? They still arguing. they still weighing in on the sides. Fake news.
Where Sean Combs might actually serve his time if he's ultimately sentenced to prison. But we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So Safa, I throw this to you. Super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
He can't. He can't.
Great question. I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life.
It's not going to work because the first thing that the lawyer is going to say, that's retaliation. Retaliation. And she's right. That's all civil matters. Nothing criminal about that. So the best thing if Diddy was to get released today, the best thing for him to do is move, and if he was be released and put on probation today, the best thing for him to do is move the fuck on with his life and leave this shit alone. Do not dwell in it.
Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more.
Hey, yo, ISO. ISO on TikTok said he would go live with Kai first. He talking about Kai in it. Hey, LeBron James was just on there. So if LeBron James was on there, hey, the way Kai made a statement about Diddy, I don't think that would be wise to let Diddy on his set because Kai is doing so good. It was very, rocky when he allowed Ray J to come on there, and Ray J was being questionable about some things. But to have Ray J, and then a month later, a few weeks later, you have Diddy to come on there, that shit will be crazy. Yes, this is live. This is live right now.
That he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years.
No, Ray J is still here. You said Kai is Diddy. Wow.
Time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside because, of course, we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people. I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically.
That's
Going to you,
right.
Safa. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
Okay.
By the way,
So it
we
will
also have
not be
another.
in front of Judge
Sure.
Subramanian.
And it makes sense because they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand down his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem.
All right, so the reason why y'all don't see the actual video, TikTok, is because if I show the video, they're going to take my page down. All right, so that's why we got the audio playing in real time with this trial. And also this what we got a live look outside the federal courthouse. Okay, all thing I ask for everybody to do is just tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get up to 70,000 likes. So that's all I ask y'all to do. I would bounce the video in every now and then to show y'all who's speaking. But for me to do that, I need everybody, to tap the screen. All right. That's all I ask. Simply, how you doing? Jennifer, how you doing? Princess, how you doing? Twizzle, how you doing? Good to see y'all. All right, y'all, let's continue.
That houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months.
There y'all go. That's who's speaking right here.
At the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can't the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can't he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, and then a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Ms. Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense, thus the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Probably won't.
Yes, he will more than
Really?
likely have some period of supervision. Typically,
Really?
Inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release, and depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But, you know, where is it? Okay, I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive
Diddy.
in a negative situation.
Diddy wrote
and, you know,
this.
He talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report and kind of talked about, you know, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter.
All right, for everybody that's coming in on TikTok, if you haven't followed the platform, please click that follow button. Also, I need everybody to tap the screen. All right, we got to show, I don't supposed to be saying that, but I just need everybody to tap the screen. Just tap the screen. And also, while y'all tapping the screen, let me ask y'all this question. Again, remember when that video surfaced on the internet of when CNN released that video of him beating Cassie's ass. The next day, he went on Instagram with that apologetic video. Now, here, y'all just heard a letter that Diddy wrote. Kind of like in the same tone, but on paper. That letter that he just wrote, do y'all think Diddy meant that letter? Or pretty much he wrote that to get out of prison, to try to get probation only? Or was he straight capping? Because again, I look at the totality of everything. You did this same shit after you beat this woman's ass. After you put your foot on this woman's back and kicked her in the back of the head, CNN released the fucking video. Not the same, you know, day or week or month this shit went down. But what I'm saying is you did that after you got caught. That's the only time people would try to get some type of, you know, want some type of redemption is when they ass get caught doing something. Like fucking cheaters. You ever caught somebody cheating, right? Right? They knew their ass was cheating. But the moment your ass catch them, this is when they dumb ass want to be apologetic. I didn't mean to do that. My dick slipped out. Excuse my French. How my vagina get over there? Yeah, like you make up some of the dumbest shit. But it's like that because your ass got caught. I don't know why us as a people, whether you black or white, if you do something, stand on it. Hey, let's look here. Hey, baby, look, I just got finished, you know, look, look. Do you want me back or not? I mean, if you want me to move on, I'll move on. But if you want, hey, I slipped off into some coochie. How long ago did it happen? Was it Quisha? No, it was Misha. Yep, it was your best friend. Yep, she yeah, you been on your period for the last 4 months straight, so I had to.
When you listen to this about the impact that Sean Combs had, when they talk about all the help, aside from after his conviction, everything that he's done while he was running Bad Boy, and they're playing this video, or they want to play this video. We've been showing B-roll of it that was prepared by the defense. It's kind of compilation, montage video of his life and the good things that he's done. Can't the judge, I mean, say, yeah, but like you were committing crimes during all this? Or, I mean, for people who don't know, even after he made that apology video, after the 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura was released, he was accused of committing more crimes, right?
I told y'all.
I mean, yeah, he was. And why are we here today? Because he was convicted of a crime. That's the bottom line that we have here. He committed a crime. It's not an accusation anymore. He's been convicted of it. So it's up to the judge, to sentence on that conviction. So I understand the defense's perspective here, putting forward all of these things, saying, Diddy is a mastermind when we're talking about Bad Boy, not only as an artist, but when we're talking about, a black-owned company that was one of a kind, when we're talking about Sean John and the clothing company and things like that. It makes sense, and it's truly the job of the defense attorneys at this point in the sentencing hearing to paint a positive picture about P. Diddy, to show, his reform that he's had through this entire process, to show in this video, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian.
I don't give a damn about none of that shit. This just me speaking as a father, right? How can I call myself a father, but I'm out here kicking women's asses? Can y'all imagine? Do y'all remember the second day of his trial? Yeah, the second day of his trial. When Cassie was on the stand, his daughters was on the second fucking row. When Cassie started to get a little more in detail, do y'all remember his daughters got the fuck up and walked out of the courtroom? Who remember that? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. How can I call myself a father of some young ladies, some little girls, and I'm out here putting my hands on women? And I'm not talking about out of self-defense. I'm talking about me engaging in the act of violence towards a woman. And I got little girls. The judge shouldn't even be dealing with, that shouldn't even be in the back of his head if he's a good father or not. First of all, these girls, they have to live without Kim Porter, their mother, because allegedly some things happened with her. Allegedly, pneumonia, head of security, pneumonia. It's amazing to me how everybody around you that's no longer here, they have been unalive due to pneumonia. But you want the judge to consider that he is a good father. And their mother is gone. Their mother is no longer here. Come on, man. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit.
He had a seat at the table referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this. If so, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey.
Thank you,
Will
Kristen.
Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on the judge's recommend. I mean, I think it'll have to come in the judgment and commitment order. More than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible, like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the residential drug abuse treatment program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, like, everybody knows about this case. Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, 2 questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Like, okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. I'm not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to based on what the defense had written in their letter. That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial? I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court, essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability. And that includes reaching out to witnesses and, intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging. And that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or, preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way. And I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing, is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And
TikTok, if you're enjoying the live stream, the only thing I ask for y'all to do is everybody tap the screen. Let's go ahead and push this to 100,000 likes. And also, y'all, let's go ahead and complete this live goal at the bottom. Let's go ahead and complete this live goal. Let's knock this out. When we complete this live goal, man, I'll stay here the whole time. I will stay here the whole motherfucking time until this fucking verdict come down. I mean, this sentencing shit come down, because I got a lot to say. All right? So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Diva, thank you so much. School Reed, thank you so much. Kirsten, thank you so much. Kristen, again, thank you so much. So Real, thank you. Kim, Pam, Edith, Auntie, CM, Kristen again, Princess, Laura, Maddie, Sherry, Simply, Tiff, Princess, Bunny and Clyde. The fuck? The fuck name? Bunny and Clyde. What the fuck y'all be doing with these TikTok names? Holly, thank you so much. Lex, thank you so much for the big ass. Not your ass, but thank you so much for the big ass corgi. All right. Black Beauty, thank you so much for the butterflies. I appreciate it. Let's continue.
This. We've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted was November of 2023, because of course that's when Cassie Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit, and then after
Tony,
that,
how you doing on YouTube?
The number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie, and then of course we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner.
Hold on one second. Let me answer this question on YouTube. Kim Johnson on YouTube said, "Are we talking about Big Homie CC? Let's not forget it. Let's not forget Big Homie CC believed Tory lies about Diddy. So why would you believe his pneumonia stories?" No, I was just talking about that's what was being alleged, that they was pneumonia. Yep.
This from the start. I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people, by and large,
for real,
like
Tony,
him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black Excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had, the future. I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when he's had been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So while it'll be more interesting to see if he is sentenced to, 3 to 5 or 7 years or 10 years. Will he still continue to teach classes? Will he still continue to fight for other inmates? The test is going to come when the judgment comes down. So I think it's a little bit of theater as far as the defense attorney, not necessarily being emotional, because that's not a problem, but I just think that's not going to make a major impact on the judge's decision, because he's going to ultimately weigh all of the information that has been gathered throughout this case.
Got another question for you from Brittany Curry. Since a lot of countries deny entry to a felon, how would his international travel be affected?
Well, once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office.
So Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention Nicole Westmoreland has been saying Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. The judge kind of took objection earlier on about where he basically said it doesn't appear that Sean Combs is really accepting responsibility for what he did here. Is the defense downplaying the crimes too much? Is this going to work against them in terms of sentencing?
I don't think that they're trying to downplay the crimes, but what I think they're trying to do is highlight the other aspects that the judge needs to and will ultimately consider. So somewhat taking accountability, yes, and there's going to be a need for that from Mr. Combs's behalf, but also saying, yes, judge, and it's towing a fine line, because in their mind, there is still some dispute on whether or not these are actual victims, or dispute about the conviction and some of the conduct or the alleged facts that the judge is going to consider. So towing that line between accepting responsibility and accountability for that, but also taking that accountability and highlighting all of the other things that Mr. Combs is known for. And I think that it's very unique here. And I really hope I'm not wrong as I'm saying this. I think that Ms. Westmoreland, she is the African-American attorney on the team.
Yes.
And so I think it's very interesting that she is delivering the statement at this moment for Mr. Combs, who is obviously a Black man who, is one of the pioneers in the hip hop world and in the entertainment world. And again, to her point earlier, is he has been one of the few, or one of the first, that has been able to sort of leverage, Black or African-American talent and things of that nature into the entertainment industry. And also, to her point, of his impact on her when she had her visit to DC. I don't think that will significantly impact the judge's decision, but it's interesting to see the lens that they are trying to convey to the court through this statement with this attorney.
By the way, Sierra, we put up a poll regarding one of the bombshells that came out today. How do you feel that Diddy lined up speaking events even though he's in custody still. 45% say disrespectful to victims. 26% say moving too fast. 18% just business. 11% say smart PR. That was a big bombshell, right? And you had mentioned why it confuses you with respect. I think you said the math is not mathing.
The math is not mathing, Jesse. And I'm not good at math, but it's not mathing, okay? So that poll, it is interesting because while we were on air, you broke that bombshell, and I think I even interrupted you. I was so shocked to hear that according to federal prosecutors, P. Diddy has lined up this speaking engagement for next week in Miami. But let me go back to the math and break it down if I can. So P. Diddy's team, the defense, is asking for 14 months, essentially time served, but not quite, because he was arrested and booked into MDC Brooklyn on September 16th, 2024. So we're not quite at the 13-month situation because right now we're only at October 3rd. So if they're asking for 14 months, let's say they get it. That's what they wanted, right? So that's a little bit more time. I mean, that's pushing us into November. So if he has this speaking engagement rather, set for next week, why are they asking for the 14 months? That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, if you're asking me about the poll, I am a little shocked that there is this alleged speaking engagement that he has booked. However, it is P. Diddy, so how surprised should we be?
Dr. Hendricks, that's a good point. Dr. Hendricks, does it make sense to you?
Well, if he gets the 14-month sentence, a year and a day sentence triggers 47 days of good conduct time. So he's already served a year in prison. So if he gets the 14 months,
he can get out.
He can get out within a few days. I don't have a computer in front of me to do the calculation.
That makes it seem like he really thought he's getting out.
Right, exactly. So
no, Fat Boo, you okay? You can stay on YouTube. So everybody that's coming in on YouTube, I really appreciate you all. Thank y'all so much for coming in and supporting the platform. Also on YouTube, if y'all haven't joined the membership, please join the membership. Everyone that's on TikTok, please tap the screen and keep getting those likes up. Let's go ahead and push for 150,000 taps. We got right at 1,000 people in the room, so just make sure y'all just tap the screen. The reason why y'all don't see the video is because if I show the video consistently, they will take the live down. So just listen. I'll show the video every now and then. Also, if you haven't followed the platform, please hit that follow button at the top of your screen. Click that follow button and give your daily heartbeat. Thank you so much, and let's continue.
Better relay that question to him nonetheless. Okay, Joe Rod says, I'm still laughing that the Punisher is at the court. Yes, he is there. Nicole Westmoreland, in the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was
Mountain
born. No one's
Dew
done this in the MDC before. Is that true?
Shout outs to Mountain Dew. Thank you so much for joining the membership on YouTube. Welcome to the On 10 platform. I appreciate your Mountain Dew, Sprite drink, grapefruit, goddamn it, Coca-Cola times 12. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Course for the individuals, and especially since he's not going to get paid for facilitating this class, so why not call it free game? And the timing of it all makes sense as well, because I'm sure he didn't have time during the trial phase to have time to be talking to inmates on a daily basis because he was preparing for trial. But post-sentence, since July, I mean, he's had enough time to create this course and begin facilitating it to the other individuals in the building. And of course, at the end of the day,
Debbie, and you said, "Hun, why are you yelling over your guests?" Do anybody see any guests on my panel? Pamela, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Do anybody else see any guests on my panel? Fuck, what the hell is she talking about? What the fuck is she talking about? Ma'am, Debbie, who the hell you talking about? The fuck are we doing here?
Was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him, so I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community, Have you seen that? Has that been effective before?
No, I have not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technology age, and I think this may be the start of something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country, they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think this is a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the 2 counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed, 20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse?
That's a good question.
During the course of this trial, there are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew, the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned. To hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't.
Hey, fuck all that. Fuck all that. Let's do a. Let me ask y'all this question: if Diddy was to get sentenced today, the judge say, "Okay, you got this X amount of months, or you have this X amount of years." We're not talking about probation because remember the defense, they're arguing probation or lesser sentencing. The feds, they're arguing 11 years or more. So let me ask y'all this. If the judge was to side with the feds, how will y'all think Diddy's response would be when he hear that time? Ashley said crash out. Anthony said crying. Well, damn. Hannah Montana said crash out 2.0. Stephanie said crying. He gonna be crying. Y'all honestly think he's gonna be crying? Grace said he gonna start twerking. You said what else we got? Somebody said crash out. Linda said the kids are making statements. Huh? Okay. So a lot of y'all say he's pretty much just going to. So everything that he's saying, that he said that he have been rehabilitated. He's a different person. He learned his lesson. Look, Judge, I changed the minds of many inside of prison. I helped them out. I created a program. I put out this video before the feds came. Right after the feds took me in, I put out a video. I had it circulating on Instagram and Facebook that I'm a great father, I'm not a bad person and all this stuff, right? Not a year later, he flipped over, he turned a new leaf. So y'all saying that, the majority of you all saying that he's going to crash out if he get time. So now the question posed, did he turn a new leaf? Now, question number 2. One for yes, just say yes or no. Fuck the numbers. Yes or no? Should they free Diddy? Should Diddy be freed today? Yes or no? I'm just taking a poll right now. Okay. Okay. So about 93% of you all said no. About 98% on YouTube said no. Okay. All right. Y'all said no. He should not be free today.
In part is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, you know, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially, probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers his sentence.
Safa Robinson-Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciated your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
All right. So it's on a commercial break. So did I miss something? What is this I just heard in my fucking headphones that some kids are making statements? What did I fucking miss? If anybody want to request to come up, I can go ahead and let you up. You said top left. Okay, I see the poll. You said his children, his kids, his biological kids are making statements. Is that what y'all saying? Can somebody please come up and explain that? I must have missed that. His sons are making their impact statements. Also, they are making pretty much just making statements on why their father should get out of jail today. Oh, wow. Wow. Now, again, I'm not saying that, his children should be away from, their father. But man, come on. I mean, how much bullshit that you have to do when you realize that you have children? You got children that's looking out, and your fucking son, your spitting image of you, he out there following in your footsteps. Cause was his ass his ass was getting sued too, wasn't it? For allegedly dealing with that woman on that boat. So this is like this is like one of those, man, damn, even you are a threat towards your children, especially your sons. Because, I mean, we know that more sons take after their father. They follow in their father's footsteps. If your father's a gangbanger, your ass gonna be a fucking gangbanger. If your father like to take advantage of women, your ass gonna take advantage of women. And y'all seeing this shit play out in real time. His son is a spitting image of him. Allegedly. And just like the women, your daughter's going to follow the same exact footsteps that your ass is doing. If you are no shit good, just unfit mother, more than likely, not all, more than likely your daughter's going to be the same way. And then you're going to have the daughters that's going to say, I don't want to be nothing like my weak ass mama. Because the only thing my mama did was sit, drink, sleep with different men, lazy, and then do shit. So I'm going to be better than her. But we call ourselves parents. Me, if you ask me, based off the totality of everything that we have covered with Diddy, I'm like Skylar just dropped in the comments. I'm like 50-50. Because at the end of the day, I'm a father. So I'm looking like, damn, man, you know what I mean? Like, fuck. So I'm 50-50. 50% he should get out, 50% keep his ass locked up. It's a touchy situation, right? But hey, I'm not him. Pamela said, yes, I'm indifferent. Let's see. I'm trying to reach out fucking comments. Ring said, I get it, but damn, he was hurting other people's kids. Yeah, he was. But you also have this thing what you have consent, and I'm not talking about people under the age of 18. Your ass is grown, you know, consent, and I'm not talking about, you know, physical violence. Talking about other things. Right? Absolutely. Teresa, children cannot give consent. Absolutely. Michelle said keep his ass locked up. You said, user said he was found not guilty. You're putting him in jail for domestic. You putting him in jail for domestic violence. Shaggy? What the fuck? Nah, that's That's not what he was on trial for. That's not why he's been, you know, they're hearing out both sides right now as we speak. Don't have shit to do. Domestic violence is a state charge, not a federal charge. Let's make sure we understand that. You said they're going to man him, for an example. I'm just reading the comments before the judge come back in. We're waiting for the judge. The judge is on a small little break. So most of you all saying keep his ass locked up. Now, due to the fact that y'all said, hey, lock him up. Keep his ass locked up. We do not want him out on the street or back out in public. Give me the reason why. Now, remember, you cannot use abuse. That's not what he was charged with. Get the domestic violence side away from it. I'm not talking about that. Let's stick with what he was charged with. Why should he stay behind bars? Tiffy Fitz said he's a master manipulator, a monster. He acts like... Now, let's go off what the law states, because remember, the judges, that they're going by, you know, federal statutes. His crimes will outweigh his wishes, wants, and needs to be free. Wow. Lovey, really? You got to say that? Really? Ma'am. Any man saying Free Diddy hates his mother and his... Okay, so one thing I would not tolerate over here is statements like that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But don't come in here speaking like that. You don't know nobody inside this chat room. And you go straight for reputation destruction to make that statement. Let's not do that, okay? Let's not do that. Well, how about you come in the box, Lovely, since okay, this is a fake. How about you come in the box? You said, oh, he's a monster. You're not about to check me, but you calling every man, any man that say, hey, let the brother out. He hates his mother and he's GAY. How about you request to get up inside the box? And how about you tell all the men that's watching right now, how about you tell them that and cut your camera on? But for everybody that's being respectful, whether you want Diddy locked up or you want him free, it doesn't matter. Thank you for being respectful in the comments. I appreciate it. Now she won't do it. That's what I call keyboard warriors. They love being in the comments talking shit, and then when it's time to let them up, they flee and run. We do this all the time. Anthony, how you doing? I'm doing just fine. What you got?
And so he's already paid a great deal. He's lost everything as far as his image, this empire he's built. They couldn't get a RICO charge on him, so they're going with what they can. I really hope they let him off. You know, we all fall short of the grace of God, but he does have children that need him. And we just don't know. You know, a lot of this is from so many years ago. Maybe this will change his ways, but in retrospect, like, look at the price he's paid. This isn't just anybody. He's lost a lot more than the average person on the street. So that's all I had to say.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man, for giving us your take on this. Thank you so much, Anthony.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. So again, the only thing I ask you is just to be respectful. That's it. Who we have here? Okay, pronounce your name. How you doing, sir?
That's okay. I'm a woman.
I do apologize. I do apologize.
That's all right.
Don't go off on me. I got bad eyes.
That's okay. That's okay. It's pronounced Habiba, so it was very close.
Habiba. Hold on. Habiba.
Yes.
Where you
I'm
from?
Just here to,
where you from?
Actually, I'm from the Caribbean, Trinidad.
I could tell. I heard in your voice. Shout outs to Trinidad.
Thank you. And I want to say, as the human race, we all fall short. We sin every day. And it's sad to know what's going on with Diddy. I have always support. I like his music. But the judge of all of us is God. And we are so judgmental about everything that he has done. And to me, it is wrong. Give God the glory and ask God to forgive him as a person. He has children. He has family like everybody else. And also, I would say, none of us was there. People know that he has money, so they go for money, you know. And that's my input. I trust in God that he comes home to his loved ones and he changed his life, like your former guest just said. And I trust in God for him. And I trust in God that God will forgive him for whatever wrong we as humanity have done. And that's my input for Diddy. I support him. He's a person. And whoever went against or for him or whatever, may God forgive us all. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming us, giving up your take, giving us your take on Diddy. Again, while the judge is on, well, I think the judge is back. Let me get two more people. I think they're back. Come on now. Kristen, do me a favor. Let the next person up. We're doing one person at a time, if you don't mind. Peanut, if you're in the chat, if y'all can, let one person up at a time. We're going to get two more. Thank y'all so much. Who do we have here?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
My name is Shama. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Shama! How you doing?
Yes. Thank you. What I would like to say is that everybody, of course, does their own thing. A lot of people wanted publicity. They already knew what it was from the beginning. You know, you shouldn't judge him. I think he should be free, home with his family. No one made those people come to his parties or anything like that. They wanted to see what was going on. They wanted a chance to be in the limelight, you know, so pretty much they should basically respectfully let him off. Like, as you said before, domestic violence is domestic violence. And if that's not what he's on trial for, no one should be persecuting him for basically living his best life the way he wanted to. And people wanted a chance to be around him, you know, because of whatever he had going on in his personal life, you know. So with that being said, no one held a gun to their head or forced them to do anything. They wanted to be there. You know, it's free will, free choice, and that's exactly what they experience. And just now that everything is being exposed, no one likes to be, I don't know, outed, so everyone's embarrassed and, you know, downing him. But they were the ones that were there initially when he was up and wanted basically that exposure, you know? And they wanted to see what those parties and everything else was about, you know, from the mates that he had or anything like that. They wanted exactly what they wanted, you know? So he didn't do anything wrong as far as being exactly who he was and who he is.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up here and let us know. And just to let y'all know, everybody that's coming up here, all of this is being recorded. You're live on YouTube also. So if y'all want to get the replay of this and see yourself live, just go over on YouTube for the replay. All right. Thank you so much. Shut up. Have a good one. All right. All right. She's going to bring one more. Let's get one more, Kristen. One more. All right, who we got? Everybody that's waiting in the queue, just don't go nowhere. Just wait right there. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Hello.
Hello.
I don't think he should get out.
State your name, ma'am.
My name is Michelle Jackson.
Michelle, how you doing? Welcome to the live.
I'm pretty good. How are you doing today?
Just fine.
I don't feel like that he should get out. I don't feel like that he's a changed man. I feel like that he's going to still be doing the same thing that he's been doing. He's been doing it most of his life. So why would he change? Just because he get up there and wrote this letter saying, I'm a changed man, I'm a this, I'm a that. I still think he's going to still do the same thing. And I also want to say they're not protecting the women that went on trial against him. If I was them, I would fear for my life.
Okay. All right. So when you said they are not protecting the women, can you explain that a little bit better?
Like the judge, I think that Cassie said that she didn't want to get on trial because I can't remember why, because something she still feared for her life. And I feel like they promised her, oh, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I don't feel like she is. I think he's going to go for them. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. What about the other women? Who's the other young lady you talking about?
I don't recall her name, but I think I can't recall her name because I didn't really too much look at it because I thought it was just disgusting. But it was another woman that he treated her really, really, really bad. She got on trial too.
You talking about Diddy's, I mean not Diddy, 50 Cent baby mama?
I don't know if that was his baby mama or not. I did glimpses and pieces of it when I get off work. I would listen to it, but I just really couldn't listen to it. But I feel like she went through hell just like Cassidy did as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Michelle, for giving us your take. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a blessed day.
You too. All right. Let's go in and see what's going on here, y'all. Hold on.
Eligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence, and with VOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible, so that's additional time he would serve in prison. If the sentence, I presume, is 3 years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low-security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time, together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question.
For everybody that don't know, again, if you see the follow button at the top of your screen on TikTok, please click that follow button. If you see that Daily Heartbeat, go ahead and click on that and join the Great Vibes team. Also, you're going to hear the audio. You're going to see the video of the person that's talking going in and out right here on this screen. All right. The reason why I can't let the video, to continuously play is because they're going to take the platform down. I could play the audio, but not show the person. So I will show the person and back out. All right. Show the person and I will back out. All right? Is that fair? Appreciate it. Thank y'all so much for tapping the screen, and for everybody that followed the platform, I appreciate it.
Wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here.
You mean to tell me you had people out there squirting baby oil? You mean to tell me you had people squirting baby oil at the federal courthouse? I ain't worried about the federal courthouse. I felt sorry for anybody that wasn't even in near the courtrooms. They in their own office on a different floor, doing their own, minding their own fucking business. They ass come outside, now they slipping all over the fucking place. How the fuck did Diddy energy transfer from the courtroom outside on this fucking ground? Now you got perverts around there talking about, baby, I see you sliding. You looking a little slippery to me. Let Junebug take you home. No, nigga. Brother, I just fell in some baby oil. No Diddy. The fuck are we doing here?
I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet, but look at this. What it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day. They blame, they excuse, they watch television. They do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful. I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There is no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it. But if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced. if he continues to do it. It just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played.
Right.
The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course, here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court, and so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with a sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology video that came out after the Cassie tape was published by CNN. A lot of people didn't buy it. They didn't believe him. He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out. What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion here?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there is a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right? The impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world, and any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you.
All right.
I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shura, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jessie Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jessie, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's, the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jessie Combs talking about how she lost her mom, her mom being Kim Porter, when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love, deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where you were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jessie. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself, too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jessie and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Maylin Bourbon, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team and panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work. So, and super chat question from Mike. What's the update? Well, I think Elizabeth just laid out the entire update. I will ask you this. there was a question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of what, 5 to 7 years?
Yes, and so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so because there are 12 months in a year, I'm having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see it possibly being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think especially in terms of the judge's tone today when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's death is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily the victim impact statement, seeing the video that played inside the courtroom, hearing from Sean Combs's children, hearing from his defense attorneys will sway him in any type of way. I think he's probably already has his decision already made. But if I were to have my guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure, possibly.
Yeah, so we have a question also, and I apologize if you answered it before, but it's this is from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside, is wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the MDC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
That was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And she, Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Adante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll...
All right, y'all heard that, okay? So we found out that the children, of course, they wrote statements. They stood up and spoke on why they feel like that their own father should be released. Now I'm gonna say this. Can you imagine as a father, and I'm speaking to the fathers, Can you imagine as a father, you sitting in front of your children and they are begging and pleading with the judge to let you out of jail? Or why your sentencing should not be a sentencing at all, why you should be on probation. We're talking about your babies, your children. That right there should not be any type of wake-up call. Like, man, I really fucked up. If as a father, if I fuck up my life, I fucked up everybody else's life. So while he was out there doing what he do, my question is, did Diddy have his children anywhere in mind? That's why I told you all last year. If you look at Diddy's career, Diddy has done well for himself, especially early 90s, or late 90s, early 2000s. I'm talking about when things was on the up and up. However, y'all notice Diddy was always in his music videos, just like Tyler Perry's always in his movies, right? Always got to be seen. Diddy was always the one that not only needs to be seen, but he has to be, he has to be heard. He always want to be heard, right? Always the one, especially at the all-white parties, got to be one, right? The cookouts, he got to be the one that give the toast. The millionaires ball, he got to be the one that speaks. It's always Diddy, right? Jay-Z told him several times to tone it down a little bit. Tone it down. Bring it down. Now remember, Diddy and Jay-Z was like this. The moment Diddy went in, Jay-Z said, hell, no, I don't know this motherfucker. We just business associates. I have no personal relationship with Diddy. Y'all remember that? When Ciroc signed him, and we all know who owned that company. When he decided to turn his back on that company and tried to sue them and create his own beverage, that's when shit really went left. If you don't know what I'm talking about, do your homework. The actions, every action has a reaction. So again, Diddy brother. Don't know what to tell you. All right, so I'm finna bring some guests in. Let's see what we have. If you want to request to come up and speak a little bit on it, we got the time just for a few minutes. The judge is on break. So we're finna enter in Fire Girl. I hope she ain't on fire. God damn, I hope she ain't on fire. Fire Girl, how you doing? I'm doing just fine. What do you have? Welcome to the platform.
Well, I think okay. So I'm obviously a Gen X, and I've listened to Diddy and watched Diddy come up. Now, everybody's got to be freaky a little bit here, a little bit there. But when you involve innocent people, who were they at a party? Probably. Did they want to be seen? Probably. Did people want to be popular in 15 minutes of fame? Yes, they do. But the problem is here. What about those kids, those women that
Hold on, sweetheart.
Dead?
Hold on. So my headphones pick up every damn thing.
I got it. I got
what?
you.
No. What the hell is you selling dope? Is that a money counter in the background?
No, I'm playing COD. I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh, you playing? Oh, you gaming? Okay, I thought you was counting money. Okay,
No. I just want to say that I have nothing against. I love people. I'm an Aquarius. I'm a humanitarian. But when people aren't given the option of if they want to take a drug or not.
Rugs. Say rugs. Go ahead.
Drugs. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you're at a party, when I'm at a party, I don't care whose party it is. And if I want to take the drugs and they're offered, and I take them. But if they're in my drink and I don't know they're there, that's not fair. That's not real. People should be held accountable for that stuff. You can't go around, taking people's innocence. So,
Okay, you lost the hell out of me. You lost me.
well, I guess what I'm saying is, although, because I've heard people say,
No,
well, they
what?
wanted to be there. They
No,
wanted to be there. They wanted to be at his party. And when you go to a Diddy party, you know what to expect.
what do we expect? Well, I mean, what to expect if we go to a Diddy party?
Well, it's freaky, right?
How do we
People
know
talk
that?
about it. There's no party like a Diddy party. That's what you hear all around, right?
But ain't say nothing about no freak though.
Well, there ain't no party like a Diddy party. What is that supposed to mean?
You tell me.
Well, it means that people are getting sexed up, and either they want it or they don't.
How do you know?
Well, the evidence.
What evidence?
All of the evidence that they pulled out of that place, out of his home.
What did they show? What did they show people getting freaky?
What did they show people? Probably didn't show anything except for the
So
oil.
so how do we
what
know?
about?
How do we know people was getting freaky at these parties?
Well, there's people that were there that said it.
Who said
Right?
it? Who said it?
Well, even Ashton Kutcher said there's no there's no party like a Diddy party.
I'm talking about
But
the
how about
freak.
all
I'm talking
the-
about no. You're not finna bypass that. But I'm talking about the freaks. Who said that they was being freaky at the Diddy parties?
The victims,
Who is the victim?
all those girls.
What girls?
What do you mean, what girls? The girls that all came out in social media
I mean,
that raised their hand.
the reason why I'm asking these questions because you were talking to over 1,000 people, right? So if you
Right.
make a statement, you got to have something to back that up. Well, we're not talking about what was going outside. We want to talk. You talking about events that was going on outside the freak offs. You're talking about the actual these parties. So
And what are you talking about?
What evidence that you have that came out that people was being sexual up at these parties?
I don't know. Was it a tanning place? Is why they had 1,000 bottles of baby oil? I mean, that would make sense, right? Like if it was like a place where you tan and it's required, to get a tan, all that oil, and you have the victims that came out, those poor victims. So I don't understand what the con.
Get the hell out of my box. You just keep playing Call of Duty. I think you're good at that. Just stay right there. Just stay. Make sure you get some more coins and you just stay over there. Just stay behind there. I promise you. I hope you prosper off Call of Duty. Right now we waiting for the new GTA to come out. You just stay over there. The reason why I'm asking, what evidence you have?
Free my nigga Diddy. Free my nigga.
Hold on 1 second, big dog. Hold on 1 second, big dog. The reason why I asked that, if you say that a lot of freaky stuff was going on at these parties, where's the evidence? That's all I ask. I'm not talking about nothing they was doing on the side. I'm talking about at the events that you brought up. That was it. Now you talking about oil, and we know what Diddy was doing with the oil, but what the fuck the tanning shit come from? Cause Misha said some shit, Allie Carter said some shit. Goddamn, what the fuck? All right, go ahead. Man, hold on, big dog. What the fuck? Hold on, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck you got in your profile picture? Don't tell me you got bands. Don't tell me
that was my nigga Future. That was my nigga Future.
Oh, okay. Like, man, bro, you trying to get a?
I just want to say, man, free my nigga Diddy, man. He ain't do it. Like, he got a good heart. Like, you feel me? Everybody make mistakes, and like, Twin made a mistake, but the mistake he made had nothing to really do with what they trying to get on with. You understand what I'm playing on?
Mm-hmm. I got
free
you.
My nigga Diddy. Yeah, nigga, free R. Kelly with him, nigga. Yeah, nigga, we on the way, nigga. Free the bro. I got all the bros in the chat. Now I ain't young. 18. I'm a graduate. You feel me? I got enough sense to know what's going on, man.
Yeah. So what is the biggest? Sorry, I'm laughing so hard I can't even form my question. What is the biggest reason why you want Diddy to be freed? Explain to everyone.
So I feel like, they say it was freakouts, this, that, and the third.
That's not criminal. Go ahead.
I feel like what they said, I just don't know if it's enough evidence. You feel what I'm putting down? Like, it was over 100 people at the freakout. Why? Like, you feel me? Like, I don't know. Twins just need to be free.
I don't know how old this motherfucker think I am. He came in calling me Hey, bro, how old you think I am?
You want me to be 100?
Yeah, you calling me
Look about 45.
God damn! Shit! Hell no! Damn! No! Hey, this YN is tripping. What the fuck? Yo!
I'm saying though, you gotta think about it though, Trump. We got a felony as our president. You feel me? I feel like Diddy deserves a second chance. I ain't gonna count.
Got you, man. Got you. Well, you know what, man? I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your energy. You say you 18?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you graduated already?
Yes, sir.
You plan on going to college?
Nah, I mean I was, but like I don't think I'm still going. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I
applied for the file, but I don't think I'm going no more.
What about any type of like anything technical? Because you sound like you're good with your hands.
I don't know. We gonna see. I got a lot of time to think right now. I'm just running up that pay. You feel me?
I got you. Oh no, I got you. All right, talk about that. I got you. Enough said.
Yes,
right?
but look though, Uncle, I'm gonna let you go back. You feel me? I've been tuned in from behind the stage, man. I hope they free my nigga Diddy today, man. No count.
All right, man. I appreciate it, big dog, man. You listen. Listen. Make sure you follow the channel, man. All right.
Yes, sir. I got you.
I appreciate it. I love the energy. Love the energy, man. Love the energy. That might came in. Yo, man, fuck this shit, man. Free twin, man. Fuck you, mean, man. Shit. Hey, man, with your bald headed ass, man. Goddamn, you look every bit of 45 with your old ass, man, with your old ass. All right, so hey, Chris, go ahead and bring the next person up. No, I love this energy. His energy was fucking amazing. I love his energy. Who do we have next? All right. Let's see who we got. Who we got here? All right. State your name and age.
Yeah, be on a run in Atlanta, and be on a run here too. Find somewhere out by.
Oh, so that's what she on the run in Atlanta?
Yeah, that's why she. Why you think Koya up here?
Do you know you up here?
I'm gonna get a job.
No, we don't need no. Do you know you up here?
Was scamming down here, and they looking for her. She been stealing.
No, keep talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, keep talking. No, fuck that. Keep talking.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you pulled me up here.
Well, hell, you requested. Goddamn it, keep talking.
I forgot I requested. I'm sorry.
Shit.
It got juicy real quick. Sorry, guys, but I'm on. Listen, I know everybody want to prosecute Diddy for stuff he's not on trial for, but free Diddy. That's only the fairness for me. Cassie got paid. She wanted money for this, and she got paid. And if I feel as though Diddy is going to be locked up, I feel like there should be other people with him. If nobody else is going down with him, they should let him go. And that's just how I feel about it. So free Puff Daddy, let him out.
I appreciate that. Now let's get to the tea. Who the fuck is stealing?
Somebody's a scammer. Okay, so you know everybody has like one hater cousin, right?
Uh-huh.
So apparently this hater cousin just couldn't stand me no more, and she punched me in my face yesterday. So I called the cops on her yesterday because she's already wanted in Atlanta for stealing and scamming people and stealing, and so they're already looking for her. So I called the cops on her, and now they're looking for her up here.
Damn, when she punched you in your face, did she come to your house?
Yeah, I was next door at my aunt's house, and she's living couch to couch, at my family's house. And I happened to go over there talking to my aunt about something, and she just didn't like something that I said, and she came up to me and like shook my brain. I ain't gonna lie, she punched me in my shit. And yeah.
Damn, so I heard people moving from place to place, but fuck, from couch to couch?
Couch to couch, smell like
So
Pussy
who was
and dirty fingernails.
who was old boy that was near your phone? Because I heard a dude's voice. Who was that? I heard. Now, big dog, I heard. Hey, babe, hey, you live? They hear us. They
No, he's
live.
over here. He's over here tripping because the little YN called you
I know he probably his ass probably 30 years. He probably 30 his damn self. Hey,
yeah, he's older. He's because we get the and the auntie. No, YN.
So he ain't got no room to be laughing no motherfucking well.
No.
How?
He's laughing because it's just funny because this young generations with the and the auntie is hilarious.
No, but listen, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Have
take
a
care.
good one.
You too.
Free Diddy.
Free Diddy. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. All right, next person. You can't make it up. Everybody that's watching, make sure you tap the screen and if you haven't followed the channel, please follow the motherfucking live. Also, while she's bringing the next person up, before you speak, hold on, before you speak, if you haven't yet, please, if you want to see the replay of all this craziness, all right, please go to this YouTube channel here. Great Vibes on 10. That's my handle. Make sure you go over there. You can find all the replays. Hit the like, subscribe button, the notification bell, and to keep it moving. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go ahead and get to this young lady that's mugging the fuck out of the camera with these glasses on her head. Ma'am, state your name and your age.
My name is Mulani Love, and I'm 31.
All right. Good to meet you, man. Why the hell you looking at the camera like that? Who you mad at?
Nobody. I just felt real sexy and I don't know, it gave at that moment, at that point. But I just want to say free Diddy. I'm mad that he didn't invite me to the freak offs. You know, I was a hors d'oeuvre on the table, getting ate like a Jolly Rancher. But anywho, yeah, free Diddy. When he do get free, I think it's gonna be a whole lot of hood freak offs. Wink, wink, baby oil, wink, wink. Nah, but
get your ass the fuck out of my shit. The fuck is this shit, man? What the hell is going on here? The fuck is going on here? Hey, yo, get your ass on somewhere. The hell, the fuck is this shit? No, TikTok don't ban me. Yo, the hell is she talking about? Next. Hey, Jessica, how you doing? State your name and your age. The fuck is this shit? The hell? The hell? I hope that baby oil you eat, I hope it have needles. Tax. Thumb tax. How you doing, ma'am? How old are you?
I am 41.
Oh, okay. We the same age. How you doing, man? What you got?
Well, first of all, I feel like they should free Diddy.
Why?
Because all them people was grown, and they knew what was going on. They knew what his party was about. So how they trying to blame him for what went on?
Gotcha. Everybody was grown and giving consent.
And I was young, my own self. Want to be grown, want to be hot.
AKA being fast, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Tell it like it is.
I like the party too. Shoot, I would have been at one of his parties too.
No, you ain't finna speed past that. Say party again.
Party.
Where you from?
Mississippi.
I knew it. Got the sip. Got the sip in the town. Don't give your town or your state, but we got the sip in the town. Welcome to Mississippi, where ain't a motherfucking thing. Y'all need to clean Jackson up.
I ain't from Jackson.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, that's the capital. That shit need to be cleaned up.
I'm around here in this old Gulfport, Mississippi, was real ratchet.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Gulfport. I'm familiar with the Gulfport area. It's nice. Got a nice beach out there. Got it.
And also, the stuff with Justin Bieber and all that crazy crap. First of all, my kids wouldn't have been going nowhere. I don't care how much money I could have got and all that stuff. I would have raised my kids. When they turn 18, they can decide what they want to do in life or whatever. Like, how do you hand your kids off to strangers just for money?
And who we talking about?
When they was bringing up Justin Bieber and all that
Oh,
type
oh,
stuff.
oh, well, yeah. Oh, well, we can really go down the rabbit hole with that one. But I got you. So you pretty much saying free Diddy, right? Free Diddy.
Why go to damn jail?
All right, y'all. There it is, y'all. She said it. So if y'all can, that's another person. I have not had it yet. Have a person that say keep his ass locked up. Everybody said, including everybody saying free him. All right. Where's that young lady that was in the chat earlier talking about if you said free Diddy, that means your mama is gay. You hate your mama and you're gay. Ma'am, are you still in the fucking chat? I can't even talk right because I'm still tripping off the young lady talking about she was freaky. The fuck are we doing? It's too early for this shit. The hell are we doing here? All right. So we got next is JT. If I'm saying your name right. Welcome to the live. How you doing? State your name and your age.
Okay, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for inviting me up. I am 53, and again, my name is Jati.
Jati, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And I'm saying it with my chest out since everyone likes to use that. Diddy shouldn't even be breathing. Diddy does not deserve anything. Diddy is a groomer. He's a whole pedophile. He's trafficked and harmed more than just teens and young adult women. He had that little Caucasian girl on one of his lives, and then they essayed that little girl. Nobody's talking about that. Diddy is just the face for the rest of these groomers and pedos that's going to be put out here that's part of that list.
Okay, so let me ask you. Wait, hold on. Let's back up a little bit. So, because if we say something like over here, when I talk about different topics, I make sure that I bring y'all evidence. I make sure I bring y'all facts, right? I'm not one of those podcasts where I just say shit and because if somebody challenged me on it, I need to make sure that I can provide the right paperwork or even bring up the videos, right? So when you say Diddy is a pedo, explain it. Explain it.
Well, so there was a video surfacing around the internet with
What's the name of it?
I'm not sure what the name of it is. It's on YouTube though, but it's in reference. It has Diddy, it has Jay-Z, and
you talking about when they was in had them kids in the room?
Yes.
And Jay-Z walking out?
That is one of them.
Do we know what was going on in that room?
Why would the little kids be there?
Okay, I got you. But do we know what was going on
Of
in the room?
course we know what's going on in that room. The same thing that they rap about and they talk about in their songs. Chris Brown got a whole song where he's talking about
No. Listen to the question. Okay? Now again, y'all, I don't support pedo behavior. I want to make sure I'm clear on that cuz I have children, all right?
Yeah.
We just saw a piece of a video. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I understand that we just saw a piece of it.
Yeah, let me finish. Because a lot of times when we talk about stuff like this, we got to leave our emotions out of this.
No emotions.
All right. So we saw a piece of a video, and Jay-Z and him made some type of little gesture, right? Kind of like doing his head like that, and the camera angle got some girls and sitting like at a table or something.
Young girls.
Some young girls sitting down. Now, do we know what was going on in the room?
Yes, we do.
What was going on?
So although they were sitting there, as I said, he's a groomer. He's a trafficker.
Okay, again, you did not answer the question.
Just because nothing was physically at that point in time on that camera clip.
We're talking about that point.
Okay, but I'm saying to you, why would these young girls, why would he have any of those young girls? That would just be like he has young daughters.
Yeah, I know.
What
So
if
that's
his young daughters? What if his young
ain't no,
daughters?
ma'am, ain't no what if you to take this in front of a judge, and they see of that video, you're assuming,
And
or
they're
you
no, I'm not
wait,
assuming. They're going to
wait a
ask
minute,
him why was
ma'am,
those young girls there.
ma'am. You said that you knew what was going on in the room. That was your words, not mine. So I
Right.
asked you what was going on in the room based off a video pan, because the camera was panning, that you seen some little girls in the room with Jay-Z walking out and Diddy walking up to. What was
young
going?
little Caucasian girls.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say little girls. What was going on in the room that you saw? Because we saw little girls sitting down. What did
Yeah.
What did you see?
I saw the perspective of them young girls going to be a part of something that was going to be inappropriate. That's what I saw.
So you saw nothing.
Oh no, I saw a lot. Because exactly what I saw was everything that Jaguar right, everything that
I'm
all of
not
these
talking
other
about
people say.
nobody else, ma'am. Notice when I'm talking, I'm just talking about, we're talking about
I
the same.
understand what you're saying.
Let me
but
finish.
what do you have scrolling across your what do you have
Man, we
scrolling
ain't
across
talking
your
about
screen?
we ain't talking about that thing that's scrolling across my screen.
It says trafficking.
Ma'am, how about you listen?
I listen.
No, you're
you
not.
Just don't, no,
You're
I
doing.
I do listen.
Okay,
you just
now,
don't like the response that I'm
now
giving you.
I'm finna mute your ass. You say you 50-something years old. Let's use common sense here, and let's use logic. You came up here talking like that, not me. Again, we're talking about the same video. What did you see that Diddy and or Jay-Z was doing to these little girls that were sitting down in these chairs in this unknown room? What did you see? You can unmute your mic. You probably still running your mouth. You can unmute your mic. Just answer that question. Fuck what's scrolling on my screen.
My mic has been unmuted.
What did you see? What did you see?
Inappropriateness.
What
was
was inappropriate about that?
They didn't belong there.
What was going on for them not to
They
be
were
belonging there?
underage.
What was going on for them not to
Where was
belong
their
there?
parents?
Oh my goodness. Let me just get your ass down. You just stay in the comments. Cause you have no idea. You the type of person the judge would lock up for contempt. Cause you saying a bunch of nothing. You going off your emotions. Don't nobody know what was going on in that room. Because you feel like something was going on in that room doesn't make that valid. Was it other women in the room? We don't know. We got a maybe 15% scanning of that room. And the camera caught some little girls. But do we know? Could a dance class be going on? We don't fucking know. So let's stop making accusations on these public platforms. God damn. Rodney, what's going on?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Sick of this shit, man. That's why I got so much gray hair on my fucking chin.
Listen, man, she done been hurt, bro. You understand? She sound like a scorned woman, bro. You know what I mean? So everybody has an opinion, but if she can't answer a question, you know, I just laugh. I've just been laughing the whole time. Everybody can read a picture. You know, you look at a picture and you go say, oh, this is inappropriate. So, you know, well, anyway, my name is Rodney Baker. I'm straight out the Boogie Down Bronx.
Yeah, I can tell.
I just happened to, was scrolling and I caught you, man. I've been listening to you now for a minute. And I heard everybody has an opinion. Mm-hmm. But you know what? The brother, everybody's talking about what the brother did, the bad things. But the brother did some good things. You understand? You know what I mean? So, I mean, we got to all unite as black people and stand up and back each other up. There's no more of that. There really hasn't been that. You all right, bro?
Listen, trust me, with these headphones on, I can hear it. I'm getting some water. Hell, go ahead.
Well, the brother tried to start a revolution. He's trying to sue Ciroc. He put his name out there. Like, he was making power moves.
Right.
So they had to shut him down. That's anywhere you go. But let the brother go home. Man. He didn't get enough stuff. Everybody has a personal life, okay? And he just let people invade his too much. Everybody got freak offs going on. You know what I mean? Everybody get their little freaky dicky going on. Or they like little girls. You'd be surprised. Your neighbor, the pastor, is a damn pedophile.
Yeah.
Look at
Yep.
all these past priests that's been raping kids for 100 years, acting like a priest. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody perfect. He did his thing. Hey, yo, baby, now it's time for him to retire from that. Because he's been exposed. You know what I mean? Such is life, bro. Such is life. You
Well,
heard
yeah,
me?
you know what, Rodney? I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. I was trying to give that young lady the benefit of the doubt, but my patience is a little bit too small. I ain't got time for it. I'm from the South. Man,
Yeah, I'm
look,
63 years old, man. I'm 63 years old, man. I
I
done
can
been
tell.
there, done that, seen a whole lot. You
Yes,
understand?
yes, sir.
My testimony have people join churches, man. Trust and believe. You
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes,
So
sir.
when you born in the gutter, you understand what I'm saying, and you work your way up out of that, you just glad and thank God for what you have right now.
Yes,
And
sir.
you got to be forgiven.
Yes,
The
sir.
brother made a mistake. He got exposed. He did a little time. Let the man go home. He got kids and grandkids. It's all good.
Well, you know what, Big Rodney, man, we really appreciate that those words. That was needed today, man. I really appreciate it.
God bless you, my brother.
All right, same here, Rodney. Take care.
I'm gonna lock you in there.
Oops, dropped him already. My bad, Rodney. I know you still talking. My bad, Rodney. If you want to come back up, request to come back up. But y'all, that was Big Rodney, straight from the Bronx. Nina, Nana.
Yeah.
How you doing? The fuck? How you go click over? Nana.
Hello.
Hey, don't be clicking over if you in the box. How you doing? The
How are you? Can
you
you hear me?
Yes, man, we can hear you. How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
How old are you?
So, how old am I?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 38.
Okay. All right. What do you have on the? What do you have on the? You have anything to say?
So, I'm a prison nurse in a minimum security prison. Listen, they need to let that man go. These people knew what they were doing. I've seen worse things. Like, we have people where I work that have murdered people, okay? They get like 10 years, get to get out after 5 years. So they need to let Diddy go, period. That's all I got to say.
Before I get rude. The next time I go up on somebody's panel, I'm going to tell them that I passed my bar exam in 1995. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Let's get back. Hold on, y'all.
One room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life.
Oh,
Again,
this Diddy.
I'm not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there, why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. And I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be.
Diddy, somebody trying to unalive you every day. But also in the same letter, you said that you help a lot of men, with these business classes. I don't. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something. Cause the last young lady that was up here said she was a nurse in a medium security prison. She's a nurse.
I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He could be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children. And I think the video and these letters can be impactful. And that's what good mitigation should do. Address all of these collateral consequences. Because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank J.P. Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up. So if you have questions about the case, the sentencing, please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in New York per se, but you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge, because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people for prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the four corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex and essentially be a voyeur. I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there are just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in the courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see that we're not, in my opinion, looking at 11 years for this particular charge.
So, by the way, I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening in court. The afternoon session is back. The judge is back. Sean Combs is back. Apparently, he did a prayer gesture, blew a kiss toward his mother, Janice Combs. It looks like we're going to hear more from the defense. By the way, Rich, you go to letters that the prosecution has submitted. Deontay Nash, who was the stylist who testified for the prosecution, in his letter, true change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. He goes on to say, Judge, this is not a good man. You know what's interesting about that is earlier today, Judge Subramanian made the comment that it appears that Sean Combs is not really denying what he did or not accepting responsibility for what he did, the transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if the judge is going to be persuaded by a letter like this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the theme I was talking about remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And this goes to remorse and regret. So Sean Combs has repeatedly taken responsibility for the one videotaped act of violence against Cassie, which he sort of had to because it's captured on video and it's horrific. And he has taken responsibility. He has apologized for that, and he apologizes for it in the letter. And in the letter to the judge, he sort of vaguely takes responsibility.
TikTok, look here. I need everybody tapping the screen. For everybody that has tapped the screen, I really appreciate it. And for everybody that has given your daily heartbeat and also the roses and also all the gifts, man, I really appreciate you all. Peanut, thank you so much for the big booty corgi. Let's thank you so much. Look here, y'all. We got less than 1 hour to complete this live goal. All right. So I need y'all to complete this live goal today. All right. So let's go ahead and push for 200,000. I think we almost there on the taps. But yeah, let's go ahead and complete that live goal, all right? But everybody that's in here, thank you so much. If you see that follow button at the top of your screen, please click that follow button and follow your boy Great Vibes on 10 for the win. And also hit that daily heart me. I really appreciate it. So yeah, you damn right. All right. Thank you, Tizzy, Chick D. Thank you so much for the big ass, for the big booty. Appreciate it. Y'all said sentence him. Did they sentence him yet? If they did, I wouldn't still be here. Pay fucking attention.
Judge has asked Mr. Steele. Judge has said, Mr. Steele, Brian Steele has said, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. Sierra Gillespie, you're outside that courthouse. You've been providing updates about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Aside from the fact that Dr. Hendricks, who we had on earlier, actually paid you a visit in downtown court, what are you seeing? Has the feeling changed outside the courtroom as we're coming now to the second half of the day?
Yeah, it was so cool, first of all, to see Dr. Dwayne Hendricks because, as you know, Jesse, most of our guests we know virtually. So all the guests we have on today, I know them, but I've never met them in real life. So that was cool to have him in studio and here. And I guess it's kind of a symbol of what we've been seeing, right? More people have been coming here as the day stretches on. And that's kind of what we said at the start of the day, right? We don't know how long this could go. It could be really quick, it could be long. And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening, and I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges. And what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking? What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has 2 convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20, so the tops is 20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket, that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max you truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, you know, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life.
Damn, that was rude. He was like, I thought he was about to go back to her. She was like, fuck this shit, cut the lights off. Okay, got it. That's how she wanted. That was, damn. That shit was rude. Fuck this podcast. Shit, man.
He, booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adante's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win could be the judge considers it enough to sentence on the lower end. I am convinced the only reason he gets the shortest sentence possible is if the judge is a believer and buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. That is what moves me most. And I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Adante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claimed he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim in a greater sense than other statements?
You would hope that the judge is weighing all statements and placing the appropriate amount of gravitas or weight on those statements based upon credibility, the evidence, and in the context of the charges, as well as the person he's potentially being sentenced. So I think her words, certainly carry a lot of weight. She was essentially the government's star witness. and testified in front of the judge, so he's able to judge her and her words and on his own basis, from having watched her testify on the stand and go through, I believe it was 4 days of testimony and being cross-examined too. So I hear her words. It's clear those are very strong words, a lot of passion, a lot of pain in those words. And Sean Combs has acknowledged, what his conduct may have caused for her and paid for it with now a conviction.
Just to let you know, to the young lady that asked that, what you're hearing right now is live. Everything is live. But from the inner city press, there hasn't been any updates. The judge and everybody, they just got back in the courtroom from lunch and they still doing their thing. So no updates. So hopefully we get there pretty soon. Hope we get there pretty soon. I need to stop being lazy with my grammar. I'm being lazy.
Many celebrity cases, Adante, many celebrity cases in recent years, Weinstein, Cosby, R. Kelly. Is it important to...
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck he was able to get his hair swashed to the left like that. No, not you, brother. I'm not talking about you. Why the fuck he get in the camera? I was talking about the Gerardo looking dude. How he's able to... That... Could no dude... See, bro, see... Homeboy right here wear do-rags. I'm talking about the guy with that crispy... Fuck it.
Or challenge any decision that they think is unfair or not based in the law as they see it. The same side, on the flip side, I should say, judges are where the public is looking. And so if a judge is to give a slap on the wrist to a celebrity, there could be a lot more social criticism and critique about the judge's decision. And so the judge is in a position where he knows the public is looking, and he's also in a position where he knows the defense attorneys are also looking. So I think celebrity cases on balance do get some special consideration. At the same time, when you run afoul of the law in this way, and there is a heightened media attention around the case, puts the judge in a position where they don't have as much wiggle room as they otherwise might have in other people's cases.
Dante Pointer, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
All right, Peanut. Thank you. Thank you, Peanut.
All right. So Rich, let me go to you on something here. We're getting updates from court. What Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, has been saying to the court, says, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guards stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. So really talking about the dire consequences he's in at the MDC. But this part's interesting to me. It's something he said before. Please consider the following two reasons I believe we're here. Untreated trauma, great trauma in Sean's life, and a ferocious drug addiction that got out of hand. I don't want to say that they're excusing what he was convicted of, but is that trying to provide an explanation that may not work to their benefit?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to remind the judge the whole story of Sean Combs, that what he came from and what he accomplished, and that independent of all of these things that bring him to trial, he has done some genuine great acts for people that ever documented in some of the things we've seen in the past few days. He really has done some things in the public interest. He is the product of a troubled home, including the death of his father, and he very clearly has been a drug addict. Now, drug and alcohol addiction does not generally get you a reduced sentence. I mean, there are situations in the criminal justice system where you might get sentenced to a drug or alcohol program in response to some crime you committed, like drunk driving, but this isn't that situation. This is sustained criminal conduct over a period of time that was in part affected by the drug consumption, and it offers some explanation, but it's not an excuse. It doesn't get him off the hook. It doesn't get him out of jail. But I don't think it's a problem having some sort of context. I do find it interesting. Brian Steele was the most recent member of Diddy's very extensive, very excellent legal team. And him taking personal ownership of how he knows Diddy and how he's come to know it, I think that's a tough sell when he's really only known him in the latter stages of this case myself.
That's a fair
I have some thoughts on the drugs, if I can.
Yes, Justin.
Okay, so the probation report is very important. You see how much this judge has referenced the probation report, the guidelines. So it is essential to have an accurate probation report, especially if he goes to prison. I've been to prison, and they'll say the PSR is the Bible in prison. So any history of substance abuse or alcohol trauma needs to be reflected in that report. Also, in the federal prison system, there is a program called the Residential Drug Abuse Program, where if you are eligible, and I'm not sure if his crime makes him eligible, if you complete the program, you can get 12 full months off of your sentence. And part of the reason you get that reduction is because if you are less inclined to drink or do drugs, you're less likely to recidivate. So it can certainly be a mitigating factor. In my experience, if he says, I was once an addict.
Okay, all right. He keeps talking like, God damn. Listen, I need everybody that's watching right now, not YouTube, but everybody that's on TikTok. If you're able, please drop in the chat, I love the TikTok shop. Right now, please. I need everybody put in the comments, I love the TikTok shop. We got to throw the fucking, we got to throw the computer off. We got to throw the AI scanning off. If you could do that for me, I really appreciate it. Anytime they mention some stuff like that, we got to throw the computer fucking off. Thank y'all so much for putting that in the comments. Thank y'all so much. And for everybody that has tapped the screen, everybody that has gifted, I appreciate y'all so much. We are sitting at 223,000 likes. I really appreciate that. Y'all are freaking amazing. And also, if you see the follow button at the top of your screen, please click that follow button at the top of your screen and hit that daily live, not the daily live, hit that the daily heartbeat at the top of your screen. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fat Boo. All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for doing that for your boy. Is that Cassie? Yep, that's Cassie.
That's correct.
But really, she's more of a victim of the counts for which he was found not guilty, right? She was a victim of the sex trafficking count and of the RICO count. So he may have to discount it on that basis a little bit. He may have to discount it if the judge had any credibility issues, including the fact that she was compensated in a civil settlement for this. And by the way, as I understand it, the prosecutors got interested after they saw that civil settlement. It's not like she said, no, I don't want the money. I want to go to the authorities and have them prosecute this case. So the judge could take those circumstances into consideration, but only on that limited issue of how meaningful is her statement.
Sierra, I want to go to you. We have a poll that we put up where it says, what are you paying most attention to in this case? 80% say the sentencing itself, 10% say Diddy, 7% say victims' voices, 3% public reaction. I think that's encompasses so many different things, but what are you most paying attention to in this case?
I think that makes sense though, right? We're all paying attention to the sentencing, right? That's why we're all here. The culmination in everything that we've been following from the start, the fact that Cassie filed her lawsuit initially, the first one that I always go back to and say was the bombshell, really broke the floodgates. We all have been paying attention really since then. Then, of course, the federal raids of Diddy's home, that I believe was March 2024, September 2024. Now we finally have a couple of the charges come down. So that poll to me makes sense because this is the resolution, right? If we're going back to, I guess, high school when we have intro to conflict, rising action, climax, now we're heading to the falling action and the solution, which would be the sentence here. And I think that's why everyone's on the edge of their seats, has been watching. Thousands of people have been watching our live stream since this morning when we started at around 10 o'clock, because we all want to know the answer to the question. What is Diddy going to face as far as the sentence? Where is he going to go? What is it going to look like? And I guess, I'm so eager to talk about it because I want to know too.
I think we all do. And when is it going to happen is another question, because we just don't know. That's one of the unknowns for today. And by the way, talking about unknowns, going to you, Justin, what is life? Let me ask you this. If Sean Combs is sentenced to significant prison time in a federal facility, as we talked about earlier, it may not even be in New York. It may be in a place that is near where he could be released to, another state. What does life look like for him in federal prison?
Well, first off, regardless of the sentence today, it's a good day in some ways for the family because you get clarity. It's very difficult waiting and wondering for that number. So regardless, he gets some clarity. Now, he also has this perspective of spending so much time in detention, right? My partner endured it for 1 full year. Then he went to the penitentiary in Atlanta. And despite, the gun towers and the razor coil, he felt free because he was out of detention type setting. So it will be much easier, even if the sentence is longer, once he gets to a low security prison where there might be fences and barbed wire, but you're free to roam. You can go to the track, you can go to recreation, free to walk to the chow hall every single morning. It will be a dorm type setting. You can visit with your family, no partition separating you. It's kind of like visiting in an airport, right? You're around people that you don't know, you have some semblance of privacy. So it will be a much easier environment inside of a low security prison compared to what he's enduring right now. If he goes there, he will form a routine. He will work, he will visit, he will call home. He will most likely have access to email. If not initially, it will come. And he will have ample opportunity outside of programming, like hours a day, to continue to develop this program he has told the court he is developing. Because if he is inside of this prison, I think you know what he wants, Jesse. He wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. The question is, how do you do that? You demonstrate to a case manager that you're a candidate to go directly to home confinement. He needs to stand out. He may need some more liberty down the road from this judge. He's only going to get that if he has a record that shows why. So it can be a very productive experience for him, much easier than MDC, that much I know.
Rich, just to be clear, because the judge denied him bail, because the judge denied his motion to throw out the convictions recently, is that a preview of where the judge may lie when it comes to Sean Combs, that he may throw the book at him, so to speak?
Well, I don't know that one necessarily means the other. Now, obviously, denying his motion to throw out the conviction is a big deal. That means the conviction stands and he has to get some punishment. I would say the fact that he denied bail was indicative to me that he was going to remain in jail, that the judge thought that Sean Combs would be remaining in jail for some period after the sentencing. So that did suggest that to me, but it's not necessarily true, and it doesn't necessarily mean a long sentence. It just means probably a sentence.
Sierra, as we're looking at this, you read the letter from Sean Combs. We played his apology video earlier on. You looked at the compilation video that was put forward. We're all anticipating what Sean Combs will say in court. Obviously, he said a few things during the course of this trial here and there, but this will be his first potentially uninterrupted message to the court. Aside from his letter, what are you going to be looking out for, Sierra?
I think it's going to be emotion. Right? That's something we all are interested in. And we've already seen that today. We heard Elizabeth Milner's reports. We've been reading the tweets today. Even Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, was showing emotion. She got choked up and she was crying. I mean, this is something I could expect from his children, which we did see because it's their dad and they want their dad in their lives free, not behind bars. So with Diddy, I can kind of imagine this is one of the most intense days of literally his entire life. The fact that he has been behind bars at MDC Brooklyn for more than a year at this point, and it's possible he could be getting out kind of soon. And I mean, this is Diddy's chance to really have the floor. We saw the apology video kind of a while ago. He's pretty, stern and straight-faced. But as you have pointed out time and time again, Jesse, after that apology video, he then went on to commit more of these alleged, offenses. So it's interesting to have seen that, and then prosecutors say, okay, but after that, he went to commit more crimes. What I'm thinking we're going to hear from P. Diddy is a lot of remorse. I think we're going to hear from him, I've changed a lot. Here are the reasons why. Here is why I deserve a lesser sentence. Here is how I'm going to change. And I really do think it's going to be pretty emotional for him because I've said this before, P. Diddy is a pretty charismatic guy. He's very charming. I mean, there's a reason that so many people were in his orbit, whether that's good or bad. I mean, make your own judgments. I do think that he has kind of an electric personality, and I think he's not afraid of an audience either. So he's going to use this time, take the floor, tell it all, and honestly maybe get a bit emotional too.
Yeah, and I also, as I'm looking at this update from court, Brian Steele says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He's by the phone now, so we'll see where that goes. But, you know, I go to you, Justin, on this. Do you believe, based on what you're seeing and hearing, oh, by the way, one more thing, one more update. Brian Steele says, October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So referring to the Miami thing. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So again, that Miami event is not a speaking engagement, like he's ready to go on the town and speak and thought he was going to be released. Do you think that it's credible that if he's released, he will be a force for good? That he will help people on the outside? You tell me.
I do. I think the letters from his family and his level of introspection while on the inside forces him to see this differently. And I do think regardless of the sentence, he recognizes this can be a lifelong stain for his family, his young children, or it can be an opportunity for him to say, I made bad decisions, I was held accountable, and as a result of this experience through the system, I want to continue to build and show how I'm part of the solution. It's why I started from a difficult environment in MDC, where I read his lawyer argue that he was nearly shanked and killed in prison. Despite getting nearly shanked and killed, he's building and contributing. So I suspect he will continue to do this work, whatever the sentence is, not just as a strategy to maybe get out of prison earlier or have more liberty on the other side, but because his children are watching and they shouldn't pay the price forever because of some bad choices from their father. So I think he truly gets what's happening, and I think he's used his time in prison to begin building. But he'll be building for the rest of his life.
Rich, update from court. Brian Steele says, Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. As we're listening to this, and we're hearing different sides because the prosecution came out earlier and talked about the aggravating circumstances of these crimes, what makes it so egregious, focusing not just on transporting people, but the violence of it. The judge is weighing all this. You wonder what the judge is going to say. You wonder what the judge is going to rule. What do you think a sentence would look like here?
You mean what am I predicting here?
Yes.
Well, I think like most people, I think it's going to be in that 70 to 87 month region because that has been recommended in the pre-sentence report. The judge has already acknowledged that seemed to be the appropriate range because that's in the middle of what the defense is seeking and what the prosecution is asking, because that seems like a serious sentence, but not too serious. And you do have to take into account that this case by the government was an effort to put Sean Combs in prison for the rest of his life on some very serious charges. And on the most serious charges in this case, the government lost. The prosecution found him not guilty of racketeering. The jury found him not guilty of trafficking. And I think the judge has to consider that and can't impose a ginormous sentence on him in substitute for the counts in which the defendant prevailed. I don't think that would be. One other comment I'll make just on something you just said, Jesse, I don't know. I think there might be a lot of people who would do 5 years in prison if they came out with Sean Combs' money and power and fame. I actually think that line would be pretty long. So it is a significant sentence if that's what it is, but he still is in running to have the life he has or something akin to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, again, that was Justin. That's what Brian Steele said. He's passionately advocating for his client, even saying just now, you know, some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. These people are wrong. I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would dream of doing. He's punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. He's off the drugs. He's a different person. The drugs affected his thinking. Is he pushing too much in a way where, again, will it appear to the court like they're disregarding what he was convicted of and what he was accused of and what the evidence presented at trial?
Certainly, you could argue there could be a little more focus on the victims and the impact and the impact on their life. It's an interesting dynamic because he's essentially saying, I accept responsibility while still maintaining the right to an appeal. And the judge commented on that. Arguably, probably maybe get a shorter sentence than even the guidelines if he said, I'm not appealing, seeking a new trial or an acquittal. I'm just all in. I made bad decisions, Your Honor. I am fully responsible. That certainly could have moved the needle. This lawyer is doing well what lawyers are paid to do. They're paid to focus on the virtues of their client, mitigating factors. The only thing that's helping Mr. Steele make this argument is that I believe Sean Combs has actually begun with evidence. He's begun to do some of this work while in a very difficult setting. If Sean Combs had not done any of this teaching, mentoring of other prisoners, avoiding problems, but more so showing that he can help people there, these arguments would really fall on deaf ears. It would be very, very bad. I went to a sentencing hearing recently and the judge opened up and said, you know, there's very little evidence to support these claims that you're making about, you know, your client. You're saying it. I don't see it. There's something here that's making Mr. Steele's job measurably easier, but it's his job to focus also on the consequences that Combs is enduring. And this is a different type of crime. White Collar Advice was very involved in that Varsity Blues case years ago where all these parents paid to get their kids into school. That was a bad thing, but that was a white collar crime with sentences from 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, a different stigma than this crime, which is the reason more than ever he's got to demonstrate what he's learned, why this will never happen again, and how through my platform, I'm going to influence millions of people moving forward. This is as much about his children, their legacy, how it will impact them, as it is his. Because even if he gets 87 months with good time served, it's not a life sentence, but it could be for his children if he doesn't continue to.
So what I'm gonna do is while he's talking, I'm going to bring a few people up. Hey, welcome to the platform. Let's see. I guess your phone ain't working. If you got Cricket Wireless, don't request to come up here. Cricket is not working well on today, and I've noticed that. So if you got Cricket Wireless, do not request to bring your ass up here. Please don't. I know what I'm gonna do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. This some bullshit. Sir, state your name, the cell phone company you with, and your age. Let's go.
My name is Mikhail Trice from Birmingham, Alabama. I've been a follower of this trial from point A to point B, and I'm with T-Mobile.
Thank you, T-Mobile. God damn it! If you said Cricket Wireless, okay, gotcha. What you got? Talk to me,
man. I really feel like a lot of this is not fair and it's unjust. What's going on, and I think the judge and everybody else should take into account the good deeds that Diddy has done. You know, he's taking accountability for the bad, but I just hope the judge keeps in mind that he's been sentenced for 2 counts of the Mann Act, the violence and all that good stuff. You know, it's a part of it, but we all fall short of the glory of God, and no one sin is bigger than another.
You know what, Mikhail? That's how you say your name, Mikhail?
Yes, sir.
Man, listen, thank you so much, man. Shout outs to Birmingham. They got them lights under them bridges out there, y'all. I'm telling y'all, if you haven't visited the Birmingham, Alabama area, y'all, at nighttime, them bridges light up at night. So
yes,
y'all
sir.
go down there and check them out. And Mr. Mikhail, thank you so much for coming up here and putting your 2 cents in on this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for allowing me on here.
No, sir, Mikhail. Take care. All right, shout outs to Birmingham. All right, I appreciate that. Again, if your ass got Cricket Wireless, do not take that. Appreciate that, Will. Do not request to bring your ass up here. All right. And I got Cricket, so I ain't got no room to talk.
Hello. Hi.
Fatima, if you don't get away from those people,
No, I have moved. Come on, please don't chop my head off.
Fatima, how you doing?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
All right. So, what cell phone company you're with?
In Zambia, in Africa.
Okay. What cell towers are you using? How you using your cell phone?
Starlink.
Starlink, got you. Starlink, that's the new up. Hey, if y'all have not invested into Starlink, I hope you hear me. Y'all, please look into this. Starlink is the way of the future. You can go off grid with Starlink. You can get cable,
Starlink
phone.
has outdone all the service providing companies here. They're losing clients every day.
There it is, right there. Talk to me, Starlink. Fatima, what you got?
I've been following this Diddy trial for quite some time now, and then I see the popular opinion is free Diddy, free Diddy, free Diddy. But I don't know if people really understand the consequences of everything that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because he's popular or he's a celebrity or he's rich or he's got kids. Do you know how many people are in prison who've got kids and they can't come out because they have to do the time for the crimes that they committed? I feel like he's like here in Africa, people are saying, oh, they're just targeting him because he's black or blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, there's just so much evidence against this man. And I don't know how the American justice system works. And I'm still interested to see how all this is going to pan out. It's just, it's bigger than all of us. I feel like if he does some time, he deserves it. I think so. That's my opinion.
All right, Fatima, thank you so much for calling from the continent of Africa. Also,
Zambia, right next to South Africa. Zambia.
Oh, she near the south. Yeah, in South Africa, y'all, just let y'all know, it's all them light-skinned folks down there. So it's a bunch of
2 hours away.
So listen, Fatima, thank you. Did you follow my page? Did you follow the platform?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much. So just make sure you hang around, okay? Thank you so much, Fatima, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right, we appreciate that. Appreciate that. From Abdul said from Kenya, free Diddy. All right, gotcha. All right, so I see y'all coming in. Y'all are requesting to get y'all asses up in here. Also, y'all, once again, if you have not followed the platform, please click that follow button. Y'all see our daily live goal. We got 13 minutes to finish that daily live goal. If we don't finish that daily live goal, I'm gonna shut this shit down. I promise you. You better ask somebody. I shut this shit down quick. Sitting here with my Cricket Wireless. Princess, how you doing?
Hello.
Alita, how you doing?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm just fine. What cell phone company you with?
Oh, I am with AT&T.
AT&T, shout out. How old are you?
I'm 43.
43 years old. Make sure you ain't up under the age of 18. Talk to me. What you got?
Not close. Okay. So I've been watching this for a little while, and I think people are being a little extreme to feel like that he should, like I seen some people say he should be in there for life and all this. I think that's a bit much. I know he did commit some crimes, but we want to kind of, sentence him according to his crimes. And also I think that, he was the only one who got in trouble for all this, which nobody was like really under the age from what I remember. So I think he's, time served and maybe a couple more months, but I don't think it should be too long for him. So that's just my opinion.
Well, you know what, Alita? Did you follow the platform? Did you hit the follow?
I sure did. Yes, I did.
That's what I'm talking about. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate your input on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
No problem, sweetheart. Take care.
You too.
And
Bye.
also, you have a beautiful family.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you.
No problem.
All right, bye.
Y'all see her profile. Beautiful family. Beautiful family. I love that. I love that. Love that. Yeah, y'all just wow. That's beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. All right. Who we got next coming up here? All right. Who we got up here? We got Fi. He got that Fi. Now
Yes, sir.
his ass, y'all, when it tell you create your username, this motherfucker said fuck it. Fi. He said
Fire.
Fi. All right, man.
Yeah.
How old are you and what cell phone company you with?
I'm 51. I'm with Cricket.
Oh hell no. No, we ain't doing this shit today. If your shit drop out, don't request to bring your black ass back up here. We ain't doing that shit today. What's going on, man? What you got?
Same old, man. I feel like, man, I think the man did enough time, man. They should let that man go ahead and do what he got to do, man. You know, that's that. You know, that's me coming from the Bronx, New York. You know.
I got you. Josh in the comments said anyone that supports him touches kids.
Not true, man. It's like I said, anything that happens with this right here, the only thing that was on trial was his sex life, as far as I see it, man. Nothing else, nothing, nothing more, nothing less. Like I said, they tried to destroy all of us as black people. And if you can see the whole pattern, they destroyed all of us, our black innovators that, we looked up to. So they trying to, it's a pattern, but if people don't see that no more.
It is. I mean, if we can go that route, absolutely. Absolutely. And especially if you look at the late 80s, especially the 90s era. Anyone that we looked up to, our childhood is damn near just gone down the fucking drain.
Yes. And that's how I see it. So, the ones that going to say what they got to say, they got to say what they got to say. But that's just my opinion. I feel like his only thing that was on trial was his sex life, and he should be able to do what he wanted in his bedroom.
Absolutely. Man, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, okay?
All right, brother.
Take care. Josh, I'm going to say this right here. Josh, chill out. Please chill out, Josh, all right? Okay, no, fuck the chill out. How about you get the fuck from up out of here? Y'all create these crazy-ass accounts. Y'all create these accounts just to come up in here and say some dumbass shit like that. You got a bunch of people in here that's against Diddy, and you have a bunch of people that's in here that's with Diddy. Because male or female is with Diddy doesn't mean that you say that they like kids or they touch kids. How could you make an idiotic statement like that? Because your dumbass feel a certain way. Now, you sound young. I looked at your profile, gone back in your bedroom and grab that sock and grab some baby oil and use your left hand and do what you do, because you probably got a lot of old socks piled up inside the closet. All right, next caller. Shout outs to my moderators. Shout outs to the moderators, man. Shout outs to the moderators. I appreciate it. Cause they got their hands full. NC, how you doing? Welcome back to the platform. Now, tell me how old you are and what cell phone company you with, even though I know you.
Okay, I'm 45 and I'm with T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
The real one, for real.
Go ahead.
Okay,
what you got?
You need about 25 more years.
Okay.
You know what? We understand the trial, but that ninja done did so much dirt. We know he done did dirt. So yeah, he need about 25 more years.
That's all.
Because he done did so much.
All right. So his kids got to grow up without a father, huh?
What you mean? They grown.
I mean,
they already grown. What do you mean?
You're talking about his baby girls,
What? They babies? How late?
They still need their father,
I'm not saying that they don't need him, but the dirt that he did, I mean, do we feel like that by Pookie them? No. So, I mean,
Pookie is on another level. I seen Pookie ass at the meat store the other day.
So that's why I'm just like, you got to think about what he did. Me personally, I'm from that era, he's a whole era, but the way that he got it, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Come on.
Absolutely. No, I got you. I got you. Well, NC, I really appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. And welcome back.
No problem. Thank you.
No, no problem. No problem. Take care, okay?
All right.
Bye-bye. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. All right. All right. Who we got? Thank you. Here, y'all hit both of them. Hold on. We're gonna do one at a time. Hold on 1 second. Let's do one at a time. James, how you doing?
What's up, my boy?
Hey, can't call it. Tell me how old you are and what cell phone company you're with.
52. I'm with AT&T.
AT&T. I see we got a bunch of AT&Tans in here. All right, man. What you got? What you got? Talk to me.
Bro, like I said, I'm 52 years old. I'm a vet. I'm a father, just like any man, just like he is. But at the same time, bro.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your service.
All right, appreciate it. But as a father, as a man, you knew what you was doing. And that's the same thing we always teach our kids. Hey, use common sense, make the right decisions.
Facts.
But when money's involved, and you and I both know when money's involved, and you have so much money, you think you can do whatever you want to do and not be touched. Now, as a black man, you should know already somebody's gonna throw you up under the daggone bus when later on down the line it's gonna come, and it's not because of the fact that you rich and you in a good position. They're doing it because they don't want you in they don't want you in a little group. They don't want you in a clique. I'm not condoning what he did, because no man should do that to a woman, somebody's child, somebody's sister, brother, whatever. But when you do something so long and you just got to that point of you don't feel like nobody can speak to you about it or tell you what you're doing is wrong, then you probably don't lost your mind at some point, bro. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that he did this, because it's already bad enough we got a lot of stuff on us as blacks, and now you making it even worse by doing this. And then you had the whole R. Kelly situation. Everybody's sitting up here saying he shouldn't get out, but at the same time, you a grown man. You knew what you was doing when you was doing it. We sit up here and complain about, oh, we don't get the equal rights that so-and-so get. But when you put yourself out there to get seen, now it's a problem for you. But what you fail to realize is a problem for black people generally. We might not have slavery or nothing like that, but people do sit back and watch themselves and say, look at these folks. Look at what they're doing, bro. Just like we black people sit back and say, well, look at this kid did. He going on the school shooting. So we all going to judge each other. But what you do in your private life is your private life. But when you got it to the point where it's out there and everybody sees it, and you breaking laws and you hurting people's feelings and you damaging people's mentality, you got to go. It's just like a man who goes on a killing spree. If he goes and kills 30 daggone people, nobody's looking at the color. They're looking at what he's doing. He's killing 30 people. So you're gonna try to find out what's the problem is.
Let's say no, y'all. He's on the road. If we're gonna use the K word, let's say unalive. But go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, unalive. Okay, yeah,
I got you.
But it's just, man, it's to me. It bothers me that a man could work that hard to get to where he is, to think that you're untouchable. Yeah, you are not untouchable.
That's facts. That's facts.
They can, if the president, the so-called president, can have 34 counts of breaking the law, what makes you think you any different from him? And this the president of the United States. So what makes you think you gonna get over on him?
That's facts.
It's just more so, bro. I'm tired of seeing this stuff. This generation has gotten to the point where they think that the things they see and hear applies to them, and buddy, it don't apply to you. You still got to work just as hard as anybody else to get where you got to go. And when you get there, don't think because you got the money to buy somebody that it's going to always work for you. And that's what's going on. And people think he should get out. No, he shouldn't get out. You gotta be smart about it, have common sense. If you don't have common sense and you do something like this and it comes out, own it. Just own it, bro. You got caught. They done told on you. You done got arrested. Own it. That's the bottom line to it. That's what, like, you as a father, when your kids do something, own it. Like, hey, look, man, don't lie about it. I know you did it. Let's deal with the situation, then move on. That's what any man does.
Yep.
Black, white, or Korean, own it. But now you're a grown man. Now your consequences got you put to where you can be in prison for 5, 10 years. That time served crap, throw that out the window.
That's right. Your ass must be outside. Is your ass on a runway?
Oh no, I'm in here in Florida, man. It's about to be cold. It's about to be rainy season, monsoon and hurricanes and everything, bro.
Okay. Y'all, don't it sound like his ass at the airport? Like your ass supposed to be on the inside. Why the fuck your ass on the fucking runway? The hell?
Man, cause they making too much noise in that barbershop, bro.
All right, you just hold tight, James. Hold tight. Hey,
All right.
Hey, big dog. I see you back in here. I cannot pronounce his name. He back, y'all. Listen, man, they threw you some love already.
It's love, man. First thing first, I just want to start out by saying free Diddy. You feel me? I just feel like it's a very unfortunate situation. So I'm saying, like, Diddy is getting punished for being a freak with willing freaks. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe it. I'm in disbelief.
Well, it becomes it's nothing wrong with being a freak. It becomes a problem when you own an enterprise and you use that enterprise to finance these freaks. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If it was his own money, we would not be having this conversation.
That's crazy.
But don't use your EIN. You know what I mean? Don't use your EIN number to finance this shit. Now you open up to some federal charges, especially when your ass go over state lines.
Exactly.
That's very crazy, man. Like, but I'm saying, I just don't understand it. It's crazy. Free Diddy though, man. I want everybody to know it's still free Diddy. He innocent.
No, I got you. But listen, big dog, do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
Change your profile picture. Don't give off that image.
You don't fuck with it?
No, I got you. Just don't give off that image. All right? Take a nice picture of yourself and put it up there.
Nah, man, I don't like my face all over social media sometimes. You feel me? Cuz
I got
you said you don't like you feel me?
No, listen. Okay, if you like on mine, I use an avatar of myself, right? I ain't got my profile picture, but it's just the image that you were giving off, right? You're 18 years old. You know what I'm saying? I have a son older than you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking long term for you. You know understand what I mean? So
like, are you trying to say it's making me look like I want to be like Future in a type of way?
Well, they said a picture can tell 1,000 words. I'm not saying that that's you. It's just what you are telling us. This is who you are. You know what I mean? It's nothing to like come against what you're doing. It's just something to kind of just help you out a little bit. But I mean, you can keep it. I'm just saying it's what it's giving off.
Yeah.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
So you want me to pick myself up there and quit?
No, you don't have to put yourself. You don't have to put yourself up there. Just because I don't want.
The only pictures I do got is of me holding money. You feel me? So like,
not because what you're doing is you're making yourself a target. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now let me break something down to you, sir. A target. See, you don't have to worry about that out here in this world, sir. You feel me? I believe in God. Understand me?
Mm-hmm.
I know God got me. You feel me? These niggas ain't gonna try me because these niggas know it's up. I'm gonna send them up there to they maker, and I'm not gonna play with them. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I believe in God.
I got
you.
I
ain't standing anymore. I ain't standing anymore.
You and listen, you keep doing it, all right? You keep moving in the right direction, right? Because we had a conversation earlier, and they love your energy, man.
I love y'all, man. I ain't gonna lie to everybody on here.
No, you cool.
I ain't gonna count. I really like being on TikTok, but I bring out myself more. I ain't gonna count.
I got you, man. But listen, man. Just make sure that you just keep doing what you're doing. You say you're making different moves in life, and man. Well, again, man. As long as you, man, headed down the right direction, man. You got our 100% support over here. You got our 100% support. All right.
Yes, sir, man. I love y'all. Y'all be safe, man. At the end of the day, free Diddy.
All right, got you, man. Love you too, big dog. All right, yeah. All right, I had to meet up James because James somewhere near a freeway. I don't know what the fuck is going on out there, United Airlines. Really don't know. The fuck is this shit? Who we got? Angie.
Nene, just leave it at Nene. I just had to come on here real quick because everybody was just making me mad a little
No,
bit.
hold on. Fuck everybody.
Okay,
You
I
talking
got
to me now?
T-Mobile. I got T-Mobile. I
Yeah,
got
thank
T-Mobile.
you. Don't come up here
And I'm
talk
28
about
years
you
old.
worry about everybody
Yeah.
else making your ass mad. Man, fuck everybody else. You talking to
Okay, yeah, I'm
me now?
28. Okay, let me get this out the way. I don't agree with what Diddy did, but I feel like lately it's hard to believe a lot of the women that come out, and I'm a woman myself, and I done been through whatever I done been through in my own life. But it'd be hard to believe all these women coming out and continuously putting themselves in situations. When you continuously put yourself in a situation, at some point you got to be held accountable too. We can't just always point the fucking finger. I'm sorry.
No, you
We
got
can't
no.
always. Okay, we can't always point the finger at the person that's doing it if we continue to put ourselves in that situation. Then Cassie was making the phone calls to book these sluts or whatever they was to come and do these things to her. Baby, you can't get on the stand and cry wolf when you was doing it too. You're not innocent. And then another thing, before we go for money grabs, how about you go for putting him in jail? The first thing when you want to see somebody pay for what they did should be you call the police. And then you go for a money grab. Once you go for a money grab first, everything that you got to say after that should be null and void. Goodbye. How hang up? Hang me up off of here.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here. I hear. No, I hear what you're saying. I got you. Basically, what she's telling y'all, you women that's in the comments, that's in your fucking feelings. She's talking about Cassie, and I told y'all several
Why are
times.
you talking about Cassie? Because like I said, I don't agree with what he did. A man with money is a man with power. Money rule the world. But I don't got no price that's gonna make me let people pee on me. I'm sorry, but nobody not doing
Yeah,
that.
she did that on her own free will.
Yeah, if you keep on going, you see what this man is about, and you keep going. After a man give me weird vibes, I'm not coming back. I don't give a hell what you got.
Absolutely. Well, she told y'all. She came up here and told y'all. She said, "Fuck y'all" in the comments. She's tired of y'all. She told y'all. Well, look here. I really appreciate.
I'm not saying free Diddy. I'm sorry. I'm not saying free Diddy. I don't care what. I don't agree with what he did. I'm not saying that. I don't care if he's free or out. But I think that women need to people need to take accountability. That's it. Hang me up off here. I want to get off.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming up, sweetheart. Thank you. We got our moderator up here. Let me go ahead and drop James, because James is still at the fucking airport. Go ahead.
I just wanted to do a mod break.
Go ahead, sweetheart. You got it.
We're at 270K, y'all. Let's tap this thing up, because the more you tap, the more he can play the video and not have to take it off the screen. So if y'all want video and sound, tap the screen and send some small gifts. The populars will put him in a different daily ranking. Thank y'all. Y'all are doing great. And I'm not free Diddy, because I think that he will be on a power trip from hell if he beats the feds. I'm just saying.
She said what she said. Too many people don't beat the feds now. That's not normal to beat the feds.
That's a 98% conviction rate. You beat them, he's going to be on a power trip, and whoever, Cassie and all them, they're in big trouble. I'm just telling you. Okay, I'll bring the next person up if you want me to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hold on. Whoa. Before you bring the next person up. They back at it. Hold on. All right.
Normally, someone winds up here, and that's why we hear 5 to 7 so much. But then there's a question as to whether and what facts actually have P. Diddy either going higher than the sentencing guidelines or going lower than the sentencing guidelines. And then, of course, that's where all the argument is, right? Because the defense wants time served. The prosecution wants 11 years. So everybody piles on the things that they think should make us deviate away from the guidelines to the north or away from the guidelines to the south. But the starting point that everyone deviates from on some level is the guidelines themselves that are based on a formula. And that formula, the starting place, is often, they don't stray very far from it. The judges don't, but they can. And the question becomes whether this is a unicorn that allows the defense to get a much lower sentence or allows the prosecution to get a much higher one.
So it's interesting. Xavier Donaldson says to the court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully. You find yourself, I think, saying you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Interesting point to make there. Sierra, you're outside that courthouse. You've been our eyes and ears about what has been happening there since the start of the day, as we're now coming towards the end. So now as we're coming potentially to a sentence, an official sentence, so has the scene changed?
Yes and no. I mean, what's interesting about today is everyone has been relatively low key. And I mean that in the way of, yes, we are in the Southern District of New York. We do hear sirens, honking, people yelling, and, you know, general commotion. But by and large, today is much more calm than it was the day of the verdict back in July when it came down. And I mean, that was a pretty shocking verdict, right? The fact that there was a partial acquittal and we only had these two convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. So I think it was a huge surprise then. There was the baby oil and lube that people were squirting and yelling. I have yet to see anything like that today. I will say, though, more people are starting to trickle in now that we're getting closer to the end of the day. You know, maybe it's that people are getting off work early. It's a Friday. They want to see what's going on. Or maybe it's really that people are just getting extra antsy. They want to see what is going to happen. And we're inching closer and closer to...
I don't care what nobody say.
She said it.
That shit right there sounded quite interesting. Ain't nobody out here squirting today like they did the other day. So if your ass plan on going to New York, Lower Manhattan, anytime soon, make sure you bring some condoms.
Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. He goes also here in the SDNY, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Talk about how he's helped so many inmates behind bars. Big question is, did the judge already go in today? I know what I'm going to sentence him to. And it's been changed, potentially, by what he's hearing in court today, particularly from the family members, particularly from the lawyers, both, you know, either from the prosecution or the defense.
In my experience, and I've been on both sides of the aisle as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, just in my experience, typically a judge will show up with some idea of what they plan on doing. In fact, a lot of judges show up with a script of their reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. Now, can they cross out the number and put a different number in there at the end of the day? Sure, that does happen. I've seen that happen as well, and they can be moved by that.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's a good point. Yeah,
I can tell. You can tell when
can
you're
tell?
there.
You can tell? Okay.
Yeah, because you see the judge saying all these very eloquent things and sometimes reading off a page, and you're like, you came in here prepared.
Well, okay, so that's actually a good point. Let me ask you, if the judge comes back after all this and says,
yeah,
I need 10 minutes, and does that mean that he's changing his sentence?
It could be that they're in the back doing some red lines and some, you know, checking on language. It could very well be. And seriously, it definitely does happen. You know, because let's be honest, it puts the judge in a very awkward position to have to go in, you know, because the alternative is the judge goes in a blank slate and listens to everything and then formulates the sentence and the reasoning. And that's just too much. That's just too much to handle. A judge also wants to make sure that there's proper precedent for the sentence that they give. So it would be silly to go in there and, you know, totally unprepared like that. So I do think the judge came in with some semblance of an idea, if not a total idea of what they want to do. But that's not to say that they won't maybe waver a little bit from there.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks, do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that he could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy on To the Good or To the Bad is a very unusual case, right?
I gotta address this. Fat Boo, thank you so much for your $5 super chat on YouTube. You said asking when are you going to do prank calls again? The one I saw on the old video was so funny. We'll talk about that. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Fat Boo. I do need to get back into prank phone calling people. That shit was funny. Thank you so much for that question, Fat Boo.
Because some of us, or most of us, won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him being humble?
I don't care what nobody say, but his glasses is starting to get on my nerves. Sir, you know, they got the frames. I don't know if it's the frames. I don't know if his head shaped. His hairline is a little off, but it's his glasses. It's a little concerning. I guess he could have went with the rounds. I don't know. I don't know. It's a little concerning. You know, y'all have issues with my bald head. I got issues with his glasses. So now we even. All right? Now we even. No, take that.
Unicorn, but most of us are not going to be walking away going, oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did so that I'm not similarly situated, because I'm not similarly situated, and most of us aren't.
We got a question from Alessia Makari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there.
What you say? What you say? Kristen, what you say? Your phone is breaking up. All right, while she getting us phone together, let me see what they're saying real quick.
Seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity, what life is like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry 1. Judge says, what is the gentleman's name? Xavier Donaldson says Giovanni. Judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So it seems that there is an emphasis to try to speed this along. This person says, my name is Giovanni Saris for Reentry 1. We have a couple hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sierra, this goes to a larger question. Two questions I'm going to throw to you. One is from Kentucky at Heart. What did Sean Combs help the inmates with? So we've seen a lot of letters about what he did. What's the impact there? If you could summarize that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Cable Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judges had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some sort of game, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, you have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful, both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or...
All right, sorry about that, YouTube. It should not be echoing anymore. My apologies.
Enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay, here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, interacting with some of these other inmates and, what he's done with them at MDC. Now, on to your second question about Judge Arun Subramanian, the fact that he's had, 3 months to go through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me, I think he's been ruminating on it for maybe more than all of that time. He knew when he sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved in the sentencing if there would be a conviction. So of course he's paying close attention throughout the entire trial just to be fair at the trial, but he has to have in the back of his mind, okay, if there is a conviction, which it turns out there was, he's going to have to be involved in this sentencing. So if you're asking me, and kind of to the point that Serena Townsend was just talking about there, I believe that Judge Arun Samaranian went in today kind of knowing what he was getting into. I'm sure he prepared something. I'm sure he thought about all of it because yes, it seems like a long day today. I've been standing outside of the courthouse for, X amount of hours. It seems like a long day. However, when someone's life is in the balance here, the future of P. Diddy, whether he'll be able to watch his young children grow up, that's a really big day, and it's probably going by pretty fast for him. So I think that Judge Arun Samaranian just wants to make sure that he's being very fair about it, thinking through everything, looking through all of the guidelines. So he definitely was preparing a bit before that, but who's to say, could he be swayed by what is being said right now in court as we speak?
Yeah, and it takes a while to prepare all that information. The pre-sentencing report takes some time. They have to do a kind of a full background analysis of Sean Combs. It also depends when these letters are submitted to the court and are able to be reviewed by the judge. You have so many from family and inmates and people who testified at the trial. Sean Combs, the victims. So he is scheduling a lot of time for this. It is interesting. Giovanni Saris says in court, this is a new update, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. So trying to suggest that Sean Combs, if he was going to be speaking next week or was planning to, it was for a good purpose. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be out. I'm going to do speaking engagements. I think they're trying to really reverse that narrative. That seems to be what they've been doing throughout the course of the day. Serena, this is interesting. It's a question from Brittany Curry. Is there a possibility of Diddy being able to have his record expunged after so much time passes?
Hell no. Nope.
That's a toughie.
Nope.
I wouldn't expect that a record like this would be expunged anytime soon.
I'll answer.
There are mechanisms to.
No, fuck that. I'll answer the question. Hell no. Not with this charge. You're talking about a federal indictment. Hell the fuck no. How the fuck you gonna get this shit wiped off your record? Who the fuck is gonna wipe it off? This not a state charge. Your ass, listen, I don't give a fuck how rich he is. Now, nigga, now, young man, it's on your record. It's there. But it's not like he's going to try to apply for a job anywhere. It's not like he's going to try to apply for a loan or some shit, or somebody's about to do a background check on you. If you just say Sean Diddy Combs, people know who the fuck you is. So why he worried about if this shit is on his record or not? But I can answer that question for you. Fuck that shit. This mother, it's on your it's on your background. Somebody put in the comments your language. If you don't like my motherfucking language, you don't have to be on this motherfucking live, because this motherfucking live is only available for motherfuckers that like this motherfucking platform and that's trying to see motherfucking Diddy get on by his motherfucking business. So if you don't like my motherfucking language, you don't have to be here on this motherfucking live. This is your boy motherfucking Great Vibes on motherfucking 10 for the motherfucking win.
Who is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution may not have the same ability to do good as Sean Combs?
Well, Sean Combs has the ability to do good with resources put behind it, right? And so it is something to be considered, but it shouldn't be determinative, right? Because, if I'm being cynical, here's a guy buying his way out of trouble, lessening the blow, as it were. Meanwhile, you've got people that are scared for their safety, because of same resources he can use to help people. He can also use to intimidate people. He can also use to make people feel a certain way. And naturally, Cassie and others would feel a certain type of way about whenever he's going to be free, whether that's, a year from now or whether that's 10 years from now. So, we don't want to consider what his resources may be able to do so much that it wipes away consideration of the people that he actually hurt, that were, as the judge said, that were actually victims. So, it's a bit dangerous. And then, when we get into that question, I think it makes it easier to come out on Diddy's side this way if he doesn't appear arrogant, if he doesn't appear like certain misunderstandings are happening. They've got to be on top of this narrative. There should never have been a discussion about him doing a speech next week. He wouldn't have been worse off for setting it up after he got out. You know what I mean? It still lends toward this thing that if he's being arrogant, if he's being flippant, if he's being a certain way that people, would make him less sympathetic. He has to get rid of that, and he hasn't done that yet.
Appreciate it, Daryl. From this reentry program, Judge, we're eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. The judge says, "Okay, thank you very much." So we're waiting to see who speaks next and whether or not we're coming to the conclusion. Which, by the way, Sierra, we just got this question from Dojo Jojo: could this overflow into Monday?
Nope.
I hope not, but I mean, is it possible?
Nope.
I mean, I hope not also, but I guess it is possible. It's interesting because this morning, reporter Elizabeth Milner and I met up, pretty early. Again, there was kind of a long line, so I saw her before she went
Diddy
into the
said,
courthouse where she is right now in the sentencing room. And we were chatting about this, and Elizabeth said, yeah, I've actually heard rumors that maybe this could go into Monday. So it is kind of out there in the ether that, yeah, maybe this could go out until Monday. However, it's interesting that this sentencing has lasted as long as it has already. I mean, it's 3:30 exactly Eastern time as I'm talking to you right now. This started at around 10 o'clock this morning. So for it to go this long already is very interesting. I think at the very least it stands out the lengthy process that has happened so far. But as we've seen with anything in the case against P. Diddy, anything is possible, and that means it could possibly trickle over into Monday. I don't know that it's likely, but it could happen.
Well, Mark Agnifilo, I think the argument you could say is Sean Combs' main defense attorney just made a statement to the court. It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started John Jay, did a lot of studies. Domestic violence tends to come from childhood trauma. I think that's what he was saying. So interesting trying to explain that again about trauma, drug use, what have potentially spawned a lot of Sean Combs' behavior here. Serena, we're getting to potentially the end of this. How does it work now? Sean Combs will provide a statement. What's going to happen next in terms of what the judge will do? Is he going to take a break? How long will he speak for? What can we expect?
Well, different judges are different with respect to how quickly they render their decision after hearing all of this. I think even if the judge did come in with his prepared decision and he knows what he's going to do, if I were a betting girl, I would bet that he will take at least a short break, even just for optics, to show that he's considering everything that happened today. And then we'll get his decision. He'll probably make not the most lengthy speech, but he'll probably say a bunch of things before just letting it all out there. And then we'll know. And obviously, if Diddy is not released today on a time served, and technically, even if he does get a very short sentence, they'll bring him back to do the calculations. So I don't expect either way for Sean Diddy Combs to be walking out of that courtroom today.
Just one follow-up question. Is this unusual sentencing hearing like this, Serena? We have a poll up. Are you surprised the sentencing is taking this long? 71% said, yes, I'm losing my patience. 29% said, no, it makes sense. Have you seen something like this?
This is the longest sentencing I've ever seen. I think the only people benefiting from this sentence are the lawyers who are billing hourly.
Why don't you say it more bluntly, can't you, Serena? Joe got a super chat question, from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If names and celebrities were removed and only the informational and judgment from the trial, how would this change potential sentencing? I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Yeah, I don't really know. There were aspects of this trial where certain names were not used. I don't know. I don't know how you interpret that.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. I mean, I guess this connects to this larger issue as to how much we expected there to potentially be testimony from people that were stars, people that we knew, and what that could do to the dynamic. I'm certain there's no star in Hollywood, New York City, or wherever that wanted to have their name attached to this thing, even if they're hoping that P. Diddy got off from it. So there would be, one would have to be very careful about, that's not exactly something if I'm a publicist.
Yeah, this is what I was telling you all. Even if Diddy was to get off, even on probation, you're going to find out it's a lot of people that's not going to want their names attached to Diddy at all. That's why I said earlier on the live that Diddy, if he was to get out on probation, hey man, you worry about your family and move on with your life. If you want to drop some music and everything, hey, do your thing. But you're not going to see it. You're not going to see people. They're not going to, like the entourage he used to have. All that shit is gone. The person that we know as P. Diddy is going to know, it's no longer going to be P. Diddy. It's going to be Sean Diddy Combs. Sean Carter, whatever his name is, Sean Combs. Sean Combs, Sean Carter, whatever his name is. I got a whole brain fart right now. If you got your closest person that you called a friend for so many years, Jay-Z, for so many years, December 14th of last year, this man clearly said, I do not know Diddy personally. He was nothing but a business partner. This is the same person that you will find in damn near every single every single photo or video that they are celebrating some type of event, or if they are on an outing. If you see Diddy, you're going to see Jay-Z. And a person that you called your friend was the same person that turned their back on you. You said, can I switch over to CNN? No, I can't. I don't like dealing with CNN. Where I got right here, what I have this right here, I've been following this guy for a while. So they kind of go, they deal with different things. CNN could be a little biased. So let me bring a few people up real quick. Let's go ahead and bring up Real Nation real quick. Let's see. Real Nation, how you doing? I'm just fine. State your age and your cell phone service.
Let's see. T-Mobile, 45.
All right. What you got, man? What you got?
I normally don't do this, but it's like, excuse me. The problem I have here is that like these women don't get held accountable ever.
Okay.
And it's a problem because, excuse me, it's like nobody made anybody do anything. Everybody has free will. You know what I'm saying? And she, Cassie, although I think it's horrible what happened to her, and I don't ever think a man should ever lay hand to a woman, okay? Because that's a coward in my opinion. But at the end of the day, she made a choice to be with him. She knew how he was. She knew what she was engaging in, and she still did it. And her motives for doing it were probably just money and notoriety, the same. Because when J-Lo was with P. Diddy, she had enough that when they had an incident with the gun, and she went about her business. And Cassie had the same ability to do that. And nobody ever holds the women accountable. It's the same thing with Bill Cosby. You go up to a man's room at night, what do you think is going to happen? Were you going to play dominoes? You're going to play backgammon? What are you doing? I mean, it's just, and I am female and I have a daughter, and I would be outraged if any man ever laid hand on my child. But at the end of the day, nobody here has any nail holes in their hands, There's only one person that has nail holes in his hands and his feet. So everybody, to me, just needs to get a little bit more real here and look at the whole picture and not just, want to crucify this man because he had some kind of weird, sexual fantasy desires that probably 3/4 of the population, do their business. They just don't get caught like this. Okay. And Cassie moving her family and making like she's afraid and this, that, and the fifth. Come on, man. It's like people just need to really keep this real. Okay. Do I think she has PTSD? Absolutely. But I think that she made a conscious choice to continue to engage with this man for what, almost 12 years? Come on. I mean, I just, look at everybody makes mistakes in this life. And I think that people need to learn to be a little bit more forgiving, because not one of us is without sin. Not one of us has done something that we don't regret in this life. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I got to say, man.
Well, you know what? Well, I really appreciate you coming up here saying that. Yes, we have to be held accountable on both sides, as whether you male or female, and we understand that when it comes to holding people accountable. Men, we get the we more like can get this right here, right? We get punched out. Even if you look at sentencing time, a man could do a certain type of crime. If a woman do that same type of crime, she would get the lesser sentencing. So we see this across the board. But I appreciate you coming up here saying that. Okay.
I appreciate your time, man. You take it easy.
All right, you too. You too. Take care. All right. Who we have next? We got. Oh, she's back. Oh hell. She finna go off. Oh shit.
No, I'm not. I just want to come up here and second that for real. And as a female and as someone who's been through a situation almost similar to this, you have to take accountability for where you're at. Like, as much as I've been through in a relationship, I decided to stay because I decided to stay. So Cassie decided to get money from this situation instead of pressing charges from the rip. If she didn't take the money, whoop-de-doo. I would have like, okay, maybe, but she wanted it for the money. And at some point, we got to stop playing victim females that are mad. Oh my God. She wanted someone that pissed in her mouth. We all saw it. So I don't care. Free Diddy. Like, he has kids, he has children, whatever. And y'all, somebody came up here and said he should be charged for stuff that he should be prison for stuff that he did. You know how much shit I did that nobody don't know about, that I don't want to be charged for if I go to court for a parking ticket? Like, y'all don't make sense. Y'all don't make sense. So if y'all on this Diddy hate train, for all my black people out here, stop hating our black men. Why don't y'all hate these YT men out here doing the same crazy shit like Hugh Hefner that had little girl? Like, where's all this hate at towards these YT people? And I'm not racist. I'm just saying, stop bringing these black men down. He made a mistake, and I felt like he's accountable for it. And we need to move on, because I'm tired of hearing about Diddy. And then that's all. That's all I gotta say.
All right. She said what she said. All right. Let me go ahead and remove you. Damn, y'all sit there and try to report. Y'all try to report this. No, it's not you. Is it you? Did you see a message on your screen?
I'm not. No, not me. No,
Okay,
and I'm not slow. Been to college.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you do that. Stop responding to the comments.
Right.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You understood.
Yeah.
When y'all come up here, you talking to me. Fuck the comments. People gonna say what they want to say. All right. I got you. What you said. All right, sweetheart.
All right. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for coming back up. Feel free to come back up. Okay.
All
right. She said what she said. All right. La Paris, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm just fine. State your age and also what cell phone company you with. If you with Cricket, I'm dropping you.
I'm with AT&T, and I'm 30 years old.
30 years old. Welcome to the live, sir. What you got?
He needs to be locked up.
Why is
and
that?
that's just plain.
Why is that?
Because it's crazy. It's crazy. And now, if it's someone behind him that's pushing this narrative that, this is how the background story should go, then he needs to start dropping names. If he's not going to drop names, he needs to go to jail. And that's point blank, period.
Okay.
He needs to start dropping names. And if he wants to be with his kids, he needs to start dropping names. That's all that it is, period. We're tired of seeing the black men. Black men need to be accountable for what the freak they do at the end of the day. And that's just point blank, period. You had no business. You knew you was being recorded in that hotel room. You knew you was being recorded on all these other incidents where you got caught and being all these scenes and stuff, you knew that you had footage on you. Cassie loved that man. She loved that man. We all do stupid stuff for love. He needs to go to jail today. If it's for 5 years or if it's for 15 years, he needs to serve some time. Mental abuse is real. And us as Black men, we need to start getting the help that we need. And if he's not going to get the help that he needs and stop playing victim, as if he's the one that was taken advantage of or mentally played with, then it's not going to stop. This behavior is not going to stop. It's not going to stop with him. It's going to continue on to his seeds, his children. I'm sorry. I hate the fact that he has 4 kids, and that he put his kids in this situation. But this is the consequence that you have to come down to. And I apologize for that. But at the end of the day, if we want to stand up and be better and powerful as a Black unit, somebody has to be made an example out of, and that's just my honest opinion.
All right, man. Well, we really appreciate it. He gave his thought on what he had to say about the situation that's going on. So thank you so much for coming up, for giving us, your opinion. I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself. I'm gonna hear y'all out. Let's see, Danielle, how you doing?
Hi.
Okay, Danielle, how old are you first?
I'm 31.
You 31. You say you got an Android.
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
Sorry.
All right, what you got?
Yeah, I'm kind of piggybacking off of what he just said. I agree 100%. He needs to be held accountable. And the girl before that, I don't know, she kind of seemed lost, kind of seemed like she's still in a grooming aspect, mind state. I don't know.
Now, if she's not up here to defend herself, let's not do
Okay.
personal attacks, all right?
Okay, you're right.
So what do you have on the Diddy?
Yeah, I agree 100%. He needs to be held accountable. I also feel for, the kids in the aspect. Like, it's sad, he has all those kids and all that. But at the end of the day, you have consequences. These are repercussions of things that you willingly decided to keep doing. And let's not forget that he's been doing this for years. Like, he's been doing this since Tupac stage, like, I don't know why everybody's trying to act, like, some people are trying to act confused, delusional, amnesia about it. But we know Diddy was on this. Like, we knew Diddy was on this for years.
How do we
Like,
know?
he's been accused of these type of things.
Okay,
different
hold
artists, like,
on.
not just.
Hold on. Hello, testing 1 2.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. How do we know? You said during the Tupac era.
I mean, okay. We can go as far back as.
Listen to the question. How do we know?
Okay.
How do we know this?
Well, I'm just going by, like, different parties involved, like different people's opinions and, different people's experiences with P. Diddy. Like, okay, we don't have to just bring up the 90s. We can bring up the people he's mentored. Usher. There was a lot of rumors going on the things that he was doing with Usher when he took him under his wing and he was having him live there when he was, 15? Why do you have a 15-year-old with you?
Okay.
Why are you have naked girls running around in a mansion?
Wait.
I know we didn't forget that.
Wait.
Everybody forgot that?
Damn. Do anybody hear me speaking? Chat, do y'all hear me speaking? Can listen? Can anybody hear me? Because first she took it all the way back to the 90s. Now we going to the early 2000s. She's talking about Usher.
Because I don't want it to just get opinionated. I get where you're coming from.
Everything you have been saying is opinionated, ma'am.
But no, we know facts too. Usher was under his wing. What age?
He was. Now,
what age was he? Age was he? How old was he?
Okay, let me speak. Who allowed Who allowed Usher to go over there? Who signed the contract? Was it
It was his
Usher?
mom.
Okay,
Was it his mom?
okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
So his
And so did
mother,
Aaliyah's parents. Aaliyah's
you know
parents did the
what?
same with R. Kelly. Is that no
Okay,
better?
man.
Parents wrong. Wrong
Okay,
is wrong.
okay, listen, ma'am, listen. Do you know how the industry by itself, like Nickelodeon, they did that, took kids up underneath their wings and moved them up out of their parents' home, even
Yes,
at
they
the age
did.
of 9, 10, 11, 12 years old.
Sad.
So what makes, and I'm just asking you a fair question, what makes Diddy different with Usher?
It's inappropriate is inappropriate. It's one thing to do
If
it
if
and
your
have
parents,
appropriate things happening. Did he have appropriate things
if
going
your
on when he hit
parent,
these people there?
you're not listening.
I
If
am. I hear you.
your parents sign that contract and a waiver, what makes it inappropriate?
Oh, I'm not saying that I agree the parents did sign the waiver. I agree was done legally. I'm saying that it's still inappropriate. It's still wrong. Because the
Inappropriate
parents
for
should have
what?
known to
It-
take their kids right back
What
out. I
did
don't
he,
care.
okay? So
If it was my kid, I would have
Did Diddy do
snatched
to
him right
Usher?
back out of that
What
house.
did Diddy do to Usher that made it inappropriate?
What didn't Diddy do to Usher?
No, I just
That
asked you a
made it
question. I
inappropriate.
asked you a question, and I'm not laughing.
For one,
Just name
he
one
has
thing he
naked
done.
females, prostitutes, all types of grown activities, sex parties and whatnot going on in his house while Usher is there.
How do you know?
It's on video. He's talking about it. He said, we have a good old time. We do this, we do that. Oh, one time I was in the bed. He's literally relived experiences on camera. Has anybody seen
How many
those
times
videos?
somebody's child got how
He
many
said it was
times
Justin Bieber
how many
too.
times somebody's child got out of bed while their parents was fucking and walked in?
Oh no. P. Diddy is not his daddy.
Listen to what I
Oh,
asked
we
you,
going down the
ma'am.
wrong
Listen
road,
to what I asked you.
This is a bad road.
Listen, okay, you're not listening.
I am, but it's not.
Okay,
It's like
let me mute you up. Ain't nobody gonna sit here and tell me you and your you and your shawty doing what y'all doing. The kids in there, they bust into the fucking room because your ass forgot to lock the fucking door, and you trying to act like y'all you straighten the covers up, or you act like you put some socks on. So when it comes to Usher, he was in the bed. He got up and went downstairs and seen the stuff. But what I'm asking, because I'm watching the comments, I'm watching the comments. I asked you a very simple question. What situation did Diddy put Usher in to make anything illegal? Go ahead, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, ma'am.
okay. Well, like I said before, sex parties around minors is not legal. I don't know how else to explain that. Sex parties, sexual activity, all of the above is not legal, especially when it's not even, these are total strangers. It's not family. I get where you're coming from with the like, oh, you walked in on your parents. Oh no, woo. These are not parents. This is somebody who's supposed to be cultivating your craft and helping you produce music, whatever the heck. Professional, right? It's supposed to be professional. That's not professional. He did the same to Justin Bieber. We could go on and on. Like, we know P. Diddy is on that creepy sex party freak ish. Like, he's been doing it forever. He
Did you
just finally
know
got caught.
that Justin Bieber actually put out a statement saying that
Of course he did. You think
that
Justin Bieber, have you seen Justin Bieber lately? He's a hot mess. He ain't about to say anything. He's so messed up.
but
No,
he put out a statement saying that
grown
Diddy never touched him.
a grown man is not like most grown men do not want to account for the
She's not listening. This is why I'm because
listening clearly,
what
but
she
I
don't
just
know is what
can't
she don't.
I can't abide
Hold
with
on, hold on,
delusion
hold on,
either.
hold on.
Like it's like
Hold on, ma'am. First of all, I covered these stories. This is your first time here, so you have no idea what platform you're on. I covered all of this, all right, but I covered this stuff with receipts.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peanut.
I just wanted I just wanted to say, like, all these people are in the comments talking about all these kids that were involved, and none of those cases ever went anywhere.
Okay.
So I don't know where people are getting
So
this
that
from. You're stuck in
automatically
conspiracy land.
So that automatically just means none of that stuff ever happened, right?
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but we don't have no evidence it did happen.
A lot of people are going by things that these artists have said too. A lot of people are going by these things that we're noticing happen after they've been with said artists. Like, a lot of us just put things together based off what we're seeing too, hearing, seeing. Like,
But that's not legally admissible.
we're not talking about he's in legal court right now. I'm not talking about, oh, this is legal documented proof that this and da-da-da. I'm literally just telling you, or telling everybody, that we can't ignore the red flags that we've seen thus far when it comes to P. Diddy. That's all I was saying. That's all. And I just think it's funny when people try to pretend that they, or not even pretend, just, I don't know, just don't remember any certain things that have happened with said person. It's weird.
But if there's no proof, then how are we supposed to use that against him?
What do you mean? How are we supposed? What did you just say?
If there's no proof of it, how are we supposed to
we have proof
judge
now.
him?
We've
for
got
that?
proof now. That's why he's in court.
Proof of kids?
Not proof of kids, but proof of illegal activity and things that he's done abuse-wise.
Well, I thought you were talking about kids. So.
Well, I was talking about kids when I brung up Usher, Justin Bieber, the stuff that happened in the past. The things that marks the red flags is what I mean. I'm not denouncing any of that to have happened. Whether you say we have proof or not, or there has been documented proof, these are big celebrities. They can hide what they want to hide. The elite can hide what they want to hide from the public eye. That doesn't mean it just never happened. I just don't. That's not how
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that we don't know either way. Like, we don't know if it happened, and there was no proof of it that it happened. So I feel like there's too many people that are still stuck in, like, Lamisha and Allie Carter and all of these people that have said things have happened to them, that there's literally zero proof and have been debunked.
I don't know. Not all of them have been debunked. Some of them just don't go answered. A lot of them don't go answered, actually.
So wait, do you believe Allie Carter?
The stuff that I hear, what's her name, Jaguar Wright bring up, a lot of these things, she's been in the industry with these people. Okay. So she was around these, circles, and then you'll have people piggyback off of it when they go on other podcasts and talk about their experience. Oh yeah, I saw Diddy have some shade.
Okay, Real, you want to get in on this? Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Real.
Yeah, thanks for accepting the request. I guess my question here is that, you know what? If you don't have facts to back up what you're dealing with, you have nothing. You don't get arrested because of someone's perspective or someone's or what they saw. It's facts. Okay, so your caller's over here saying that he did A, B, and C, this, that, and the next with kids. You know what I mean? And once again, absolving the fact that if a parent made a decision, okay, for their child to go stay with a manager, record label, whatever his title was at that moment in time, that's on the parents that they made that decision to put their children in somebody else's care. I don't know anywhere in the court of law that it is illegal to have sex when your kids are home or when there's a minor.
Those aren't his kids.
Okay,
those aren't his kids.
Listen, darling. Listen. You know what? Listen. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you because you talk and you don't listen. That's the problem. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's his child or not. If I have my nieces and nephews come over to my home and I'm in my bedroom and my door's closed, what I do behind my door, it's locked, is my business. And then nobody going to come in my house and arrest me and tell me that I couldn't do it because I had a minor in the next room. Okay, facts don't lie. That's the thing. Facts don't lie. You can't take someone to court because you assume. Okay, you have to have facts. And the way it sits right now, it's like you want to crucify. You want to crucify this man.
That's why you're in court now.
No, he has. Listen, there is no nothing to debate that he laid hands to Cassie. There's nothing to debate that. It's there for the whole world to see. You understand? But the caveat to everything here is that there needs to be accountability. Okay, for women also, you just can't say because your man comes to your house, he does A, B, and C. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. The law is gonna go to arrest that man before they're gonna arrest that woman, and she could slap him all over, and the man is gonna get arrested first. Okay,
Yep.
first, and that's.
Wait, what happened?
No,
I don't know.
I was agreeing. Peanut, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what's your name? The young lady that's at the bottom. Did you hear anything this young lady just said, Danielle? Did you hear anything she just said?
Oh yeah, I was listening.
Okay, so what did you get from that?
No, I definitely get the whole, you have to have proof in order to take it to the court of law. I definitely understood that. All I said in the beginning was that I was pointing out that there was like red flags and, I feel like he does need to be held accountable, like I said in the beginning. I just said that he needs to have repercussions for his actions, which is
Yeah, but no,
the
you
very
didn't,
first.
darling. You didn't. Okay,
And
you
the,
clearly,
Thank you.
blatantly, just completely. You were the judge, the jury, and the executioner.
no, I said
Okay.
that there was red flags that led up to this,
Like,
and we all can't
do we
turn a
have an
blind eye
artist
that
here?
this was
But
going to
you can't
happen.
be going off of
It's a
things
matter
that
of
Jaguar
time.
Wright and Allie Carter have said.
I didn't say
Peanut,
I didn't even say that. You guys brought her up.
I'm talking about like the chat and other
Peanut,
people, like that
Oh,
are all
okay. Well,
going
don't
off
put
of
me
that.
Peanut.
something into that.
Did I
Don't
send
put
it
us
to him
all
yet?
into that. You did. She did. She was like, "You can't
Oh
use
my
that."
God.
I'm like, no.
I mean,
Oh,
at the end,
you
at the
mentioned Jaguar Wright.
hello, did I send it to him yet? Did I miss it?
I hope they did. So everybody
No,
can just
not yet.
move on.
Okay,
Not
thank
yet.
you. I mean, at the end of the day, okay, and I really don't even want to have to say this.
Hold
You
on.
just sound like you just want to nail this man to the cross.
I just don't take lightly to abuse.
How do I mute myself?
What's that?
You click on your picture and then like you'll see the mic.
I mean, one thing, if I could leave anything here, you know what? I have a son. All right. You know what I taught my son first and foremost? Okay. When he was a teenager, don't be alone with a woman. You know why? Because she'll say you did anything to her. She could like you and she'll try to set you up that you did something you shouldn't have done. That's the first thing I taught my child.
It's also
Okay.
good to have a good judgment of character, though. He has a good judgment of
Let
character
me,
of the type of woman
you
he's
know what?
around.
You know what? I hate to say this, okay, because I'm very much a woman, but women are wicked, man. They're wicked. And when they don't get what they want, they're wicked. And they'll lie on you and they'll say all kinds of things. Okay, everybody thinks, you have a daughter, you
There's
gotta
bad
protect your
women, but
daughter.
there's bad men too, and we're talking about a very bad man right now. Why are
I'm
we all
not saying, listen, I'm not saying that this man didn't do something that was questionable. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day,
Man, give that man a chance.
okay,
Let him go. Come on.
Cassie,
Give him probation.
Cassie
Give him a chance.
knew what she was doing for 12 years. 12 years. For 12 years, she made a conscious decision to continue to engage in what she knew, okay, was wrong. But she did it because she was motivated by money for her family
She was
and
also
everything else.
super young when she first got
Could it not be Stockholm syndrome?
super
You know
young.
what? Everybody's got a syndrome.
Listen,
Give
let me
that
say
man a
this.
chance and let him
Hold-
come home.
No,
Everybody
listen.
makes
Hold on,
mistakes.
Chip. Hold on, Chip. I got you, big dog. Let me say this. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Let me say this real quick. You said, and I hate when motherfuckers say this shit. I was young. Danielle, unmute your mic, ma'am.
Okay.
How old was Cassie when she first met Diddy?
I believe she was 15.
All right, where did she meet him?
I know she was with another artist at first that she was, I guess, kind of dating, but I don't remember where they met. I don't know.
When did Cassie and Diddy start dating?
Well, according to her, apparently they dated right off the rip when he signed her.
Was Diddy mess with other women, dating other women when they started
I
dating?
believe he was with Kim Porter. I want to say, wasn't he? I want to say, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure he was still with Kim Porter. Or at least on and off. On and off, maybe.
All right, so we don't have a background. We don't have a background.
Porter?
We don't have a background. And the reason why I asked that, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of drop you down because I'm actually saving you. If we don't have a background on some things, let's not open up our mouths to and think we're going to be judge, jury, plaintiff, bailiff, the judge, everybody else, if we can't get a solid background. She was not dating Diddy while Diddy was with Kim Porter. Where the fuck we get this shit from? Hold on one second.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. 100%.
Let me hear what he's saying real quick, y'all. Hold on one second. Thank y'all so much.
That it was all about Sean Combs and his why he should be released and he suffered enough, but not mentioning the victims. And I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Let me bring back in Serena Townsend. Let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, I'll start with you. That is interesting, right? I mean, there has been a lack of talking about Jane. There has been a lack of talking about Cassie Ventura. Obviously, the defense has particular positions about them throughout the course of this case, throughout the course of litigation leading into the sentencing. But that is a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure it was Sierra, not Serena. So I was going to see if Serena was starting to talk, but that was in fact for Sierra. So I will go ahead and answer that question now. I mean, talking about Cassie, talking about Jane, I mean, these are very vital, right? Because they're a huge part of the trial. And I think that Judge Arun Subramanian, of course, has to consider these things. I mean, he said it early on today. It was a question mark. The defense was saying, okay, I don't even know if these people should be considered as part of it, as part of victims. But he ruled, yes, they are in fact victims. And I think, of course, it's going to be.
Hey, Shiv, I muted your mic. You got a lot of noise in the background. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do have to wonder if when P. Diddy himself does finally address the court, if he's going to mention these people, because that's the allegation here, right, is trauma and abuse. And I wonder if he's going to say, yeah, I did some things wrong. Here's how I learned and here's how I'm going to get better. And I guess I wonder if that's something that he might address.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because, Serena, in Sean Combs' letter, to the court, he said, my sadness was my motivator. I have.
Okay. All right. So we get it. We get it what he's doing. All right. Go ahead, Chevy. What you got?
I just feel like they should give him a chance, man. Maybe give him his time in probation. You give him a chance to turn his life around. Everybody make mistakes. Everybody's making it a big deal to try to smash him. But what about other things we see other big people did? Like, for one thing, they say nobody beat the feds. The president did it.
Well, it wasn't just a little education. Let me tell you how smart he was, because I can't say his name, because they'll try to get me off this platform. But he didn't use his actual name; he used his entity. Yep. And I normally teach a different class about that, right? He didn't use his actual identity. He used what the state represent, which is totally from himself. And people don't know you can do that shit. But go ahead.
I mean, he made a big mistake. I just feel like, just give him a second chance. Just do him like they did Young Thug. Give him his time in probation. If he mess up, then you know what time it is. Just give him a chance. I mean, everybody got things going on that we all don't know about. Everybody that came out until Cassidy came out first, and then we saw the videos.
Gotcha.
This stuff been going on for years.
All right. Chevy said what he said. I don't know what he sound busy. I don't know if he's cleaning his truck out. That box Chevy. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. But he's doing a lot.
I'm at work. I'm at work, man. I just don't like to see another successful brother mess their life up, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I get it. Even in the midst of it, sometimes we can get caught up. Whether you male or female, we can get caught up because things may look good in the moment, and we think we can get away with stuff. But hey, whatever's in the dark will come to the light. Now, the flip side to this is what his son is doing, or what his son has done. So, I forgot his name, his son's name. What's his son's name? The one that's being sued.
Yeah,
You
yeah. I can't call his name neither. I was following his daddy so much. I can't call his name off the top neither.
is that his name, Justin? I don't know his name, but yeah, it's whatever we do as parents, our children are watching. Let's just put it like that. So Chevy said what he said. She said what he said. 1987 T-Top box. He said what he said. All right, Chevy, I appreciate it. Make sure you at work right now. We don't want you to lose your job, because I don't want you telling your boss that you was on my platform, because I ain't got no money for you.
I love your platform, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I
Yes.
appreciate it. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man.
So he said, hey, give him a chance, put him on probation. Chevy, I appreciate it. Let's see. Real, you got anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for letting me join, not once, but twice. I truly appreciate it. It's just, this world, Chevy said it best, nobody knows what anybody's got going on ever, So we try to be kind to people, because everybody's got a lot of stuff going on. But at the end of the day, man, it's about forgiveness, and people just can't seem to wrap their head around that, man. They want to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And it's just not cool. It's not, and I want to say, like I said earlier, I have a son, and I'll be the first one to say that men, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough for all men. I used to think that when I had a daughter, you know what I mean, I had to worry more, but to tell you the truth, I worry more about my son than I do about my daughter, because I know that there's, you know what I mean, that if I didn't check him all the time, somebody was going to say he did something that I know he didn't do. You know what I mean?
Yes, man. Hold on one sec. Hold on. He's giving an update.
Convicted of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people, meaning the video of him beating Cassie Ventura. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Okay, so let me break this down in real time. Serena, so now he's apologized both to Cassie and Jane. Again, not for transporting them for sex work, but for hurting them for domestic violence. He goes, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Now, again, your thoughts on this, because this really is the first time he's had an opportunity substantively to make a comment about this.
So basically, he just gave a statement to the judge. Gotcha.
He's being very specific about what he's apologizing for. And he has to. It is true. He wants to show that complete remorse without really admitting to certain things. Look, this is the opportunity and the time where a defendant who has been convicted gets on his knees and begs for mercy. Whether a judge is already too jaded to really believe him, which I would not blame him for, is to be seen, right? It's very easy to be sorry now. It's very easy to say the things that he's saying after he's been convicted. Now, I do want to say that everybody does have the right to a trial. And I don't necessarily think that him taking the case to trial should be held against him and should be deemed as him not being remorseful. But on the other hand, here he is having tried to fight all of the allegations and only now making any sort of admission to any issues. So I don't think a judge is going to be very much swayed by this newest apology, just like any other defendant.
So just to let everybody know, my battery's breaking up a little bit. I couldn't hear that last part, Serena. We're going to work on getting this fixed. But I do want to give everybody an update. So Sean Combs says, I hate myself right now. I have been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Sierra, I go to you. As somebody who's been following this case from the beginning, what are you taking away from what he's saying?
I mean, this is a day of reckoning for Sean P. Diddy Combs, and something that we were hypothesizing before we finally were hearing the words that he was saying was that he may in fact point out the victims in this case and apologize. I mean, I believe we talked about that just minutes ago, and here he is doing just that. My question in all of this, I will be very interested to see what Elizabeth Milner says when she comes out, because right now she is in the courthouse, so she is there watching P. Diddy as he's saying these immortal words. I want to know his emotion in all of it. I mean, we can read the words. He's saying, I'm sorry to Cassie, I'm sorry to Jane, I'm sorry to my children and my mother. You taught me better. I threw everything away. I ruined everything. But what is the emotion there? Is it just words? Is he completely stone cold face? Or is he crying? Is he upset? And I think all of these things are something that Judge Arun Subramanian will be clocking, because I mean, that's really what it is. Is he truly sorry? Is he truly remorseful for everything that he's done? I mean, he's now been convicted of a crime here, the transportation to engage in prostitution, which, to your point, Jesse, we haven't heard an apology for all of that. We've heard an apology for the domestic violence side of things. And I mean, I will just guess that Diddy might go on for a bit longer, as it is his first time really to address all of these accounts. But I want to know the emotion behind all of it.
It's a great point, and that's obviously something that Elizabeth Milner would know, because she's inside there. She can hear it for herself. But if we're clocking this, if we're clocking that he's not directly addressing the federal crimes that he was convicted of, you know Judge Subramanian's going to say it too. He says, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let you all down. People can change. I know I've changed. There is a part about this, Joe, and he goes, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Now, Joe, look, we're criticizing parts of this from a legal point of view. From a human point of view, could the judge be persuaded that this is a guy who's really learned his lesson, that could be a force of good, that he wasn't convicted of racketeering and sex trafficking, that while transportation to engage in prostitution is a serious crime, and there were elements of violence and drugs that were a part of it, and this happened many times, that perhaps he should not have to spend a significant portion of his life now in prison?
Here's what I say, at the risk of coming off like I'm banging on Diddy, and this is not a banging, Diddy day kind of thing for me. But if he's learned his lesson in 14 months, he'll learn it better in 2 or 3 years. And so what that means is there's got to be another reason over and above him learning his lesson. That's part of it. But over and above him learning his lesson, for him to be released more sooner than later. And that could be the force of good that he could be. I don't want to minimize that. I don't want to minimize the fact that he's, he's got ingenuity. He's creative. He has a huge platform. Everybody's going to be watching the things that he does next. And so that would have to be more the reason to let him get out earlier, because again, he knows how to succeed. And in all of these areas where he says, because of, he lost his father and it made him more likely to be a domestic abuser or whatever that was, he overcame the odds in so many other ways. So that doesn't fly either. So it's really got to be his ability to do something maybe that almost nobody else could do coming from this situation. So I'm not going to minimize the power of that and how the judge may evaluate that, but it's going to have to be that even more than just learning the lesson.
He just said, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them. I thank them for not guilty. Serena, back to you. Your thoughts on this?
Well, here's the thing. Sean Diddy Combs always had a platform to tell his story. He didn't need to be convicted of heinous crimes to be able to inspire people and use his power for good. I feel it's such a shame that somebody who did come from such a difficult and broken background and was able to pursue his dreams and get there, then turned around and used it to manipulate people, to harm people who are very vulnerable to him. And he used his power for bad. Maybe he did some good things. Maybe his children love him. That's true. But there are many, many convicted felons with children who were innocent and are always going to be innocent, waiting for their fathers or mothers to come home. He's not unique in that situation. What made Sean Combs unique is that he grew out of a terrible situation, and instead of using that to better his community and better the people around him, he used them and ended up doing these heinous crimes towards the women in his life. So I don't know that it rings so favorably to a judge that he's now telling his story in this way.
Well, he might have been listening to us because, Sierra, you know what he just said? I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. Again, I've heard, sometimes we have both heard statements from defendants when they're sentenced. Sometimes it really have no impact. Sometimes they're saying the jury got it wrong, I'm innocent. Sometimes their words kind of are hollow. By the way, Sean Combs just rapped. He says, no matter what anyone says, I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm curious from your perspective, does this one stand out to you, Sierra? Is it different?
I think this does stand out. I mean, just minutes ago, we were saying, okay, we haven't heard about the Mann Act. We haven't heard about the transportation to engage in prostitution. And we said Judge Arun Subramanian would be clocking this. So it seems as though this may be a strategic move on the path of P. Diddy to mention this and to say right out of the gate, hey, I'm sorry to Cassie, Jane, etc., all the people that he hurt and how. Then he talked about his family, and then now he's talking about his conviction here. And I do have to wonder if perhaps he went through and, talked it through with his defense attorneys. Hey, here's what I'm thinking of saying. What do you think I should include? What do you think I should, exclude? All of those sort of things. I think it's interesting that he says this isn't any sort of scheme here in order for me to get less time. Make an example out of me in the way that I can go on and share my story. And this kind of goes to what Serena was saying. P. Diddy was already a public figure. He didn't have to be convicted of a crime like this in order to share his story. I mean, we've seen a lot of other celebrities who have gone through addiction or things like that who haven't been convicted and then show us a positive change as a role model. So I think it's interesting, but I do think it's strategic. He brought up the Mann Act.
Okay, Serena, what did you say to me before? You go, if he might change his opinion, he might take a break?
Who whispered? Somebody said something. Fat Boo, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. She said, woo, child. Do y'all hear what Diddy is saying to the judge and also the courtroom, how he's addressing the courtroom? His first time speaking. And wow, he's throwing some very powerful words out there. What y'all think?
I'm here. I just think that the man deserves a chance.
Me too.
Okay, and it's just there's just the amount of hate that's out there is just off the chain. Okay.
Say it again. You're right about that.
I mean, I can't wrap my head around it because, I mean, even Jesus, he forgave the prostitute, and Jesus says, go away and sin no more. Okay, and it's not for us or anybody else to judge what his motives are at this point. I mean, give the man a chance to make it right.
Absolutely. Go ahead, LaParis. What you got?
I just don't understand. The lady at the bottom of the screen.
Hold on one second. If you got some kids, tell them snotty nosed kids. Hold on one second. Get your ass back in there. Tell your kids, fuck it. You go in another room. Only thing you got to do is go outside, open up that faucet, and fill it up with some water. If you can't do that, if you don't have a bottle, put your child outside, open up the faucet, and just tell them to stand there. If they get thirsty, tell them duck their head up underneath that damn faucet. Right now you live. You in the box. Shit, the shit is being recorded. But go ahead, LaParis.
The lady at the bottom of the screen, she keeps saying that she has a son, and not to be alone with women and all this different type of stuff. First off, I am looking at this from more than just like the human figure perspective. I am most definitely looking at this in a spiritual aspect. He's a Scorpio. Okay. I'm a Virgo. I have a Scorpion mother. The lady needs mental help. Okay. She is not mentally okay. And I recently shared a personal video of her behind the scenes, literally manipulating a situation to work out for her benefit with my her ex-husband, my father. They are very manipulative. They will tell you anything just so they can win a case or a situation. This is absurd. The man needs to be in jail. He's apologizing only because he got caught. And you guys here, the bottom three, are defending his behavior as if
Bottom
it's
three,
okay.
no. Bottom three, no.
Oh, bro, ain't
I
nobody
said,
defending shit.
I
We
said let
saying
him
damn
stay in
because he
there.
got caught. Y'all just bashing the man. If
No
that the
one is
case, if y'all
bashing.
gonna
No
treat,
one is bashing this
okay,
guy.
so
The
if that
guy
the
has been
case,
bashing himself for the
so what you
past
call so what you
15
call it if you
years.
go up to a strip club
Oh
that
my
you got
God. Oh
workers
my
at?
God. The
What you
strip
call
club
it
is
if you
not the
got strip?
same. The
DB,
strip club is
What
not
do
the
you mean?
same.
What
The
do you
DB,
strip
how
mean?
club
you
is
gonna
not the same.
how you
The
gonna
strip
What do
club
you
is
bash
mean?
not
him
the
for
same.
no? I didn't
What do
The
say
you
strip
mean?
that.
club is not the same. You
The,
cannot
the man
compare
just
this to
having
the strip
private
club.
parties. He messed up. Yeah, he did messed up. Now he
Oh
did. He
wow.
messed up.
Now
He
now
fucked
now
up.
it's deflecting down to he's
Uh,
messed up.
wait,
Now it's dwindling down to
Paris,
he messed up. I don't care. He's a black
Paris,
head figure. He's a black head.
Paris. Hey, look, Paris. Hey, calm down just a little bit.
Kristen, you a moderator. You
I
can
know that.
you
So
can
don't.
mute mics.
I know. I
Okay,
didn't want to have to do that.
now if you a moderator, you are secondary here.
Okay.
Do what you got to do. Go ahead. Go ahead. So I'm gonna let Lil Paris and Real collaborate real quick, and then it's gonna be Lil Paris and Chevy. Go ahead, Real. It's you
Thank
and Lil
you.
Paris.
Thank you. I guess my first question would be, if you're going to make reference to what I said, say it in its entirety. Don't half-ass it. What I said is I have a son, and one of the first things I taught my son as a teenager when he entered into teenhood, okay, was don't be alone with a girl. If a girl tells you you can't touch her, you don't touch her. Okay, because women can be wicked. All right, a girl could like a boy, and he don't like her, and then before you know it, he's touched her. He's done all these things that are inappropriate with her. That's what I said. So if you're gonna repeat what I said, you got to repeat it properly. Okay. The second thing is, you seem like you got a lot of hate, man. A lot of hate. Okay, and I'm just not feeling that. It's just not. It's not what this is about. This whole world right now is full of hate, and I'm just not feeling it. That's it. That's what I got to say on that note.
Are you literally serious right now?
I am as serious as a heart attack.
Okay, so I didn't mean to misquote you, but either way, what you said was still some BS, in my opinion.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're definitely entitled to your opinion. But your opinion doesn't
My
mean
question
it's
is to you: Are you an ethnic woman? Are you a black woman?
Sweetie, it doesn't matter what the color of my skin is.
Because this is a black
No. We're not going to do that. All right, because you got to understand, even with that, the attorneys that brought his case forward, they are of the white T community, right?
Of course,
So no, I'm talking about the prosecutors. So we can't right now. We can't make this about a black or white thing. All right, everybody
I
from
understand
both.
what you said.
If you
Do
look,
you understand what I'm trying to say, though? Do you understand what
I hear this? But look at the reporter. This is why I got the video right here playing here. You got white reporters talking about this. So everybody have a say-so in this because people feel like they have been affected by this. Black, white, Hispanic, Puerto Rican,
Oh, wow.
wherever you from. You got to realize it's a lot of different people listen to his music, right? It's not just us as a people listen to his music, right?
I do understand where you're coming from, but I do feel like this is more so a community thing of where we need to teach Black African Americans. Okay, this is the thing that we have to teach one another. It's not about the music. It's not about what he can do. It's not about all the lavish things that we can receive from him. It's about the mental stability of a black man. That's my problem. His mental stability is not okay right now.
Well, mine wouldn't be okay neither if I'm seeming like I'm gonna get a life sentence because I got caught having freak
Oh,
parties. Yeah, I mean, mine wouldn't be neither. My point is, I make it to you, my brother. Is if he's supposed to be trafficking women, then why these women ain't going to jail for keep coming back to get the fucking money? Nobody put a gun to their head and made them come.
most definitely they did. When you get beat upside your head, that's a gun.
So you telling me he beat every woman in the head for the last, what, 10, 20 years
Most
to come and
definitely he
get this
did.
money?
Most definitely
No,
he
he
did.
did not.
Whether
Ain't
it
just
was
no
verbal
person
abuse
around.
or physical abuse, he
Just
did.
because we saw the video of Cassidy, that doesn't mean he
Oh,
put
okay.
hands
Now
on
y'all want to
everybody.
downplay it. Now y'all want to
No,
downplay it and
I'm
be
not
the sheep.
downplaying that, my brother. I'm not
You're being
downplaying.
black
I'm
sheep.
not. He
Y'all
got
following
caught.
him. That's
No, we're not.
crazy.
I'm just.
That's
I'm
crazy. I
looking at
can't
the
have a
situation.
conversation with people that's not able to look deeper in the surface.
Well, see,
So if you're not going to look deeper into the surface, then I can't have no conversation with you.
You can't have any
remove
conversation
yourself.
because you don't want to be called
Remove
out on
yourself.
yourself. That's the
Called
problem.
out how?
Remove yourself.
Called out how?
Hey, listen, let me ask you a question, right? You know what free will is? You know what it is? Look it up real quick in ChatGPT.
Of course, I know what free
Okay,
will
then
is.
if you know what free will is, then you would have never made that stupid statement you just made.
Oh, darling, please.
Man, look.
Okay, you
How
understand?
long- I got a question. Are you still with your husband?
31 years.
31 years. Has he ever down talked you or put his hands on you?
Has he ever been disrespectful in speaking to me? Yes, he has.
Okay, and are you still there?
He wasn't for a little bit.
Are you still there?
You know what, sweetie? Step back, man. Step back. You don't hear me yelling at you, do you? No.
Okay.
You sound like you got some
It
serious
sound like
anger.
you. It sound like you got problems. Yeah.
Now let me go ahead.
Yeah,
and
he the one with the
yeah,
problem.
let me do it and do this right here. So this is what I see, LaParis. You got some things that you need to work out. Something happened a long time ago, or something happened a few years ago, and you're taking your energy out on the wrong people.
Amen.
All right. A lot of times when you have discernment, this is why I was allowing him to talk. A lot of times people snitch on themselves, and the frustration and the anger that's coming out is some things that you need to deal with. All right. So we're not going to do that over here. All right. Even because if you look at with domestic violence, did you know, LaParis, over 80% of the DV is initiated by women? Did you know that? So a lot of times men will go to jail for responding, right? Because the aggression. But just your talking and your language, man, it's some stuff that you need to work on. And I'm being nice, all right. All right. Let's see what something came down the pipe real quick. Everybody, hold on.
Any pertinent policy statement, the need to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities among defendants. So just looking for an update here. Okay. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Joe, this isn't good for Sean Combs.
No, it's not good for Sean Combs because he started off with good stuff and he says, but on the other hand, you know what I mean? Because to my mind, I mean, it could be different, but a lot of times you start off with the part, not with the part that you're going to end with. You know what I mean? Here's the good news, but here's the bad news, and here we are because of the bad news, as opposed to here's the bad news, and here's the good news, and here's where we are because of the good news. I think the order of things may dictate that, you know, he's going to come at him, and it's not going to be a low-end type sentence.
Sierra, this is very consistent with what we talked about before, where that video was being played of Sean Combs, where you look at his history of helping others, you look at his works in the community. You and I had talked about it. The argument would be, yes, but at the same time he was committing crimes. Or after his apology video for Cassie, he was accused of committing crimes. It seems that the judge is being consistent with this, and I apologize if I have to cut you off if the judge says something, but your thoughts?
No, please do cut me off because I want the updates as much as you do, Jesse, and so do our viewers. But I think it's confusing here, right? But two things can be true. P. Diddy can have all the love in the world for his children, and he can be a great dad to them. But on the other side of the coin, he did commit these.
We ain't finna do this shit. All right, look here, y'all. We got about 1,500 people in the room, y'all. YouTube, thank y'all for doing what y'all doing. Thank you, y'all. Y'all been tapping the screen. Y'all been dropping hearts in the chat. Y'all been just being thank you. Thank you. Because TikTok over here, they ass took their fucking phone, laid it on the bed, and just listening to the shit. I told you, if your fingers get tired, use your fucking toes. If you got cornrows, if your ass got locks, if your ass got dreads, you got weave, Brazilian, use that. Nobody was tapping. I'm talking about nobody. I need everybody that's watching tap the goddamn screen. Shit. Listen, Lakers said, I was, goddammit, you bald headed. I got you. I got you. Just tap. Let's go ahead and push this up to real quick. Let's go ahead and push it up to where we at. Daryl, appreciate that. Glenn, thank you so much for the rose. Jennifer, thank you so much for the rose. Why do Diddy got this shit on his fucking head up there? The hell is this shit? Y'all, let's go ahead and get it out to 400,000 likes. We at 366. What the fuck is this shit? That shit's supposed to be on my head. How did he get that shit? Let's go ahead and push it to 400,000 taps. Erica, you said I'm rude. Y'all, hold on, wait a minute. Y'all said I'm rude. Okay, watch this right here. I don't give a flying fuck if you think I'm rude. If you don't like my fucking language, this platform ain't for your ass. A lot of y'all dumbasses can't take a joke. If you've been following my platform, I like to joke. I don't give a flying fucks if you don't like that I'm being rude to who? The fuck is wrong with these sensitive ass people? Oh my gosh, Grace, you so rude. I ain't never coming back, but you still here. Listen, hold on, what you say? Sassy said we can cuss on TikTok. Shit, fuck it, cool. All right, y'all, let's continue. Let's see what came down the pipe.
He's appreciating all this, but at the same time, he's hitting all the factors, and he's talking about the evidence that came out during the course of this trial. He just said, Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there, bleep his bleep, bleep him, I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Now I'm wondering here, Joe, are we talking double digits?
I think we're going a little higher. We'll see how high we go. But 5 to 7 at least, and maybe
it's not looking good.
That's what it's sounding like. And there's an argument that the record supports that. Diddy was extra arrogant, and the length of time, I think, is incredibly persuasive. And moving for the judge, obviously, this is not something that happened once or twice and he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. This was built into what Diddy did. This was his culture, and he was truly lawless, just to put it where it really is.
All right, so I'm going to pause there real quick. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and let Ice Cake, I can't see your last name, but we're just going to call you Ice Cake.
GV, why is it taking all day for
I ain't there. I ain't there.
I'm just wondering.
No, it's all right.
This long?
No, I ain't there. This is federal shit. I don't
That's
know.
what I'm asking. On federal cases, does it usually take all day?
Well, they putting everything. No. This is a different case.
Okay.
Because y'all got to realize that the lead prosecutor got fired.
Oh, that's
The
right.
lead prosecutor got fired. So
That ain't good. That ain't good.
absolutely. So the judge is being very careful with this.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Ice cake, hot cake. How you doing, ma'am?
Hey, how are you?
All right.
Hey
Do
guys.
you have T-Mobile, Cricket, and how old are you?
55. I got AT&T.
Walter, wait a minute. You 55?
I know I don't look like it.
You got that damn filter. Y'all stop using them damn filters on your profile.
No. Go. You can go on my page. I do lives. No, I actually look young.
Okay,
So
got you.
you can go check out my page. I do lives.
I got you.
So actually, what Diddy messed up is the rugs, the money, and the passing of the money. That what makes you get a case. You know, with the feds, with the, can I say prostitution?
Go ahead.
With the prostitution, okay? We all know we grew up in the 90s. I mean, I was born in the 70s, but we grew up with the Diddy stuff and her and this and her and that, right? So, I mean, you could look at Uptown Records. Everybody gone, but I'll be sure.
Yep.
You know, everybody gone, Kim gone, everybody gone. When you got that much money and that much power, people don't know the industry, okay? They get these young girls in the industry and they turn them out. Once they put them drugs in their mouth, they got them. So they got them hooked on drugs, and they're going to keep coming back for that feeling. And so they're going to get freakier and freakier and freakier. You know, I blame Cassie's mother because I was like, do she got a brother or something? Because it couldn't have been, you know, one of my families getting done like that. Cassie did run, and he did go back and get her, and he had bodyguards. When you got that much money in the industry, they do a lot of wild, freaky stuff, and they do a lot of stuff to people. And there's a lot of blackmail going on. They put you on video. Oh, I'm gonna show this video if you don't do this and do that. You know, and you don't even remember doing it because you were so high in your brain. So when he first met Cassie, he put an X pill in her Gatorade. He had her then, because back then them X pills was fire. So, you know, she was strung out on drugs, just like when the crack days came and the men put the pipes in the women's mouth, and then you see them walk on the streets, they're a whole different person the next day. So I blame everybody. Everybody have to take accountability of this stuff. It's wrong. It's not right. He just need to do his time
Pause it.
and
Hold
go on by his.
We got an update. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on.
But I guess, again, going back to this idea of we're looking at 7.
I mean, all speculation as of right now, but I think the most important thing is what you just said there, Jesse. P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is not getting out of jail today. And the 14-month recommendation that the defense brought has just been thrown completely out the window. The judge says, no, that's not sufficient enough. And I think what he's saying could be taken in a couple of different ways. One, that the 11 years is sufficient. Yes, I mean, based on your conviction here, because again, remember, this is a conviction. 11 years makes sense. It checks out. I agree with the prosecution. But to what Serena said earlier, perhaps, and we do have a new update. Jesse,
I think we have the official sentence right now for Sean Diddy Combs. After being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, the judge has just said, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So 50 months of incarceration is a little over 4 years. It's 4.16 years in prison. Now, that is a bit lower than what the range was of 5 to 7 years, Sierra. Let's start there. If I'm reading this correct, and we're talking 50 months, and we have another update coming in. I'm just waiting to see what it is. But right now, it appears that Sean Combs has officially been sentenced to 50 months of incarceration, so 4 years in prison. You talk about time served, right? About a year. Are we talking now then 3 years, right, Sierra?
Yeah, so about 3 more years based on the 1 year that he has already served. And I guess, I mean, it is a win for P. Diddy, and that the government asked for 11. You know, the recommendation was 5 to 7, which a lot of us guessed would happen. I mean, yes, he wanted to be out today. That was his goal. The defense, of course, wanting the 14 months. but 3 years compared to the 11 that the judge says, yeah, that's warranted. I mean, there's a huge difference in the range there, more than a decade versus less than half of a decade. We've got another update, Jesse, back to you.
Yep. Serena, Sean Combs was sentenced to 50 months of incarceration by Judge Subramanian, so a little over 4 years. That minus the 14 months already served. Is that the appropriate sentence, Serena?
Well, I'm sure Diddy is not thrilled to not walk out today, but he should be pretty happy with his defense team, because I think the judge giving less than half of the prosecutor's recommendation and also less than what the pre-sentence report had said is a win for him. I do believe that 4 years is a win in this particular case.
Joe, what did it? Was it his letter? Was it the letters of family? Was it the children speaking? Was it the work that he's doing behind bars? Was it the nature of these charges? You know, as much as we say that the judge was not convinced to throw out the charges, right? The defense put forward that motion saying transportation to engage in prostitution should be thrown out. This is not prostitution. He's protected by the First Amendment. The judge didn't buy it. But the argument, hey, he wasn't convicted of racketeering. He wasn't convicted of sex trafficking, just the prostitution charges. Can't create a disparity based on other defendants who are sentenced. Maybe 4 years is appropriate and won't be overturned on appeal.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had to position this a certain way. And there's a couple things to figure in. First of all, we got to go back to the fact that the defense did an enormous job in getting him off of the most serious charges, right? So we're talking about something that's going to be smaller and it's going to be less time anyway. Next, there's the probation department recommendation, right, which put things at a certain place. And it sounded like, even though the judge talked about how 11 years wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable, and he said 14 months would have been entirely unreasonable if I am hearing it correctly, he still is in line in that he doesn't want to do something that'll necessarily be appealable, and he wants to arrive somewhere not too far afield from the recommendations themselves. And so, again, here's Diddy in a situation where he did a lot better than he might have. And, you know, that 3 years is going to go by in no time. And the day that he was found guilty of most of everything, it ensured that he would have a date that he would get home at some point anyway. So he will get home. He's better off than he may have been, than a lot of people would have been, even though he's not coming home today.
Serena, does he serve the full 3 years, or does he serve 85%? In other words, would he serve 2.5 years?
So there is opportunity for him to get out earlier on good behavior. And so the calculation is not exact. And time will tell whether he will be getting out with some time off from the full 3. I know it's a 4-year sentence. Obviously, the 14 months counts. You already deduct that. I mean, that's definitely coming off. Because he does have credit for the time served. So already it's less than the sentence that he's getting, the 4 years. But yeah, he could very easily be walking out sooner rather than later. So the children will have their father home sooner than they expected. And as Joe mentioned before, he can be on his comeback tour, you know, in no time.
We had a poll up. What do you think Diddy's sentence will be? So 31% said less than 5 years. They were.
All right, we're gonna start from the bottom then, because we got people, more guests want to come in. We're gonna start with the bottom, and then we're gonna start with Real. Kristen, if you want to, I'm gonna leave you in because you're a moderator. Then we're gonna go to Chevin. Then we're gonna go to Ice Cake. I'm gonna give y'all just 1 minute. Let me know what you think about the verdict. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chevy.
I just feel like God was on his side. He was very lucky because they really wanted to, they wanted to see him get a life sentence, seemed like, in this situation. And he just really needed to take this real serious. And they already done killed him. He lost all his businesses. His name is already messed up. So he got to start from scratch all over when he get out of here. So I just feel like he better thank God for this, take that 4 years and run with it and stay away from them parties. Bottom line, no more parties.
No more
Don't
parties.
invite nobody over. None.
Well, Kevin Hart made
Yeah.
that. Kevin Hart made that clear. No more parties. Like
No.
leave that shit alone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what, Chevy? I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you so much for coming
Yeah.
up, man. And always feel free to come back up, big dog. All right.
All right. Appreciate you.
All right. No problem, man. No problem. All right. We're gonna get
All
next
right.
to. Let's go ahead and go with Rio. Are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
All right. Go ahead.
Disappointed, disappointed. I would have liked to have seen it be less than that. But I believe that, God was definitely on his side. And I just hope and pray that he does the right things and uses the time that he has to just, get his heart right and his mind right and come out and just be the kind of father and son and person that he's meant to be. And that's it, man.
You know what, Real? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. She
Thank
said,
you.
and she said what she said, y'all. She said what she said. Thank you so much for being short, quick, and brief. Ice Cake, what you got? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ice Cake. I know you dealing with your children. Your children come first. Whenever you're ready, please feel free to come back up here. Kristen, anything you want to say? Okay, all right. I'll bring. There she go.
Bring them up, JB.
Huh?
I was gonna bring them up for you. How many you want to bring up at a time?
Let's do 4. All right, so we're going to start with up top. Up top, Diddy.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man? What you got? The verdict came down. He's getting 4.5 years. I'm not 4.5. He's getting 4 years and some change, and it's going to be down to 3 years and some change. What you think about that?
Man, I'm just gonna say that is one hell of a steal. Because he don't need to do the full 3 years. I guess he just do. I'm gonna say like 14 months, and then 85% with good time, and then he do that extra year with probation. And by the time next year roll around, he will be home. So I'm gonna say a big W for the lawyers. I guess his family is happy, and that's how that usually go. Diddy will be home next year, though. That's how that works.
Appreciate it, Uptown. Appreciate it, Uptown. Thank you so much for coming up, for giving that. Let's go ahead to the next person, Bryce.
In my opinion, he have a sweet deal. That's what money purchase. That's what money purchase you get for with money. The only disadvantage is there are a lot of people that suffer behind it. But on the other hand, all these people that was involved knew exactly what they were doing and knew exactly what was going on when they took the time out to be a part of everything that he was doing. Big ups to him. He got another shot at life, and I hope he do the right thing for it.
That was Bryce talking. Who was just speaking? Was that you, Bryce?
Bryce.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Andre, go ahead. Thank you, Bryce, for your opinion.
My name's Adriana. I feel like that the verdict was a punishment. He got what a punishment. When you get in trouble, that's what you get. You get punishment. I feel like if I could say real quick that I feel like it's a lot of judgment, and I feel like a lot of people are going just because they are just going off what they see. But we as people, like everybody said, we all have done things people don't know nothing about, not making it no bigger than the other. But we have to be held accountable whether we see it, because God's gonna see it regardless. But at the end of the day, I feel like he did wrong. He got a punishment. We're not neither a judge nor able to say whether he should have got more time, less time, because we're not them. So I feel like he got in trouble for what he did. Hopefully it won't happen again. And hopefully he can go on with his life. You know what I'm saying? Yes, he's gonna have to rebuild, but that's the part of life when you're trying to rebuild yourself from doing things as we have done growing up as kids. We had to grow up, and in order to be an adult, you have to grow up from the mistakes you made, not making your mistakes no better than the other one. Wrong is wrong, right is right. So I feel like he got the punishment. Might not be what everybody else wants, But again, it's only up to God to make decisions, and what He wanted was what happened tonight. So that's my opinion on that.
Thank you, Adriana. Goddess, go ahead.
My opinion is going to be a little different, maybe a lot different than others. The only reason why is because I actually, the father of my daughter is Robert Curry from Day 26, who was signed with Bad Boy Records and was on the show Making a Band.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You said your father. I mean, say that again.
My baby's dad was on Making a Band.
I
So
covered Day 26.
yes,
That was fucked up.
very much. So from the background and knowing things that maybe other people don't know and that he has not shared or don't want to share, or hearing them, it's different for me. I feel as if he needed more time. That man is a sociopath. He has major issues, and the world just sees a black man with money that's trying to make it. When in actuality, y'all need to see him for who he really is, outside of just a black man with money. He is evil, and I believe he should have got way more time because of the things he did to make people suffer. Cassie, Making a Band, Daddy DeCane, all these different people went through so much with him, and everybody did not sign up for a monster. So I think that some people don't really understand how trauma works or things work. The industry is pure evil, and he's evil. And the fact that anybody would think that he deserved anything less after seeing what he did, especially to Cassie in that hallway, is ridiculous to me. And knowing what he has done to the people around him is ridiculous. I feel as if he's a legion and he's doing his job. So yes, he got easier time, lesser time just because of his money. I feel as if people need to understand there's more sympathy for these people that are victims instead of saying, oh, they were grown, they were this. It doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter what they went into. They went into this thing for a career, to have fame and money, because what I know about them people, the ones that had signed with him, they wanted a career. They were still young. They were still in their 20s. There's no way that anybody should have to deal with what he did. Period. Point blank. I feel like he deserved way more time. It's people out here that's doing less crime and getting way more time. So that's what I gotta say.
Goddess, how do you feel? I got just a question. If you'll answer it, and if you don't want to, that's okay. But when he gets out, do you think that the women are in danger for speaking up?
I think that the women are in danger for speaking up while he's in there. Money doesn't stop anything. It doesn't stop just because he's behind bars. I think that because he does have money, that if he wanted something to happen or if anything to happen, it will happen whether he's out or not. So yes, I do. I think regardless of what he's in or out.
I agree with you, and I think that it came a long time, even from his mom. With the stuff that she did with the mac and cheese. I mean, that's just crazy.
Ridiculous. Exactly. Like, you have to understand the type of trauma and mental health issues that he's going through and what he's going to do to other people. So it's sick. He didn't deserve what happened to him, but he did not deserve to pour that same thing on other people.
Hey man, I agree with you. Anything else you want to say?
No, that is all. It's some of the people that were saying stuff. It just kind of like, I'm breathing heavy. I don't know if y'all can, but it just really got up under me because I do know the stories that people are not talking about. And it breaks my heart.
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah. But that is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Goddess. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you so much. Did we get to who is this? Andre? I mean,
I did. I said something, but I did want to make a comment. I don't and as well as what she was saying, and I could hear the hurt in her voice. Not to discredit anything that anybody has went through. I more so was speaking towards people who really don't know what's going on. Like, we as the people outside looking in, we only see what they allow us to see, and they put the stories out. Some people do investigations, find out more truth, but a lot of immature comments is what I'm really on with these comments. Yes, he did wrong, and whatever punishment he got, he deserved a punishment in general. But a lot of people are emotionally attached to this that have nothing to do with it because it's just in the public eye, and we go off our own public trauma. And we have to learn as adults that we all have went through things and we're going to respond totally different, but a lot of people are responding and still not understanding the impact on everybody. It's just like we just want to be heard, we want to say our statements, or we want to be on his side, but half these people don't know nothing that's going on, don't know this man, the story, the backdrop, what he went through, what he did to nobody. We only go off what somebody said, and then we only go off what
Go
somebody
ahead.
said.
Hold on one second.
Um,
Hold on one second. When I bring y'all up, make sure you mute your microphones. Mute your microphones. We're getting too much feedback. All right. Go ahead, sweetheart.
So I just feel like we go off of things, and then we got these people that are so into the celebrities. These celebrities, we don't really know them. We're entertained by them. We like the things they do, the music they do. They uplift us. They help us get through things understood. But they're still human. They make mistakes. We are human. We make mistakes. So the comments and the extraness behind it, I just feel like we need to really know the story to put the opinion to it, because we can say a lot of people have done some things that's wrong, but hey, okay, they did. But what do you know besides what the public put out? Do you know the real backdrop behind it? So it's like a lot of emotions. That's why I feel like a lot of people are in and out saying some dumb shit, excuse my language, saying good things, bad things, but it's only because you're only seeing what the public's putting out there, because you don't know the backdrop. Just like if you had a story and somebody wanted to comment on it, if they don't know your backdrop, they only going off of what they hear and see. And that's the problem with us as humans. We instead of doing the full investigation and really realizing what's really going on, we give too many opinions, and that causes catastrophe. So, like I said, I feel like a punishment was deserved. We're not here, nor are we God, to put that punishment out there. So he got it. Hopefully he do something better with it, become a different person. That's for us to put in God's hands. But at the end of the day, we've all made mistakes, and neither one of us are God. So that's just my opinion. And I thank you for giving me the time to speak.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming up. Just to let y'all know, if you knew coming in, it has been it has been ruled that he, hey, he got 4 years and some change, but he already served a year, so he got 3 years and some change. So if you ask me, I think he's going to be out by the end of next year. Probably a little earlier than that, because you can always go in and do some things, right? So there it is. All right. Let's see who we got next on the list. I see Ice Cake's Hot Cake is back in here because the kids was running around. She was screaming, and I ain't want her business out there in front of people. That's none of your business. Go ahead, Ice Cake.
That was the TV. I don't have no kids
My
here.
bad. I just thought it was something.
Okay. Like I was saying, well, he got his time. He lost a lot of money. It was about money. This is about politics when it comes to the music industry. So they got the money they wanted out of him. He gonna be out. He gonna start. Ain't nobody gonna fool with Diddy. And that's more time. That's more time than his actual time. It's losing everything. So I just hope he don't crash out. He really changed his life, and he, help other victims with the money he have left, and going on about his business and leave people alone and stay off them rugs. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Ice Cakes, for saying that. Let me see what he's saying real quick. Y'all hold on 1 second. Just hold on. What's going on? I guess they just look at all these rich motherfuckers. My black ass sitting back here can barely make $2. These folks walking out just made $100,000 an hour. This some real bullshit. And the only thing they ass do was talk. And my ass is back here working all these fucking screens and clicking mouse and shit, and these folks barely paying me $2 an hour. Some real live shit. All right, I guess they done with that shit. Fuck it. All right, go ahead. Fuck it. Who next? Now I'm mad. The Black, how you doing? The Black, how you doing? The Black, how you doing?
Hi.
I'm like, you gotta have a title, mama. So they done gave her.
God damn. Like, cut the TV off. Something is happening. I don't know. Cut everything off and come back. Go ahead, Goddess.
Hi, I'm sorry. I just wanted to reply to the lady that went after me, I think. I understood where she was coming from, but no. I feel as if there is enough evidence and enough things to show who he is and what he was about. Know everybody that he, you know, had doing his things and these parties and stuff. No, everybody ain't innocent. No, I'm not saying that, but for the innocent ones, like I said, if you take early 20-year-old, 19-year-old, and all these things, what do you think that is? That's called manipulation. You get them while they're young so you can mold them. And Diddy molded a lot of people. You don't see him still dating all these young women. You know what I'm saying? The city girl, all that stuff. Like, come on, man, she's young. And you get them while they're young to mold them. And though, yeah, it's money, it's all these different things that's involved. Because people want to be successful. So should you have to go through trauma, hurt, harm, and things like that and endure certain things just so that you can make money, just so that you can have success in the area you want to? Let's just be for real. His time should have definitely been longer. I believe he should have got at least a 5 to 7 with no time served. You get what I'm saying? That time served is that time for you to sit down, think about what you have done, think about all these people you have hurt. And not to mention, you got to remember, y'all are saying like some people are saying like people was of age. Y'all are not really paying attention. Y'all are not listening because some people in those parties were not of age. They weren't. They are telling it, and they might not be telling it in the courts at this moment, but all that stuff was put out. So I feel a lot of people are trying to believe what they want to believe and won't believe what they don't want to believe, and that's the problem. You have to literally take these colors that you painted this man and painted the situation and really look at it for what it is. He's groomed people, he's hurt people, he's harmed people, he's taken away from people, he's used people. Most of them people that were signed to him didn't even get paid. This stuff is ridiculous. And then to traffic these women, let's just be for real. Let's be seriously. Y'all wouldn't feel that way if it was a guy on the street doing the same thing to these young women, right or wrong. Y'all would want that pimp to be behind bars because y'all know what he's doing. Let's not turn a blind eye to say we don't know. We do know. We do know. You just don't want it to be that because this is a black man with money. And I hate to say it like that, but us as a people, we love to see someone black with some money, with some success and all that. And I do too. But if it's harming people, no, I don't want to see it. You deserve to lose everything. You deserve to be behind bars. You deserve to get everything that you're going to get. And yes, this is the time they gave him, unfortunately, and it's because of money. Let's be for real.
All right, she said what she said. Goddess, thank you so much again for addressing that. Again, if you want to come back up here, because we got so many people want to come up here and speak, so I'm gonna make sure I get to everyone. Who we have here? Virtuous Woman, I think that's your name. Virtuous, how you doing? Virtuous. Virtuous, I need you to unmute that Virtuous mic.
Virtuous. I need you to unmute your mic,
Hi.
ma'am.
I don't know. But
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
this is the black woman.
No, hold on one second. Virtuous. Okay. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Cool. All right. Go ahead. Let's see. The black woman. How you doing? You back? Go ahead. The black woman. You're back.
I don't know how to unmute her mic because I muted it.
Go ahead and unmute your mic. The black woman.
Hello?
There you go. How you doing?
Oh, here we are. So, how is everybody today?
We
I
are
think
good.
what Goddess was saying and what someone was saying about, him being a sociopath and patterns, we have to stop looking at people for the legacy and the image that they put out. We as Black people are too forgiving, and as a society are too forgiving of the misogyny of women. If this were your sister, your mother, your niece, whoever, you would be outraged. But because he's puffy, because he's made records and he's made hits, everybody wants to excuse him and give him a pass. His pattern speaks so much louder than that fake apology that he wrote to the judge. If you've ever been in a relationship with someone like him, you know the characteristics and you know that those patterns don't lie. That letter was like a typical narcissist, I'm sorry. And he deserved more time. He deserved to sit in the crap that he made of his life. You have honorable, righteous men like Samuel Jackson, like Courtney Vance, like Denzel, and so many other Black men who didn't use their fame, who didn't use their wealth, who didn't use their access to people to hurt people. He made choices. And yes, the people that he, did those things with made choices too, but let's stay focused on what he did because he was the one on trial. He should be 100% accountable for what he did to people. And the only reason he stopped is because he got caught. Because if he hadn't got caught, he would probably still be doing the same things. So more time, yes, he should have gotten. We have to stop excusing and giving passes to people because who we think they are. The trial showed us exactly who he is. Him beating Cassie in the hallway showed us exactly who he is. Him telling people to walk from Brooklyn to the Cheesecake Factory, which has nothing to do with music, shows exactly who he is. His pattern of behavior shows us exactly who he is. And he should have to sit and do time more than a slap on the wrist to take accountable for what he's did to so many other people.
Okay, so the black you confused the hell out of me. All right. We're talking about what he been charged with.
I understand what he's been charged with, and he could have gotten more time. I know exactly what he's been charged with. And in regards to why his sentence was so light, when they obviously could have given him more time. And the reason he didn't get more time is because he's Diddy, because he has money, because anyone with money can walk away and get a slap on the wrist. And I think the judge should have used a little bit more discernment when sentencing him and looking at his patterns of behavior, because that's part of sentencing someone, is looking at who they are and their potentiality to return to the things that they were doing.
Now, you mentioned a few names like Denzel and all these other celebrities. Do we know what these other celebrities do on a day-to-day basis?
We do not know.
Okay.
We do not know, but we know what he did.
Well,
and we know that these celebrities, as far as the public eye is concerned, carry themselves to be a lot more righteous than what he did.
Ma'am.
And it's really not about them. I just use them as an example. I just use them as an example because people have choices, right? And so he chose to hurt and exploit people. It's that simple. He chose to do that time and time again. Whether the people were willing to do it or not, he chose to victimize people. And I think that's the one thing that's being overlooked. He chose to victimize people. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to get arrested to tell a story. He could have done that. He could have wrote books about his life. He could have done a documentary. So now he wants to tell his story because he's been traumatized. A lot of people have been traumatized, but haven't chosen to hurt people.
I got
He
you.
used his money, he used his fame, he used his power to hurt people.
Okay,
And that's what sociopaths do.
but
They
it's
draw people in and
hold
they
on.
hurt people. And he
Okay,
definitely is a
hold on.
sociopath.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. So what he's been charged with, because everything else that you have explained is just pretty much just what they do damn near every single day in Hollywood. You mentioned talking about the people walking from one
But
place
we're
to the
not talking
next.
about what people
No,
are doing every single day in
ma'am,
Hollywood. We're talking about
you
what
brought it
this
up.
man did.
You brought it up. So it's not just Diddy. That's Hollywood for you. People do that all the times. So
Okay.
so
And so
the
because
reason
good
why I
for
said
us, we
the
should
reason
excuse
you
his behavior.
no listen don't, okay, all these people are grown that come up there to get auditioned, right? Right?
Uh-huh.
Don't nobody force nobody to do anything.
They are.
Who forced people to come up there and audition?
They don't, but
That's what I'm saying. So
I think we're getting stuck on the fact that
ma'am, you
these
brought it
were
up.
grown
Ma'am, you
people
brought it up.
and they made choices. But what
Ma'am,
about
okay, so
choice?
they made the choice. So
But what
why
about
would Diddy pay for that?
people?
If they made the choice, why would Diddy pay for it?
I'm sorry, say that again?
If they made the choice, Diddy gave them an option. This totally, we went left with this conversation. When people go audition, they would tell you up front, A, B, and C. Make the choice. Free will. They did that. So how is Diddy wrong for doing that?
How is he wrong for exploiting people? Is
Ma'am,
that what you're saying?
oh my goodness. Ma'am, okay,
Is that a serious question?
you're not listening. You mentioned,
Because we can choose
you,
to hurt
ma'am,
people and not hurt
you're
people.
not listening, ma'am. Because right now you talking about, fuck it. Let's get back on the trial. What Diddy have been charged with, because they brought proof. Let's stick with the facts here. Was the time that the judge pushed down his sentences, was that fair for what he has been charged with? Okay. Okay. Next, Rust. How you doing?
Yo, bud, I'm good, thanks. You?
Hey, I'm good, man. What you got? What you
Yeah,
got?
sorry, I'm from the UK, but I've followed this trial all the way. You know, do I think Diddy's sentence was right? Yeah, I think he had to serve something. I think it should have been treated as more of an addiction. You know, I think Diddy's case was he was addicted to the lifestyle. He was addicted to these women. He was addicted to. We all know he was addicted to drugs and stuff. Yeah, but I think once he was in that lifestyle and running with it, it just became, you know, he was free to do it. You know, he was never stopped. He was addicted to it and he ran with it. Yeah, he's been sentenced to 4 years. I think it should have been probably less, and it should have been treated like on the addiction lines. So it should have been put into rehab, you know, sorted out with all this stuff and spoken to the right people. But I guess, you know, now that we're seeing it, he's just got to do his time and ride with it, I guess. I think with the whole Cassie thing and all that, the video and stuff that was released, again, addiction, moment of rage, you know, all that thing. You know, drugs can do crazy things to people. Yeah, I think it's a shame that he's got 4 years, but he'll ride it, and I think he'll come out sound. Yeah.
All right, man. I really appreciate it, Dan. I'm gonna say this one time and one time only. Dan Tapper, let's be respectful in the comments, sir. I see you going after people. Be respectful, sir. That's my only warning. All right, Russ, I really appreciate it. He said what he said. And we're going to cut. Kristen, is there anything you want to say before I continue, or are you busy?
No, I'm okay. No,
I
let
got
them
you.
go.
I got you.
Let's see. G Nick with no profile picture. How you doing?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing? Thank you for allowing me to come up. Well, it's today. Well, we're gonna hear the women, say what they say. I've been listening, but at the end of the day, if you look at all the facts, and when his first trial came out, if it was Rico, I mean, he'd have been found guilty on that. We'd all would have accepted everything. And then after we saw evidence came out, the jury got it right. They still won't accept it. Now you turn around, he was eligible. I just want people to understand it now. He was eligible for probation. He was eligible for anything else, but you see what they did. They gave him what they wanted to give him. That's what the judge did. So, okay, let's just go on and go with it. But I want y'all to remember this here. When this appeal courts overlook this and see everything that went on, and they look at all these videos that came out in this trial, then you wonder. It looked like he was only convicted of a domestic violence. But at the end of the day, we see what it boils down to. It steady comes up because of what y'all saw, what he did in the videos with the young lady. And I feel that, yeah, you're right. Nobody condones that. I won't condone it if it was my daughter, my mom, my sister, anybody, man, putting their hands on him. But at the end of the day, he should have been charged for that, and not what he's was accused of charging right now. But all the women, we respect y'all. We understand it.
Well, again, out of respect, Cassie kept putting herself back in that situation.
Correct, that's what I'm saying. So after the appeals that goes through, when you see the appeals, every time you hear a comment, they always gonna go back to the video that was a domestic violence. Am I correct? So when the appeal courts look at this,
which is a state charge.
That is correct. So when they go back and look at it, we're gonna be right back to square one again. And then why did this happen? Well, it always happens to people who look like you and I. And then when you turn around, I heard a young lady talk about Denzel Washington and all these other young men that go out and do certain things. But I'll tell you this here. There are a lot of, like the rappers, they say, oh, hold them accountable for the words that they use and this and that. Okay, well, watch this here. What about the movie in Denzel Washington in Training Day? How did it make black people look? That was a training day, but look, the WHIT man was the good man. He was the hero. But Denzel made us look like we were the bad people. But he was entertaining. That's what it's all about, people. Entertainment. You don't want to accept that. But at the end of the day, he got 4 years. He's going to have to do the 3 after the appeal and see what happens. He may do all his time at the appeal, then and then when the appeal comes out, they say, oh, well, we got to throw it out. It was a mistake. It happened to Bill Cosby.
I doubt it. And no, you're right. I doubt he do 2 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I doubt it. No, I think he's gonna do. They send him for
like less than. I think he'll do maybe 2 years or less. If you add, that's just me.
Okay, yeah, but I think from the calculation that they're adding up right now with the 50 months or however you look at it, plus the year that he's already got credit, he's looking at almost close to 3 years. Right. So at the end of the day, I think if he does 3 years or almost close to 3 years, then the Court of Appeals come back and say, oh, that was a mistake. See, we can't take back what they already gave us. And this is what's been getting in this country when it looks like you and I. We have to still serve the time. And then at the end of the day, we were wrongfully convicted. But you can't take that back, y'all. We can't take it back. So if you want to accept that this young man got with his time, so when our other young fellas go out and make mistakes and do something wrong, and never had a violation, never been a convicted felon, but they throw the book at them, let's accept it. Because that's what y'all accepting right now. Just accept it and move on. Thank you, sir.
No, I appreciate it. Hey, man, what's going on with your profile picture? Because you got 16 eyes up there.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just something I just put on. My daughter put it out there for me, and I just put it on there. I need to put a picture of me, so I'm gonna try to put one up there with
change
okay,
that.
I get it.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Right, no problem.
I love it, man. I love it, man. I love it. Let's see who we got next. I see. Go ahead, LaParis. Let's see. We got the mechanic that's next.
Can we repeat his charges? What is his charges? So I can, mentally think about this too. Can someone tell me his charges?
You mean to tell me?
Hell no, because I don't care.
Your ass came up here doing all that talking. You didn't know what he was charged with.
I knew the basics of it, but I don't give too much. I'm just looking back from it.
So Paris,
what's up?
You came up here purely off your emotions.
No.
You didn't know what he was being charged with.
Yes, I did know what he was being charged with, but I'm just saying, like, what was
Paris, are you
the final
trolling
charges?
us?
Paris, you trolling, bro. You
You
trolling.
trolling us, Paris?
Why would I troll y'all?
Paris, you trolling, bro. Ain't it?
Why would I troll y'all?
You said you know his charges. So what is his charges? What he been charged with?
I want to know what was dropped. I forgot what was dropped and everything. What they demeanored everything down to. Just repeat the charges so I can just be clear again. It's not that hard.
My head hurt. I got to doo-doo. I got to pee. I've been sitting in this chair all damn day. My back hurt. The side of my neck is twisted. These headphones need to be charged. My mic is fucking up. His ass want to come up here the first time. I'm thinking he knew the fucking charges. He all in the uproar.
I know the charges.
He all in the uproar, cussing folks out, going all over the fucking place. I had to drop his
Y'all
ass.
sound crazy.
He come back up. He come back up. He come back up like, hey, great vibes, bro. What's the charges?
Listen.
What's the charges, bro?
Y'all sound like y'all like domestic violence in the homes. So I'm trying to understand what's going on really here.
You said, hold up. You said what? Say that again.
Y'all seem like y'all like domestic violence in the home. I don't know, cause you up here talking about some.
What made you say that?
Talking about some people.
What made you
go,
say that? What made
go
you
to
say
these
that?
auditions?
What made you say that?
For free will and stuff.
What make you say that? What make you say we like domestic violence inside the house?
Because y'all ain't about correcting them and laying them straight and handling it when it's time to be handled. Y'all seem like y'all just like keep sweeping stuff under the rug.
Well, again, this is a federal case, not a state case.
I understand that.
So domestic violence is out the picture.
Here we go with this.
I mean, you want facts, right?
Okay, so repeat the charges.
You tell me you came up here.
Let me grab my other phone.
All right. Well, while you grab your other phone, request to come back up here. Go ahead, Icy.
ISIS. Okay,
ISIS.
so
Cool.
I feel like Diddy should have got time served. I just feel like a lot of people just came up here and trauma bonded.
Yep.
Thank you.
Everybody, I feel like the reason why I feel like he should have got time served.
What's up? Sorry to interrupt, girl, but listen, GV's, he's got doo-doo. So he needs to take a pause and he needs to take a break. So when he says he's got a doo-doo, he got a doo-doo. And he be letting logs out and shit, okay? So now we got 100,000 or 1.4 thousand people in here. Let's get the taps up. Looks pretty weak over there with the likes. But anyway, yeah, I'm on mute. But yeah, I just wanted to say that he will come back for about 45 minutes.
First of all, let me tell you something. Don't be telling folks my business, all right? What if I do in the bathroom? Don't come up here telling folks my fucking business. If I'm in that bathroom,
you done told the internet your business, GV. Shit, you talk about going to Lowe's and getting a plunger. Oh,
Okay.
dude, you
So,
already know.
I just felt like everyone that came up here came up here on the emotional standpoint and trauma bonded. Everyone that you guys were talking about was a willing participant, like willing. If there were other people sitting up there with Diddy, then maybe. But everyone that was in there and that connected to him, even on making a band, people wanted they wanted fame, they wanted money, so they took the abuse and they didn't have to. So I feel like Diddy should have got time served. I don't agree with the sentence. I feel like he should be home for less. And I feel like a lot of people that came in here need to heal. I see as a Black community that a lot of us need to take the time to heal and release and let go of the past. He got what he got, and it's time. I'm tired of hearing about Diddy. It's time to move on. Cassie got $3 million that she can heal and wipe her tears with, and it's just time to heal and move forward, and as a community, and just let it go. But I feel like he should be home right now, time served.
All right, she said what she said. Thank you so much for coming back up, laying that back out. Because yes, I mean that's what we've been. Who the hell got their phone in their pocket? Keish, is that you?
Key.
Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I was running
The
back to the
hell?
phone for my charger. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we heard the phone on your ass.
I'm sorry, guys. You sure you don't need to go let one out?
So literally, someone in the
I already
comments
did.
said, so
I already
Usher
did.
was a willing participant.
Hold on one second.
So
Hold on.
Usher was a willing participant.
Everybody, hold on. Let's Keish right now. All right, one at a time. So
so
when it splashed in the toilet, it went up and it's on the seal. It's on the ceiling. I got to clean it off. But go ahead.
did you wash your hands?
Nope.
Oh my God.
GV.
Stop it. Stop it.
So I don't have much to say because I feel like everyone's saying the same thing. I do feel like some people are hurt, like they're really digging into their personal feelings about him. And I think people are forgetting that this person is a person. This guy is a person. I don't think, and y'all could correct me and check me on the facts, but I think he's been trying to change before the court case came on. And people are forgetting that and not allowing their heart to forgive who this person was trying to change to, who this person recognized that, look, I was doing some shit, excuse me, before this. And I just don't see the grace in people. Am I saying he's right? No. There's things he's did wrong. We've watched him do things wrong. We've cheered him on to do things wrong. And now that he's quote unquote caught and doing time, I feel like people are getting upset. Not like you forgot you was pointing the finger at this guy and cheering him on. Yes, grace. Y'all have to have grace in your heart. There's people that did 10 times worse. There's people that hung out with him and everybody turned his back on him. I'm not saying again he's right. He did some things, but that's just my personal opinion.
All right. She said.
No,
what
but I'm
she,
not.
No, you said what you said. You don't owe you. Hey, if you say something, stand on it. You said what you said, right?
I'm standing on it.
All right,
I'm
stand on it.
definitely standing on it
Yeah.
because there's a lot of people too that's watching that doesn't understand that entertainment industry, how it is, how it could suck you in, how it could change you, and it's how hard it truly is to keep yourself sane when you get into that industry. They only see the little bits and pieces of it. But if you were the person to live in California, it depends. I'm from the East Coast in New York. California is cool, but go to LA. Hang out there. You're going to see a whole different type of fake people because it's just people just trying to fit in, people just trying to be somebody. So y'all got to give this man grace because y'all not walking in his shoes. And I feel like he changed before he was convicted, before it even was a court case. So that's where I forgive him on it. All right, I'm done.
All right. She said what she said, y'all. She said what she said. Thank you so much for coming up, Keish, and keep that phone out of your back pocket. We gonna go ahead and I see that got that coffee cup on. I see Rodney is back. Rodney, okay, all right now. What the hell? Okay, Rodney is back. Rodney, go ahead. Rodney probably don't even know his ass up here in the box. Rodney, Big Rod. Rodney don't even know he back. Okay, all right, okay, Rodney, gotcha. All right, LaParish, you back? What you got?
Okay, so I'm sitting up here seeing what it is. It should have been 5 years. It should have been 5 to 6 years, probably with the time that he already served. I can see a good strong 6 years. But other than you, other mental people that's up here sick. Now,
Okay,
what
okay,
the
okay.
last lady said, Miss Keish.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Why I can't say that?
You said that he should get what 5-6 years.
I'm gonna say a strong 6-7. Yeah.
Did you just taste yourself?
Don't worry about what I just did.
Just don't attack other people's opinions.
Sir, look, just don't request to come back. Just, I gotta behave. Just stay over there. Just, just taste yourself. All right, K Buds, good to see you.
Hey,
How
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What you got?
So first of all, I got a cold and a deep voice. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. I know that he was convicted and got his little bitty time, and people are mad. Whatever. I'm just thinking like this. Growing up over the years, I've been in so many situations where inappropriate things have happened to me.
I'm on now.
And I believe that that's happened to a lot of women. And we made it through it. And nobody gave us money for that. And nobody got locked up for that. It's a lot of negative, terrible stuff that we have all been through, probably similar to some of the stuff he's done. We don't talk about it because we're embarrassed about it. But real life, I don't really think that he should be locked. I'm sorry, I cursed. I don't think he should be locked up at all because he's not. That's not new. Nobody talks about the crap that we've been through, but the stuff that he's done, probably some of it, is really gross. But how many of us have been through really gross stuff with our men? We said no, and they kept doing it anyway. So I mean, he's done. It should be just over now. As far as I'm concerned, I don't feel like he should be locked up at all.
So you've been through that and you don't think he should be locked up?
I've been through that and probably worse, and I'm not alone.
No,
I'm
you're
just
not alone.
transparent. It's a lot of women I know that would never talk about it, but in private they do.
But you don't think he should be in jail?
No, not really, because if that's the case, all this experience that I've had, they should be in jail.
They should.
I live in
They
Virginia.
absolutely should. No man should ever do that to a woman.
I live in Virginia, and in Virginia, you can go to the police and you can report stuff, and it just sits there. And in a lot of areas, it's similar. It just sits there. This is happening to him because he got money.
I don't
We
agree.
know that it's wrong, but a lot of us have been through things that are wrong. And just because we don't have that kind of money, we don't get these kind of results. So to me, publicly, it's wrong because he got money. But every man in that courtroom has probably done some crappy stuff similar to another woman, and they got money, so we just gonna sit there and
That
be.
doesn't make sense, though. I think like he's getting off because he has money.
He is.
Any other man that is in his position would get much more time. He's
Right,
getting
but a
less
lot of
because of who he is and his money.
The issue,
a lot of
okay,
a lot of
I think it's a lot of miscommunication going on here. Let's
sorry.
stick with what he's been charged with,
Okay.
not nothing else. Everything else is feelings. Let's go off what he was charged with. So, what do you think about the 4 years and a few months, which is 3 years, right at 3 years, on the charge that he's been charged with, that he's doing time for now? What you think about that? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, if he didn't have money, he'd probably get a lot more time.
Do you know what it is?
But I think so. But
Do you know what he's going to jail for?
actually, not anymore.
She does not make sense. First, she said that this is happening to him because he has money. And now he's getting off because he has money. I mean, make it make sense here.
Rodney, if you don't straighten this shit out,
Come on, Rodney.
I'm about to, cause I ain't repeating myself no damn more. Rodney, you there? Okay, Rodney's somewhere asleep. Okay, all right. Listen, if you don't know what Diddy is in jail for, don't come up here. Cause I can give a flying fucks about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. You African Americans.
And Caucasians.
No, when he said that shit, boy, I was on the floor dying laughing. If you don't know what he's charged with, do not request to get in the fucking box. Cause your emotions do not matter here. Like what's the name said, all this fucking trauma bonding and shit. Don't nobody give a damn about your past. We sticking with what the fuck just transpired today.
All right, I'm going to bring some up. You ready?
Yeah, just bring me 2 up, because I'm sick of this shit. This shit right here making my headphones hurt. All right, who we got? Okay, who we got then? All right, who we got? The mechanic. What's going on? Hold on. Let me meet you up. Mechanic, can you hear me? Hold on. Hey, yo, Stan, leave your mic muted. Go ahead, mechanic.
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can. So you a mechanic, right?
Yes, sir.
I need a new motor.
Man, I can handle it as long as that money on deck.
Nah, I ain't got no money for you. You on the platform. That should be enough. Now go ahead, man. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead. What you got?
Man, the only thing I think is roadkill. I think he got too much time If you do prostitution cases and you just dig up all the women that got caught for prostitution and see how much time they sitting, and if you just see the programs that they get, none of that
There
was
you
offered.
go. Thank you,
None
Paul.
of that was
Hold
offered
on, hold on,
to.
hold on, mechanic. Mechanic just said something that we said about 3 months ago. Number one is if you don't know the charge, don't come up on my platform. Two is if you do know the charge, what the Supreme Court, what the courts, the federal court or the Supreme Court, whoever courts you're going through, they supposed to look at other court cases, especially with a high profile case like this. Look at other cases and see how they was tried. Right?
Exactly.
And honestly,
Could I say?
Yeah, hold on, Stan. Go ahead, mechanic.
And the thing that bothers me is that that's just like if I give you some cocaine, let's say I give you a kilo,
Hey, mechanic,
and
you got to use different words, okay?
well, I'm just
They'll
speaking.
take
This
it.
not
They'll
true.
take us down. You just got to use
Okay,
different words.
okay. Let's
Substitute.
use different road. If I give you a block,
Right.
and me and you get caught serving the block, both of us gonna be on stand. What I see in this case, I don't see nobody who took that money on stand. I don't hear nobody else getting no time. Nobody getting no program. They're only dealing with one man. You understand? And they really don't care how much money was given because they already got what they want. And I'm not saying I'm on Diddy's side, because what I'm saying is, who without sin cast the first stone? You understand? This is what I'm saying. Who without sin cast the first stone? You understand? I'm not saying he innocent, and I'm not saying they innocent. I'm saying everybody was in sin, but only one foot the burden. You understand? Now, when you look at it, I don't see none of his victims. Whoever they took money, so that means you was engaging in prostitution too. You understand? So how is one person on trial and the person who took the money gets to walk away? You understand? It's like it's one standard. So they got to bring some clarity to me, because I done did some things that I had to ask God for forgiveness for. You understand? And and I done been in the world. I done did crime and all type of stuff that had my record clean. But it's, from what I'm seeing in this situation, it's just a one. It's like this man, um, just on trial by himself. Like nobody else did nothing. He the only sinful person in the group. You understand?
Well,
And Cassidy,
I
I,
think
I I understand what he did
okay.
to Cassidy. I'm not saying it's right. You understand? I'm not
Uh-huh.
saying what he did to her was right.
Uh-huh.
But when you follow her story, she not innocent either. She was brought to Diddy by a producer. You understand? She saw that Diddy had more money. She left the producer and went to Diddy. You know how evil you gotta be to look at another man
where hell she
and say,
was
okay,
where she was dealing with another, she was dealing with someone while she was fucking with Diddy. See,
exactly. You
people
know how
forget
evil
about
you
that
gotta
shit.
be. You gotta, if you jump in her mind, you gotta know what she said from the first time she ever met Diddy, from the guy who she was messing with. You gotta jump in her mind and see what she was saying. See, a lot of women be evil, but when it don't turn out their way, they use word like groom. I was groomed. Nah, you wasn't groomed, baby. You had evil intentions from the start. When you first looked at Diddy, you knew he was the bigger fish, and you ain't care about that man feeling. You understand? So now when it don't go your way, you say groomed. I was groomed into this, when you had plenty times to dial 911, because it works for everybody. You understand? If I go out to the supermarket and the Walmart and do something to a woman she don't like, I could guarantee she gonna call 911 on the spot. She ain't gonna wait months later and then say she was groomed or whatever blase. She gonna hit that. She gonna have some reaction there. That's how you know the evilness in certain people. But I don't condone what Diddy did, but she ain't no angel ain't either. You understand? But what I'm just telling everybody on the platform, who without sin cast the first stone? Ain't nobody on this platform should be making no type judgment. As a matter of fact, I'm interceding for my boy Diddy. I'm praying that he should come out of this. You understand? And that Maybe he could get a program. What he should have did about HIV and that what they give you for prostitution. They try to rehabilitate you to let you know about the different kind of diseases and stuff like that you could have caught and try to get you back into society. But they seem like they ain't really trying to rehabilitate him.
Let's go ahead and land your plane. Let's go ahead and land your
And
plane.
I'm just saying, man, y'all just take it easy. And man, let's pray for my brother. Pray that he get on the right track and stop passing the judgment.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, the mechanic. I wanted what I think he sound Christian. I'm gonna let y'all know that's not what the Bible say. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. But I get what he's saying. Stan, what's going on?
What's going on, everybody? Just want to say, just want to clear some things to stick to the script of what you were saying about the charges or the time.
Yes. Nothing else. Shit.
Right.
Fuck.
So Puffy got charged for what they were calling the Mann Act. So a charge pretty much under the Mann Act is a John, right? If a guy pays for a transactional for, doing whatever. So he got charged the Mann Act, which is because he paid for flights. So they actually had to travel like across state lines. So it got considered the Mann Act. The Mann Act is not a major charge, okay? What I think a lot of what people are not realizing is they did a lot of different things to this guy on purpose. First off, I think pretty much we all knew he was not part of any kind of RICO anything, okay? Yeah, he might have done 1,000 things, partied, done albums, had shows. He seemed like he had 80 hours in a day, but RICO, that was a stretch. They knew that because they wanted to get the lesser charges. They wanted the lesser charges to really stick. Another thing they did, they waited 1,000 years. The Cassie video comes out. The powers that be had that video all that time. So this seems a little more strategic than coincidental. So the fact that that video came out, we as the public now cast the judgment. We're gonna cast judgment because we're humans. And nobody, once you see that, everything about him changed. I personally never really cared for Puffy before all of this, right? Before this, I was just like, I don't really like him because I would feel like he's fake on camera and I could just see the bad vibes in his face. But that doesn't mean that everything that happened to him, as far as the charges with 4 years plus, that is grotesque. That's overcharging him. They made sure they sucked his money dry. They took as much money as they could from him, first off. And then they went, after they got the money run, they went with grandiose charges that wasn't going to stick to take more money out of him. And they knew the video was going to cast a public outcry for lynching him, which it did. And you got a lot of women who went through a lot of SA. A lot of women went through a lot of SA. So when they heard the stories about the freak-offs, which has nothing to do with being illegal, they wanted that to manifest into years in jail. When they heard about the manipulation, which is not illegal to manipulate someone, it is morally wrong, but it is not illegal. They wanted him hung. So I get it, because people just, their emotional intelligence, a lot of people's emotional intelligence is just really low. A lot of people went through a lot of trauma, and the first thing they want to do is put him under the jail. For the Mann Act, he got overcharged. He should not be in jail right now. That's just how it goes. But public outcry, so they're gonna give him 4 years, and people gonna say it's not enough. Most of the women that came on here, the first thing they said was, "I feel."
Yep.
Once I heard the words "I feel,"
it's done.
I already know where you're going with this. You're not saying, "I think from the evidence that," They're saying I feel. They're talking about things from 15 years ago that he did on a TV show. They're
They were
talking
angry.
about they're talking about things from that they went through with what men did to them. Puff Daddy paid $30 million for something we saw on screen and the other things he did to that one woman. That one woman got I know one of the girls said 3 million. Wrong. $30 million. Okay. She made sure she waited till the last minute. She went and filed it in New York.
She knew what she was
because
doing.
she
She knew what
she
she was
knew
doing.
what she was doing. She's not dumb. She has a team behind her. These are the things nobody's paying attention to because you're just going off of emotion. You should never go off of emotion because
Hurt people, hurt people.
that will destroy our judicial system if we lock people up based off of emotions and not the evidence for the case at hand. That's very dangerous. And that's why sometimes you got guys or people that say a woman shouldn't be president because of her emotions. I don't know if I agree with that fully, but things like this, when I'm hearing on TikTok with the women saying he didn't get enough. No, he got more. He actually got too much, but you guys would not want to hear that. And you guys would probably think, oh, you guys are siding with other guys because men side with men and all of this man hatred. No, the law is the law. Let's just go by the law. And that's it. I'm not going to talk about it too long. I just wanted to only talk about the facts. It's called the Mann Act. Under the Mann Act is considered a John. You know what? A John doesn't really get any jail time. A guy who pays for
you actually that you know what, a John can be actually used as a misdemeanor.
Yeah,
Believe
and
it or
that's what
not.
it
correct.
is.
Correct. The fact
That's
that he
what it
got the Mann Act is because he constantly flew
is.
these people that are professionals at what they do to get paid.
That's
He
right.
constantly flew them. So
Across
there it
state
is.
lines. Across state lines, that is correct. You know, he's absolutely
Hopefully you.
correct.
All right, guys.
Listen, I can go with that. My head hurt. I've been live since 10 o'clock. My damn head hurt. I shit it 4 times. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I see Big Rodney. Rodney, do your phone work now?
Yeah, yes. I fell asleep on you, bro. Forgive me for that.
See, them Jersey boys.
But no, I'm from the boogie down, bro. I ain't no Jersey boy, bro. Listen, man. I've been listening to you all day.
Yes, sir.
So you know I can take a little nap. But anyway, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, I've been hearing a lot of aggressive, angry women, okay? Which I understand some of them are scorned. And, to hurt people, you know? But like the brother was saying, the Mann Act, he got 4 years. And it wasn't just because of the Mann Act, it was because of the pain that he inflicted on people, okay? Which is cool. I'm happy for the brother. I'm glad he didn't get 10 years. You understand? Because he could come back out here and help some people. You understand? Because that's what nobody's talking about the good that Diddy did. Everybody messes up somewhere in life and do something wrong. Nobody's perfect. You understand? I am so happy that the brother gets to do at least 2.5 more years. Come out here, take care of his grandkids, take care of his grandbabies, and teach them right because he done learned something. You understand? Maybe he could give them the initiative to do what's right. And it's the only reason why he's going to do this is because he got caught doing what he did. You understand? So this brother got me saying, understand. But anyway,
Could I say one last thing, Rodney? I don't mean to
yeah.
really cut off. I just want to clear up for the people that's still listening that was there when the lady got on the line a few minutes ago talking about, Puffy he getting in trouble because he got money, he getting in trouble because he ain't got money. People were misunderstanding her. I understood what she was saying. She said a lot of men did a lot of stuff, but the fact that they don't have the money Puffy has, they're living their lives because they're not on his caliber.
Yeah, on his level.
That's what she was saying. So she didn't really understand how to articulate that. She's like, because he got money is why he got all that time, because they want to do a public lynching. Not And so she kind of just confused it. It's because he has the money, and then the other one said, no, it's because he got the money. Why he got so less time? But the other person didn't understand. It's the Mann Act. That's not that crazy. They gave him more time because they know it's Puffy, and they're trying to
Because he inflicted
satisfy the
pain on
folks.
people, man. He hurt a lot of people, though. He hurt a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and that's why they're like,
Trying to
yo,
punish
four and
him.
a half
They're trying to
years.
punish him, man. Which is, it's good. Get your punishment. Take your punishment and walk out there like a man when you're done. That's it. You understand? Puffy wasn't perfect, bro. Puffy, listen, man. He done inflicted a disease on people. You understand? He done, and he never really even kicked her. When that video, if you notice that video, when he was at the elevator beating her down, he kicked at her, but he missed her. He didn't hit her with that kick. Those are the things that people saw, so they believed it. Listen, man, all I'm saying is this: he beat up this chick, he beat her up, he like had sex with other men. They did the freaky freak thing, and it's in the air, it's out in the open. He's gonna get paid service time, and that's that. Everybody don't be so angry. Leave it alone. Let it go.
I think after she got the 30 million, we don't need to talk about what we saw on that camera, because if we're gonna say he needs to go to jail for that, then he needs to get that 30 mil back. Like,
Yeah.
which one is it? 30
Facts.
million is nothing to
That ain't
sneeze
gonna
at.
happen. That ain't
But
gonna
you get the point I'm making. 30
happen. Yeah, I
million is
understand
nothing
what
to
you're saying,
sneeze
man.
at. You can't
Yeah, I
just
understand.
give 30 million of your money and then be like, oh, and he needs to go to jail for years for what he did. Well, what
But
he
that's
did
not
was
part
give
of the
30
law,
million.
bro. That ain't part of the law. That's like a bribe. You
You
understand?
got people that'll be like, yo, you either give 30 million or you do 6 years. You got some men that'll be like, yo, put me in there for a few years. I ain't giving no 30 mil.
Well,
Shit, stuff, man.
she definitely blackmailed the hell out of him.
Yeah, well, she got. Hey, listen, her hands called for it.
So
Her hands called for it.
let's go ahead and let the moderator here real quick. Go ahead, Peanut.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to come up here as a woman
Go ahead.
to yeah, because I feel like a lot of people see in the comments see that men are talking and that um that it that they're sticking up for Diddy just because of that. So I just wanted to say that I actually looked up what the normal charges are for, or what the normal time, the sentences are for what he got, and he actually got a pretty high sentence, like they were saying.
Compared to other cases.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, because people aren't focused on the actual charges. He was acquitted of racketeering and sex trafficking, or can I say that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he was acquitted of that. He was only found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in schmostitution.
Pimping.
Right.
Pimping. That's what he got charged with pimping.
I don't
You
understand why
understand?
we can't be
That's
adults
all.
and say words on this ticky-tacky.
I know, they're so,
Let me ask y'all. Hold on. How many times this platform been banned this year? Just this year alone.
Too
I don't
many.
know, man. It's the
Too
first day I
many.
caught you.
Well,
I don't even know.
no, I'm talking the two young ladies. Can y'all keep count?
oh gosh, yeah, crazy.
It's like they take me down every other week.
Yep.
And now there's a certain country trying to buy it, so.
But
I get it.
listen, Peanut, I appreciate that. So Rodney, I appreciate that. Stan the mechanic, I have to get to, because it's a lot of people want to get in here and weigh in. Now remember, if I leave people in the box up here, it's normally be my moderators. So
I'll bring them up, BB.
thank you so much, because
oh yeah.
so thank y'all.
Sorry.
Hey, both of y'all, if y'all can handle mute, unmute. If somebody's talking too much, just mute their ass. If you try to get a word out, mute their ass. And cause you got
I
people,
just wanted to tell.
got people coming up here tasting themselves and shit. I don't want to hear that shit. The fuck is that shit? Don't come up here tasting your damn self.
TV, you gonna get us gone again.
I don't care. Go ahead. Y'all got it. Just
Wait, make sure everybody's tapping. Tap, tap, tap.
yeah. Y'all got it. Y'all the moderators. Tasting your shit.
You guys are slacking.
Hit the live goal too. He's been here since 10 a.m. this morning. Y'all hit the live goal.
All right, I'm muting up.
Bancher? Is that how you say it?
It's
Bancher?
it's pronounced Bianca. Can you hear me okay? Because I'm driving.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I was listening just about all day at work, and I was just cracking up because I do agree with some of the men that have said a lot of people have been coming up with their personal traumas and like trying to relay it to specifically what's going on with this case. And it is mind blowing how people like they don't know how to just examine the facts and take out your thoughts on a person, when you're dealing with someone's life. So you can disagree with what he did, which I do disagree with, violence towards women, violence towards anyone, really, right? I think that that's wrong. However, you have to also take into consideration that Cassie was a grown woman. She had opportunities where she left Diddy, like she left the relationship. She came back. There were times when she was, outside of his presence, and she could have seek help, to the authorities or whatever. She chose to come back because she wanted to have a certain lifestyle and, pursue her career and all of that. So
Yeah, no,
she had
hold on. Wait, make sure you add. Did Cassie stay with Diddy or did she have her own place?
she had her own place,
Okay,
and
okay.
she had boyfriends in between Diddy as well. So you know a lot of I hear a lot of people say, well, she was in fear for her life. How are you in fear for your life and you have other partners on the person that you are so in fear of your life from? I'm not going to say that she wasn't a victim of domestic violence, but she was a willing participant in, the six Smex games that they were into. He was a, he had his vices with Smex, but everyone were willing participants according to the evidence that was presented in court, and that's why they had to drop the RICO case. And him just transporting willing participants for smexcapades should not result in him, getting this harsh sentence, because you have people that do it all the time. It's not a lifestyle that I particularly agree with, nor that I will do, but I'm not going to judge people for it. As long as he's not harming kids, or people there hasn't been evidence presented in court where he had the R word, women are men, let the man out is how I see it. Like, I feel like he spent 1 year in jail. Domestic violence, again, I don't agree with, and I do feel like he should be punished for that. But 4 to 5 years is excessive given the evidence that has been presented. So I just wanted to say that. But your show was so entertaining today. It took me through work, and I was like, wow, some people, it's hard to believe we have some professionals in the world that are some people's lives are held in the balance on, and they don't know how to take the evidence without the feelings and the emotions. You have to
Absolutely.
go off of facts. You can hear rumors all day, but where are the facts to back the rumors? I cannot like you, but I will give an honest opinion, and I don't really care for Diddy, but I just think that we have to go with what has been presented and not the rumors. Like, don't mind the noise in the market. If you're going to have such a strong conviction and such a strong opinion on something, at least listen to the facts.
Yeah,
So,
you never heard a judge make a ruling in his feelings, his or her feelings.
right,
You never heard a
right,
prosecutor go up there and say, "Well, this is what I feel." You never heard a defense
right,
attorney go up there and say, "What I feel." Now you heard witness say that stuff, right? But you never
right,
heard when it come down to verdicts. You never heard anything that comes to feelings. They go with the evidence that's presented in front of them. They turn it over to the jury, and then the judge make his final decision. But it's based off
right.
facts and not feelings.
Right. And I do want to say this last thing before I let the other person speak. Um, Someone had mentioned that he did nothing to try to change the course of all of the damage that he has done over over what we know, and he has. If you check and see what he has been doing, I think from around like 2017, 2018 to that whole breakup, we haven't heard anything new like all of the different witnesses that they brought, nothing came up after 2018, 2019, and we never knew about this until this case was last year. So he has been making steps to change, albeit quietly behind the scenes, but he has been making some sort of steps. He was going on this whole love thing, and you can say that it was all an act and fake, but we really don't know. We don't know what goes on in the minds of people, so we can only go off of what we see. And from 2017 to last year, he's been, from what I've seen, him, making changes and strides in his past behaviors. But I'll end with that. Thank you for bringing me up.
All right, thank you so much, Brent. I do
The
apologize.
anchor.
Be anchor.
The anchor.
Thank you so
Yes.
much for coming up. Okay, let me address this comment here. Y'all saying that Diddy paid the judge off. Okay, we're talking about a federal judge. Okay, not some local judge down at a courthouse. That's in the boondocks somewhere. He paid the judge to do more time than what the actual crime. He paid the, listen to yourself, because I've seen this comment like 30 times. He paid the judge to do more time than, are y'all listening to what he's been charged with? He's not supposed to get that much time, but he paid the judge off to get that much time. It's not make it make sense. Let's get to who we have next. Just Millie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I am blessed. I am blessed. I have a few words I have to say, and I'm not here to judge him. Everybody made mistake, because I met him couple of years back in Jamaica, and he was a nice person. When I see him, can come on, not because he come out and he give away some money. You understand? He's a good person to what I see. But everybody see that he dragged Cassie out on the hallway. But nobody know what happened behind that door with him and Cassie.
Well, so what we're doing, because I don't want to get, Cassie is done. Let's get away from Cassie. Cassie got her money and ran and got married and had some kids. So Cassie blackmailed the fuck out of him. So,
all right. I don't come here to judge him. I think them should have let him go make him do some community service. Do look at cleaning and something. And get some out there, go do look at things. Clean up or something. Shouldn't do no time. Shouldn't do no time.
Yes, ma'am.
None.
Yes, ma'am.
No time. Should have let him out, make him do look at community service. Clean up all one of the courthouse or something. What is time for? 4 years. What is that? I hope he don't spend that time though. I wish him all the best. And I know when he come out, he will be a better person. Him gonna change.
Well,
I'm not here to judge him. And one thing I want to say, I don't know, this is not on your topic, but I would like them give R. Kelly a second chance too.
Well, you know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I like her energy. Her energy is amazing. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Just Millie. Nina, how you doing? I understand nothing she was saying. Nina, how you doing? Nina! Nina!
Can you hear me now?
There you go, Nina.
There I go. Sorry about that.
All right. So what you got?
I have something to say. Hearing all these people making a decision or opinion based off of making an opinion based off of their feelings really worries me about them being on a jury trial, because they're not basing it off of the facts. We may not like the outcome. I think that he maybe didn't get found guilty of everything that he did, but we're neither here nor there. There's nothing we can do about it. The judge, his attorney is more than likely going to appeal.
Yeah.
The harsh sentence he got. But it really, really worries me about these people that are making their opinion based off of how they feel.
because that's not.
Well, that's
Like
how.
you said, our
What
judicial system will be fucked up if that's how people.
if you look at it, when Diddy first went to trial, but fuck it, when he first got arrested by the feds, right, when he was in a hotel, all around social media, all I was finding is people wanted this man behind closed doors for life because first of all, they saw it was what the Cassie video, right? So
Right.
and then this rumor came out that he was dealing with underage children. He was out, these kids in tunnels and all this stuff, and it was a bunch of feelings going on. And I was telling people, I said, hey, do y'all know what they are charging him with? What are they charging him with? They couldn't even answer that. Well, he shouldn't
Answer that.
He
Yeah.
shouldn't even did what he did to Cassie. He's not being charged for that.
Exactly,
You
and
see
that's
what I'm
what
saying?
it comes down to, is that they're trying to prosecute him under something that it shouldn't. He should be prosecuted for what he did, and it shouldn't go over. It should be fair to like everybody else that deserves a fair trial in court. I do believe that they're like you said, they're gonna make him an example.
You said he still beat a woman after he knew he was fixing to get arrested. That's okay.
No, I didn't say that.
No. I'm reading a comment.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So listen, y'all. Let's state some facts here. This is what I want y'all to do. I'm gonna mute you up real quick. This is what I want y'all to do. Again, we got a lot of feelings going on here. Now, and we keep going to a domestic situation. Domestic, okay? What I want y'all to do, whenever you get a chance, go on Google, Bing, whatever the fuck you use your searching engine as. I want you to find out who initiates domestic violence. Is it the man? I'm talking about the majority. Is it the man or is it the woman? Them results gonna blow your fucking mind.
The woman is usually the agitator that starts it.
My goodness. And for everybody that's putting, let's see, Joanne said men, that's not true. Women are the ones. It's women. Most men just don't get out of bed and say, let me see what woman I can beat today. Most men get locked up or go to jail from their response because men hit harder. Men come back harder. That's why I be telling most men, man, walk away, man. It's not worth it. Because even if that woman be all up in your face, you know what I'm saying, pointing the finger and hitting you and stuff, the moment you hit that woman back, your ass is going to jail. Because you're going to leave bruises. You're going to leave marks. Number two, like the whole Chris Brown thing. Everybody wanted to prosecute Chris Brown, but not knowing that Rihanna was the one that started the shit in the fucking car. She grabbed this dude balls inside the fucking car. First. How you think he's supposed to respond? My goodness. Go ahead, Nina. Just a bunch of emotional ass opinions. Go ahead, Nina. You can unmute your mic.
Okay, I was gonna say also false allegations, like you were just saying, like when it's the woman knowing that she can cause harm to somebody based on a lie it's diabolical, and it happens. It happens every single day in courts, every single day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But
well,
I appreciate you putting me on. I'm at work. I got to get back to work. I appreciate it. I just found you today, and I followed you, and you got a new fan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nina. Thank you. I love
You're
talking
welcome.
to people with logic. Fuck your emotions. I love logic. Thank you so much, Nina.
You're welcome. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I love the shit, right? If y'all keep asking what is the sentence, I got it scrolling at the top of the screen. Like I got, if do I need to make it bigger? I got it medium fast. I got it highlighted. Can we not? Everybody else that came up here and seen the shit. There it is right there. What the fuck are we doing here? Damn. Go Kristen just gave up. She said, Great Vibe, this is just too much. Today is just too much.
It's a lot. The guest request is cleared out, just so you know.
All right, look like we got Tony, whatever. Tony, can you hear me? Tanetta, you real low. I can't hear you. Tanetta, get closer to the mic.
People going off by their feelings. We said that over and over and over again. The fact is that, domestic violence, I've been in one. I think the police never showed up for whatever, reason. But he got too much time. And women think that men should just get the full max because they've been in domestic violence. They've been hurt. But he didn't hurt you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't hurt. It was prostitution. So he didn't hurt you. So don't go by your opinion of what went on in your life. Go by the facts. That's all.
There you go. Thank you. Straight to the point. Thank you, Tanetta. Thank you. She went straight to the point. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Boy, and everybody else is just loading. They ain't coming up. So real quick, everybody that's in here, number one is I thank you so much for coming by here and spending the day with your boy, Great Vibes on 10. I told y'all back in June, this today we've been waiting for, and I was going to stream all fucking day. So I kept my word. The only thing I asked you all just to come in, relax, have a good time, stick with the facts, tap the fucking screen, and hit the daily live goal. YouTube has just been fucking amazing. I thank everybody over on YouTube, but TikTok, y'all just different. But I love y'all.
We still ain't hit the daily live goal.
No, we haven't hit it twice. We haven't hit the daily live goal twice. Y'all, do me a favor, y'all. I need 17 more people. It's only 17. We got right at 1,000 people in here. I just need only 17 people to hit this daily live goal. All right? I'm giving y'all a good show. I've been sitting here all day. Let's hit that daily live goal. Chick D 5960. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is you having issues bringing people up? Because I'm having issues.
Yes, it's like when I bring them up, they don't connect.
Let me see. Okay, it got her. Let's see.
I don't even see anybody on my side anymore.
Yeah, I don't see nobody either.
It must be private accounts if you can see them.
No, I can't see them. Let me see.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Edith, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the live. What you got? And we're and let's stick with what he's been charged with and his sentencing.
Oh yeah,
what you got?
Yeah. I'm with that. Well, I want to first say this. Most people, and I'm gonna say 95% of us African Americans don't know all the laws, federal laws, and one of them is what Diddy was convicted on, the Mann Act. That is the most racist law. It is a racist law because when they designed it, it was because of Joe Louis dating and married. I don't know if he married white women and traveled across state lines while he was boxing. That was the reason why they created that law. And so they dug in the books to get him on
Joe
something.
Lewis?
Yes, Joe Lewis.
Joe Lewis. He's
That's
correct.
why they created that law. You need to know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a racist thing against black men. And so the whole thing was designed for women, maybe battered women, I don't know, to do their opinion, like Oprah Winfrey and all that kind of stuff. And that's to just kill his reputation. And now with him being what he is, just like just about a billionaire, that man wasn't pimping. He was selling liquor, clothes, and records. These are facts. And it was some domestic violence, and we'll say In all races, we'll say at least 65 to 70% it gonna be some type of altercation between a man and a woman.
They're saying Jack Johnson in the comments, not
Okay,
Joe.
it's Jack Johnson there. It's Jack Johnson. I'm sorry, not
Okay.
Joe, but Jack.
Okay.
Yep, and that was before Joe. And that's the reason why they created that law for black men and white women. And they just used that on Diddy because they couldn't do nothing else. And those are facts. Those are not opinion, and that's not no emotions.
Well, all right, man. He said, y'all. He said what he said. He came up here and just straight off facts and no fucking feelings.
Yep.
So
And that
so
man
go ahead.
had what you call fetishes. And
Yeah.
pretty much everybody got their likes and dislikes in the bedroom. I like it like this. I like it like that. He liked it his way. Can't get mad at that. And he had money.
Eddie be he be duct taping banana peels on the wall and be throwing his old lady on it. Baby, I want you to slide from the wall to the bed.
On a banana peel.
Stevie,
On a banana peel.
On a banana peel. And then with Cassie, she was a drug addict anyway.
Oh, thank you.
Come on
Thank
now.
you.
If you got all them emotions, you might as well
Thank
go to
you.
your neighbors, go to the liquor store, the gas station, and have sympathy for them, as just like Cassidy.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Eddie, man, I appreciate you. I really
Oh yeah, no
appreciate you.
problem, no problem, man. And
Ca-
I enjoy the show. I'm gonna listen to it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. I love it.
GV, I'm gonna go out and come back in and see if I can connect the viewers better. I don't know,
Okay.
something's happening.
It is something real like the live is glitching bad, even on my end. So I got you. Go ahead and do that. But listen, honestly, y'all, we sat here all fucking day. We listened to the verdict. The verdict came down about an hour and some change ago. Diddy, the judge said, "Hey, we're going to give you 50 months." All right, 50. I think what 50 months. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I think up 50 months.
Yeah, 50 months. So who's that putting their ass on the screen? Maria, thanks so much for putting your ass on the screen. Shandu, thanks so much for the daily heartmeat. Again, thanks so much for the big booty corgi. Becky, thanks so much for the big booty corgi. Becky, again, thanks so much for the fire look like snap hearts. Peanut, thank you. Dree Mails, thank you so much for the daily heartmeat. Go ahead, what you got to say? Go ahead, it's on you. All right, I guess it's not on you. Can you hear me? Because I can't see your profile. All right, I can see your profile. If you enjoyed the show so far, drop a 1 in the chat. YouTube, I'm about to shut you down. YouTube, if y'all won't come on over to TikTok because I don't want the stream too damn long. So YouTube, come on over to TikTok. YouTube, thank you so much. Just come on over to TikTok. I appreciate it. We're going to shut